At the start, I summoned a pathetic little ant. The other students teased me, and the teacher even pointed at me and scolded me for wasting resources. Even the school beauty who'd secretly liked me all along sneered at me. But they didn't know I was a time traveler with a cheat ability. An ant could instantly evolve into a bloodthirsty beast under my hand, and increase power infinitely. A stray cat could evolve into a tiger, devouring all in its path. Even a common grass snake could evolve into the azure dragon, capable of shattering the heavens. And these evolutions could continue indefinitely as my level increased. I had traveled to a parallel world where everyone could change their class. I thought that as a time traveler, awakening the rare summoner class at the start would let me soar to the top. But my first summon? A low-tier bloodthirsty ant. According my knowledge, a summoner's strength and potential were usually tied to their guardian summoned beast. A summoner like me, who summoned a low-tier bloodthirsty ant on their first try, was basically written off as useless, utterly unworthy of cultivation. Because of this, upon learning I summoned a bloodthirsty ant, the school leadership immediately stopped providing me with all their support. Faced with this situation, I could only force a bitter smile. Just as despair and helplessness overwhelmed me, a system notification suddenly echoed in my mind. Summoned Beast Attribute System activated successfully. Each time you levels up, you will get a random attribute. Congratulations on acquiring the golden attribute, Broodmother's Blessing. A golden attribute now flashed prominently on the interface. What effect would this attribute have when paired with the bloodthirsty ant? The thought spurred me to immediately cast Broodmother's Blessing on the bloodthirsty ant. Bloodthirsty Ant Black Iron evolved Bloodthirsty Ant Queen Diamond. Merely the enhancement from a single golden attribute had evolved the Black Iron Bloodthirsty Ant into a Diamond tier Bloodthirsty Ant Queen. With a few more golden attribute, a mythic tier summoned beast would be within reach. Thinking of this, what was once dark future instantly brightened, and I couldn't wait to test it out in the secret realm. I immediately stood up to leave my seat. But before I could take a few steps, a voice asked beside me, "Hey, where are you headed?" The next class is the combat trial. The whole class is going into the trial's secret realm. Don't be late. I halted at the sound, turning to the cute girl who kindly reminded me. This just saved me a free trial run, I muttered to myself before thanking her. Thanks. The cute girl seemed taken aback that I, a cold and striking handsome guy, would actually thank her, her face flushing instantly. Tong, you're welcome. I'm Lanmu. I've been delivered bubble tea to you for a whole month. She waved his hand, but the sight of this cute girl who looked just like Rem made me blush. Just as I stood frozen, unsure how to respond, a voice cut in from behind. Lanmu's the school's heartthrob. The line of pretty girls chasing him stretches all the way to the school gate. How could he possibly remember some bubble tea girl like you? Ha ha ha. At this, Lanmu's cheeks turned red. Hearing this, I couldn't help but frown and turn to look at the front row of the classroom. Yo, genius, why are you looking at me? Did I get that wrong? Oh, and as your class monitor, I'll give you a heads up, you don't need to attend the practical trial next class. Since you just transferred into our class, I haven't had time to report it to the subject teacher yet, so there's no spot for you in the trial for now. The boy's words sound perfectly reasonable. But having lived 2 lifetimes, I knew instantly it was a direct attack on me. No spot? All excuses. Not reported? Then don't bother reporting. I'll just announce my withdrawal. Too lazy to waste breath on him, I chose to leave the class. Impressive, dropping out just because he didn't report? Really thinks he's some genius? Everyone here saw it. Dropping out was his own decision, nothing to do with me, Zhu Guokang. If the teacher asks later, you'll have to back me up. The classroom buzzed with murmurs, mostly complaints and mockery. Finally, Zhu Guokang, the class monitor, stopped them, and the crowd gradually quieted down. The entire class 14 students then left the classroom one after another, heading to the school's trial secret realm to prepare for the practical combat class. At the teleportation array of the trial's secret realm, a large crowd was queuing up to enter the realm. I didn't follow the class in, but instead chose the line with the fewest people. As a burst of multicolored starlight faded, I successfully entered the trial realm. You have entered Trial Realm 03, Beast Forest. If a trainee dies within the realm, 10% of their current experience points will be deducted. Mist swirled around me, and the primal essence of a tropical rainforest washed over me. Beast Forest? Seems like I got lucky. A golden light flashed in my eyes. Looks like I won't have to worry about the bloodthirsty ant queen struggling to adapt to the trial realm. I can mass produce its offspring right here. With that thought, I immediately summoned the bloodthirsty ant queen from my summoning beast space. After a flashlight, and the bloodthirsty ant queen materialized before me. Without hesitation, I commanded the bloodthirsty ant queen to mass produce its offspring on the spot. Bloodthirsty ant queen use skill, explosive breeding, 300 bloodthirsty ant embryos produced successfully. Bloodthirsty ant queen use skill, accelerated incubation, 300 bloodthirsty ants hatched successfully. Current bloodthirsty ant count has been reached 10,000. A series of notifications sounded, and as I listened to the pleasant chime in my mind, the smile on my lips grew ever brighter. The bloodthirsty ant queen truly delivered. I thought it would take at least 5 or 6 hours for the bloodthirsty ant swarm to fully form, but unexpectedly, in less than half an hour, over 10,000 bloodthirsty ants had produced. The bloodthirsty ant queen's troop spawning efficiency utterly blew away summoned beasts of the same tier. Even mythical tier summoned beasts couldn't match this. Time to hunt. I stood up and stamped my foot. The next second, the ground trembled violently. A swarm of bloodthirsty ants burst forth from the underground ant nest. Each ant was as thick as an adult's arm. Gazing at the bloodthirsty ants, I couldn't help but swallow hard. Then I randomly checked the attribute panel of one bloodthirsty ant. Silver quality. Strength and constitution both exceeding 10. Definitely the stats of an elite monster. I quickly scanned the bloodthirsty ant's information panel, my eyes flashing with golden light. I thought the bloodthirsty ants hatched by the queen would be low-tier cannon fodder, but never imagined each one was an elite monster. This feels like they're setting me up to dominate the entire trial's secret realm. Full assault. Let the beasts of the 100 Beasts forest taste the terror of being dominated by a bloodthirsty ant swarm. Meanwhile, as I commanded an army of thousands of elite bloodthirsty ants to sweep through the 100 Beasts forest, Class 14 students led by Zhu Guokong were also hunting monsters in the forest. Monitor Zhu's talent truly lives up to being the best in our class. He's already reached level 5 so quickly. In my opinion, Monitor Zhu's talent easily qualifies him for the elite class. He's way better than that new kid. Within the 100 Beasts forest, Class 14 students resting in place surrounded Zhu Guokong, showering him with praise. Basking in their admiration, Zhu Guokong's face brimmed with pride. He's just a useless summoner. How could he compare to me? His words dripped with contempt for me. Just then, a petite, familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. Zhu Guokong focused his gaze. The person approaching was none other than Lan Mu, the healer he designated and sent ahead as a scout. That little girl Lan Mu actually dares. I was just about to make trouble for her. Zhu Guokong saw that Lan Mu, who hadn't received his order to return, dared to rush toward the group on her own. Just as he was about to seize the opportunity to confront her, Lan Mu suddenly shouted loudly, "Everyone, run!" Her face deathly pale, she screamed as if some terrifying creature pursued her. "Lan Mu, you fool! What are you doing? I told you to scout. Why are you running back?" Zhu Guokong barked, his face cold with fury. Ignoring Zhu Guokong's angry accusations, Lan Mu continued to push through the ranks, fleeing toward the rear. Ignored, Zhu Guokong's eyes blazed with fury. He lunged forward, clawing at Lan Mu. But before his hand could touch Lan Mu, the ground beneath them suddenly trembled. Simultaneously, a piercing, thunderous tiger roar echoed from the depths of the 100 Beasts forest. As the roar faded, hordes of beasts surged forth from every direction, scattering in unison toward the forest's outer edges as if fleeing some natural disaster. Zhu Guokong and his group of novice adventurers had never witnessed such a scene. They froze in place, their faces etched with sheer terror. Faced with the fleeing horde of beasts and the panicked squad, Zhu Guokong, the monitor, recovered from his momentary shock and quickly snapped into action. "Everyone, stay calm. Follow my orders. Our chance has come. See those beasts all around us? They're all free experience points." Golden light flashed in Zhu Guokong's eyes as he planned to organize his men to hunt down the panicked beasts amidst the chaos. At his words, the classmates instantly understood, their eyes igniting with fervor. Only Monitor Zhu could think of this. Hunting beasts in the chaos. The entire Class 14 surged with battle fervor. Zhu Guokong nodded with satisfaction at their enthusiastic response, preparing to lead the charge. But before he could act, an urgent voice rang out from the rear. "Everyone, run!" A bloodthirsty ant beast swarm erupted in the central zone. "They're everywhere, all bloodthirsty ants." The cry instantly captured everyone's attention. Zhu Guokong's face went pale when someone contradicted him. He glared fiercely at Lan Mu, who stood trembling with terror at the rear of the group. "Lan Mu! What nonsense are you spouting? How could a bloodthirsty ant beast swarm erupt in the novice trial's secret realm? If you're too useless to level up, get the hell out of this team. Stop crushing everyone's morale. Zhu Guokong's criticism was very harsh. Bloodthirsty ants. Low-tier beasts just like that useless new kid. Bring it on, I'll slaughter every last one. If you're scared, Lan Mu, go find your genius to protect you, ha. Lan Mu, who had offered helpful advice, was shocked by the cruel words from Zhu Guokong and the class's mocking laughter. She stared in disbelief. She bit her lip, no longer caring about their fate, and turned to run backward. Zhu Guokong snorted coldly and led the group forward. Under Zhu Guokong's leadership, the classmates practically cleared the beasts without a scratch, each earning substantial experience points. As class monitor, Zhu Guokong's level was about to hit 9. Having tasted this sweet success, the group's smiles grew ever brighter, and flattery and praise began to flow freely. Just then, the ground trembled again, like an earthquake. Noticing the unusual shaking, the group showed no trace of fear. Instead, excitement flickered across their faces. The familiar tremor led Class 14 to believe they'd encountered another fleeing horde of beasts. Everyone grew restless with anticipation. Just as the classmates prepared for battle, they froze in place the very next second. Before them surged wave after wave of red tide. As the red tide swept forward like a whirlwind, it devoured all in its path. The classmates, who had been brimming with fighting spirit moments ago, turned deathly pale at the sight. Zhu Guokong was the first to react. As the class monitor, he didn't lead the group to retreat. Instead, he abandoned his classmates and fled. First, he recognized the red tide ahead as a horde of bloodthirsty ants, numbering at least tens of thousands. Damn it! Isn't the 100 Beasts Forest supposed to be a beginner's trial realm? How did a bloodthirsty ant swarm suddenly erupt like this? Zhu Guokong cursed bitterly. Little did they know, the one responsible for all this chaos was none other than me. I stood atop the massive skull of a tiger, once the mightiest level 9 Lord Beast of the 100 Beasts Forest, now died. Just moments ago, to ensure developed my ant team, I commanded my bloodthirsty ant army to sweep through the central region, eliminating every potential threat in its path. Nearly every domain Lord Beast in the area perished beneath the red tide of the bloodthirsty ants. Even the tiger, known as the forest's most powerful beast, lasted barely a minute before being devoured by tens of thousands of bloodthirsty ants. With the death of the tiger, chaos erupted across the entire central zone. Hundreds of beasts scrambled desperately toward the outer edges. This was precisely the outcome I sought. For summoners specializing in mass-producing tactics, the more chaotic the situation, the more advantageous it becomes. The fleeing beasts were free experience points, easily dispatched with minimal effort. As the ant swarm swept through, my level effortlessly reached 8. Next, I planned to push through the entire 100 Beasts Forest in one go, aiming to reach the maximum level 9 in the trial's secret realm. As I issued the sweep command to the bloodthirsty ant army, the dense swarm surged forward like a red torrent. At that moment, through bloodthirsty ant's visual sharing ability, I caught sight of a familiar figure. Lan Mu? I recognized the person about to collide with the bloodthirsty ant as none other than Lan Mu, who had kindly reminded me earlier. Weird. How dare a healer venture alone into the central zone? Where are the others from Class 14? Could it be Lan Mu was bullied by her class? The thought of Class 14's petty class monitor, Zhu Guokong, made it seem possible. Zhu Guokong was very narrow-minded. He could easily make Lan Mu's life difficult or even isolate her. After piecing it together, a cold glint flashed in my eyes. Sending the healer to scout alone, what a genius. Well then, let my classmates experience the taste of being devoured by the bloodthirsty ant army, especially that Zhu Guokong. A meaningful, chilling smile spread across my lips. Then, with a wave of my hand, turn. Advance. The formidable bloodthirsty ant legion instantly shifted direction, pressing toward the area where my classmates was located. Lan Mu quickly detected the approaching ant horde. The moment she saw them, her face went pale. She turned and bolted. Lan Mu's stubby legs flapped frantically as she fled, while I commanded the bloodthirsty ant army to pursue slowly. Ultimately, guided by Lan Mu, the bloodthirsty ant army I led successfully encountered the main force of Class 14. Zhu Guokong's disgraceful act of abandoning his class and fleeing first was also witnessed by me. This Zhu Guokong truly is a piece of trash. As for the other classmates of Class 14, I had no intention of sparing them either. Within a few breaths, the dozens of novice transferees from Class 14 were completely swallowed by my bloodthirsty ant army. After getting rid of Class 14, I focused solely on directing the bloodthirsty ants to hunt down Zhu Guokong. As Zhu Guokong sprinted for his life, sensing the relentless horde of bloodthirsty ants closing in behind him, his resolve began to crumble. Damn it! Why won't those bloodthirsty ants stop chasing me? For Zhu Guokong, who was on the verge of reaching level 9, dying now would be a colossal loss after all. A summoner who directly ascends to level 9 in the Novice Trial Secret Realm earns a free qualification for the Advancement Trial Assessment at the 4 Great Academies. It was precisely Zhu Guokong's goal. Pass the 4 Great Academies trial, and I'll soar to the top, becoming a genius summoner who captivates the masses just like him did before. This thought made Zhu Guokong's urgency surge, his features twisted. He unleashed unprecedented strength, fleeing frantically with only one thought. I absolutely cannot die, the 4 Great Academies are waiting for me. I'll make that good for nothing. Jiang Yuan, see who the real clown is between us. Zhu Guokong, seeing he was about to be caught, immediately chose to unleash his full potential and accelerate. In the end, he even let out a roar. Despite Zhu Guokong's desperate attempts to flee, he still couldn't escape being devoured by the bloodthirsty ant swarm. After all, even a class change user above level 20 couldn't escape when facing a swarm of bloodthirsty ants. Not to mention, the bloodthirsty ant swarm under Jiang Yuan's command wasn't just any ordinary bloodthirsty ants, each one possessed the template of a minor elite monster. Death was Zhu Guokong's only outcome. Escape merely bought him a few extra seconds. What the hell was that sissy Zhu Guokong babbling about in the end? Sunbeams filter through dense foliage, splashing light across the 100 Beasts forest. Jiang Yuan rode a bloodthirsty ant the size of an ox, slowly making his way to the very front of the bloodthirsty ant legion. Jiang Yuan had just heard Zhu Guokong say something before he died, but because of the distance, he couldn't make out the words. Probably just some last-minute, pretentious quotes or something like that. All the annoying pests are taken care of. Finally, I can level up in peace. The experience bar is less than halfway to level 9. Let's push through and finish it up so we can get a big haul. Jiang Yuan glanced at the experience panel, a gleam of sharpness flashing in his eyes. On the verge of reaching level 9, Jiang Yuan had no intention of lingering. He pressed his advantage and immediately set out to hunt the beasts. At the same time, just as Jiang Yuan was striving to level up with his last bit of experience, the trial area outside the secret realm erupted in chaos. Second Middle School, Teleportation Array 03. The Class 14 novice job changers, who had been freely delivered out of the 100 Beasts forest by the bloodthirsty ant legion, were all deathly pale, their eyes filled with terror. Bloodthirsty ants. A plague of bloodthirsty ants has descended upon the 100 Beasts forest. It hurts so much. The simulated pain of death in the secret realm feels way too real. Those bloodthirsty ants are damnable. They just cut my hard-earned monster hunting experience in half. The dozens of new job changers from Class 14, gradually recovering, chattered away in lively discussion. Because they died within the secret realm, all the experience they gained was halved. The death penalty having their experience was like the sky falling for Class 14's newly promoted students. Isn't the Forest of Beasts supposed to be a trial realm for newcomers? How could such terrifying bloodthirsty ant swarms appear here? This is completely unreasonable. I'll report this to the teacher and request a retrial. The school must give us an explanation and compensation, or else we'll file a complaint with the 4 major colleges. Yeah, they've got to compensate me. I was just about to hit level 7, and it all went to hell because of that sudden swarm of bloodthirsty ants. The students of Class 14, whose experience points were halved, were extremely dissatisfied. They clamored for explanations and compensation, threatening to file complaints with the 4 major colleges if their demands weren't met. As the commotion caused by the dozens of students in Class 14 grew louder, it soon caught the attention of the instructor responsible for the student combat trials. What's all this commotion? Which class are you from? Don't you know loud noises and roughhousing are strictly prohibited near the teleportation array? The teacher strode up to Class 14, looking distinctly displeased. The students of Class 14 immediately began scrambling to explain themselves upon seeing their teacher rush over. Teacher Wang, we're from Class 14. You personally escorted us into the novice trial secret realm just now. We weren't being loud on purpose. There's something wrong with the novice trial secret realm. That's right, Teacher Wang. A bloodthirsty ant disaster erupted in the central region of the Hundred Beasts Forest, causing our entire class to be eliminated. Teacher Wang Xing, you must find out for us where the bloodthirsty ant swarms in the Hundred Beasts Forest came from. Accusations rang out one after another as dozens of students surrounded Wang Xing, refusing to let him leave until he provided a reasonable explanation. Wang Xing listened to the clamor in his ears, his expression darkening with every sound. A swarm of bloodthirsty ants erupting in the forest of 100 beasts? You're not kidding me, are you? How is that even possible? Who is your class monitor? Have him come forward and speak alone. Wang Xing scanned the entire room, his gaze brimming with skepticism. The forest of beasts is merely a beginner's trial realm. Within this realm, there is indeed a small tribe of bloodthirsty ants, numbering only a few hundred in total. How could a bloodthirsty ant disaster possibly erupt, one that instantly wiped out dozens of newly transferred adventurers? This is nothing short of a fairy tale. The students of Class 14, seeing their teacher remain skeptical, immediately sought out their class monitor, Zhu Guokong, to have him recount the incident firsthand. But after scanning the entire circle, they couldn't find any trace of Zhu Guokong, and the atmosphere instantly turned awkward. Just then, a multicolored beam shot out from the teleportation array not far behind, as someone was transported out from the secret realm. As the rainbow-colored light faded, Zhu Guokong, whom the students of Class 14 had been searching for, came into view. As soon as Zhu Guokong appeared, a crowd of students gathered around him. "Zhu Ban, we've been looking for you. Quick, tell the teacher what happened. He doesn't trust our class to survive a bloodthirsty ant swarm in the Hundred Beasts Forest." Upon hearing this, Zhu Guokong paused for a moment before striding purposefully toward Wang Xing, surrounded by his entourage. "Teacher Wang, everything my classmates just said is completely true, without the slightest exaggeration. The bloodthirsty ant swarm that appeared in the forest of 100 beasts numbered at least 10,000, and these were no ordinary bloodthirsty ants, each was as large as a wild wolf. If this isn't dealt with promptly, it won't be long before the entire 100 beasts secret realm is destroyed." Zhu Guokong cut straight to the point, emphasizing the threat posed by the bloodthirsty ant colonies to the 100 Beasts Forest's secret realm. As soon as he said that, even if Wang Xing remained skeptical, he had no choice but to take it seriously. The Beast Forest's secret realm must not suffer the slightest mishap. Every novice trial realm is classified as semi-strategic level material. If anything goes wrong, the entire leadership of No. 2 High School will be held accountable, and he, as the teacher responsible for the trial area, will bear the brunt of the blame. Wang Xing's expression grew serious as he thought this through. He looked back and forth at all the students in Class 14 and said in a deep voice, "I will immediately report this to Director Liang and request access to the secret realm. If the situation is true, I will testify on your behalf and help you file for the appropriate compensation." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Wang Xing quickly calmed the students' emotions with a few words before immediately dialing his superior, Liang Wang. "Director Liang, this is Xiao Wang. We've received reports from multiple students about a severe bloodthirsty ant disaster outbreak in the 100 Beasts Forest. Could you grant me access to the secret realm? I'd like to verify something." Wang Xing quickly recounted the circumstances, then stated his purpose. After listening to the explanation, Director Liang on the other end of the line paused for a few seconds before responding. "I'm currently meeting with the leaders from Tianwu Academy. I've granted you full access permissions. Handle the secret realm matter on your own for now. I'll come personally shortly." After a brief explanation, Liang Wang hung up the phone immediately. Wang Xing got the response he wanted, immediately put away his phone, and walked over to the monitoring projection screen beside the teleportation array, preparing to use his privileges to view the internal situation of the 100 Beasts Forest. But before Wang Xing could inspect it, a multicolored light suddenly flared up at the center of the teleportation array. As the light faded, a figure of imposing stature appeared in the center of the arena. "Hey, what's with all these people gathered around? Are you guys here to welcome me?" A slightly teasing voice echoed from within the teleportation array, instantly drawing the attention of many in Class 14. When the students of Class 14 recognized who was speaking, astonishment spread across their faces. Jiang Yuan? You entered the secret realm before us, so how come you came out after us? Why did Jiang Yuan use the same teleportation array as us? Could it be that he entered the 100 Beasts Forest as his trial realm? Impossible. With Jiang Yuan's abilities, he wouldn't last even a few minutes in the 100 Beasts forest, let alone survive the bloodthirsty ant cataclysm. How could he possibly escape? Whispers of suspicion echoed from all directions as Class 14 students grew curious about Jiang Yuan's unusual situation, entering earlier than them yet exiting later. At the same time, I also want to know which trial realm Jiang Yuan has actually entered. Jiang Yuan heard the familiar dog barking in his ears, and a hint of contempt flashed in his eyes. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Class 14. Get out of the way. Jiang Yuan stepped out of the teleportation array and saw his path blocked ahead. He immediately waved his hand, signaling the Class 14 students to move aside. Faced with Jiang Yuan's move, the members of Class 14, already seething with pent-up anger due to their halved experience points, instantly found an outlet for their frustration. Jiang Yuan, can't you find your own way around? What kind of strength do you have that makes you think dozens of us should make way for you? You're really pushing your luck. Can't you see we're busy? Get out of my way. I'm pissed right now, don't make me punch you to smithereens. Ha, a useless piece of trash like you still has the nerve to put on airs. Get the hell out of here, or I'll make sure you're carried out on a stretcher. The barbs and taunts came thick and fast. Students from Class 14, who had previously only whispered behind his back, now spoke their minds without restraint right in front of Jiang Yuan. In their eyes, Jiang Yuan remained that useless summoner who had summoned the black iron bloodthirsty ants. They could curse him all they wanted, there was absolutely no need to hold back. With Jiang Yuan's capabilities, even if you gave him 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to go against Class 14. Just as the entire Class 14 gang was taking out their frustration on Jiang Yuan, they failed to notice a faint crimson hue beginning to appear on his arms. Day after day, it's nothing but trash talk left and right. Who knows who's getting wiped out en masse in the Novice Trial's secret realm? Dying in the Novice Trial dungeon? What kind of job seeker are you? Back to the drawing board, everyone. Jiang Yuan stood his ground, unflinchingly confronting the crowd's disparaging taunts with a direct challenge, his resolve already simmering with anticipation. If anyone from Class 14 dares to strike first, he can invoke Xia Bang's absolute right to self-defense, bypassing school rules to take down the entire crowd. Even if they beat a few people to death or injury, they won't face any consequences afterward. Everything is perfectly legal and justified. Just as Jiang Yuan was waiting for someone to lose their temper and strike him, an impatient rebuke suddenly rang out from behind. What bloody ant disaster! Look for yourself. Where in the 100 Beasts forest is there any trace of bloodthirsty ants? Apart from the deaths of a few level 9 Lord monsters, there were absolutely no other issues. The sharp rebuke instantly drew the attention of the Class 14 students facing off against Jiang Yuan, and even Jiang Yuan himself couldn't help but sneak a peek at the commotion. Wang Xing stood before a projection dedicated to real-time monitoring of the secret realm's interior, his face etched with displeasure. Zhu Guokong stood flushed beside them, several times wanting to open his mouth to explain, yet not knowing how to put it into words. The bloodthirsty ants that had just annihilated them in the 100 Beasts forest had now vanished without a trace from the real-time surveillance projection. For Class 14, already suffering from an undeserved calamity, this was like adding insult to injury. Now they couldn't even make their case. Teacher Wang, I really wasn't lying to you. We truly encountered a bloodthirsty beast in the 100 Beasts forest just now. Zhu Guokong was so flustered he couldn't get his words out coherently, desperate to explain himself clearly. But before he could finish, Wang Xing cut him off abruptly. Alright, you don't need to explain any further. I only believe what I see with my own eyes. There is no so-called bloodthirsty ant disaster in the 100 Beasts forest as you claim. If you feel wronged, Director Liang will personally come by shortly. You can ask him to review the surveillance footage from earlier. I've done everything I can. Wang Xing waved his hand dismissively, making it abundantly clear that if Zhu Guokong and his team had any issues, they should take them up with their superiors and stop bothering him. After speaking, Zhu Guokong instantly deflated like a punctured balloon, and the other students in Class 14 were equally disheartened. This whole situation is a carbon copy of the proverb bitter as gall, yet unable to speak out. A heavy silence swept over the entire classroom. The students of Class 14 seemed to have lost all their strength and resources, their faces falling into a collective look of utter defeat. Jiang Yuan, silently watching the drama unfold from the sidelines, couldn't help but let a faint smile creep across his lips as he saw Class 14 get the short end of the stick. As the instigator of it all, his smirk was harder to suppress than an AK-47. Is being the villain behind the scenes this satisfying? Looks like I'll be doing more of this in the future. Whoever messes with me gets messed with. Jiang Yuan suppressed a smile while silently musing to himself. But before Jiang Yuan could revel in his secret triumph for long, a sudden turn of events unfolded on the field. The teleportation array flashed with multicolored light for the third time, and more newbie job changers were transported out from the 100 Beasts forest. As the light gradually faded, a petite healer emerged from the teleportation array, holding a sacred healing staff and wearing a dead branch with blue leaves pinned to her short blue hair. The one who arrived was none other than Lan Mu, the very person who had first discovered the bloodthirsty ant plague in the 100 Beasts forest and who had also been the first to leave Class 14. The moment Lan Mu appeared, the eyes of the Class 14 students who had been as pale as death all lit up simultaneously, as if they had seen a savior. Lan Mu, it's Lan Mu. She actually escaped the bloodthirsty ant swarm's pursuit. She only emerged now, meaning after our deaths. She must know what happened later in the 100 Beasts forest. Lan Mu, you better explain to Teacher Wang what exactly happened. How could that swarm of bloodthirsty ants suddenly vanish? Everyone was clamoring for Lan Mu, who had come out last, to explain to the teacher about the bloodthirsty ant colony. But when faced with the entire class's impatient urging, Lan Mu's next words sent their minds into a tailspin. I don't understand what you're talking about. Where in the 100 Beasts forest is there a bloodthirsty ant disaster? I certainly haven't seen any. Lan Mu looked utterly bewildered, claiming she knew nothing about the bloodthirsty ant cataclysm. As soon as he said this, the students of Class 14 froze in place, their eyes filled with utter bewilderment. You've never seen it? You're telling me you've never seen it? Earlier in the central region of the 100 Beasts forest, Lan Mu was the first to witness the bloodthirsty ant cataclysm with his own eyes and also the first to make a run for it. Everyone froze for a few seconds before Zhu Guokong, the class monitor, finally stepped forward. Lan Mu, I know you have reservations about me as your class monitor because of Jiang Yuan's withdrawal from the class. But what happened in the Forest of Beasts concerns the interests of every student in the entire class. You'd better not go blabbing about it. Zhu Guokong earnestly urged Lan Mu, appealing to the collective interests of the entire class to pressure her into telling the truth. Facing Zhu Guokong's manipulative tactics, Lan Mu, who had long seen through the true colors of everyone in Class 14 during their time in the Beast Forest, first stole a glance out of the corner of her eye at Jiang Yuan, who stood nearby watching the spectacle. She then decisively chose to ignore him. Zhu Banchong, I really don't understand what you're saying. Teacher Wang, I'm feeling a bit tired and would like to go back to the classroom to rest first. Lan Mu gave a perfunctory reply and immediately started making his escape. She was afraid she might accidentally let something slip and complicate matters. But before he could take a few steps, the entire Class 14 dozens of students led by Zhu Guokong immediately surrounded him. Zhu Guokong wore an even more sullen expression as he bluntly stated his position. Lan Mu, if you don't tell the truth today, you won't be leaving. We're taking you to see the boss later. The sun hung high in the sky. Second middle school trial area. Dozens of people from Class 14 blocked Lan Mu's path, each face bearing a threatening expression. Especially Zhu Guokong, the class monitor of Class 14, whose eyes radiated such viciousness that he looked as if he could devour Lan Mu whole. Zhu Guokong never imagined that Lan Mu, that little bitch, would dare to pull a fast one on him by refusing to acknowledge the outbreak of bloodthirsty ants in the 100 Beasts forest. If it weren't for the teacher being present, Zhu Guokong would have been itching to lay hands on Lan Mu and give her a good lesson. Lan Mu, you're still part of our Class 14. Be honest, don't put your classmates in a tough spot. Zhu Guokong suppressed his anger and continued to persuade, though his tone carried a hint of threat. Lan Mu watched her classmate advancing step by step with a displeased expression, her small frame trembling slightly as a wave of nervousness washed over her. Just as Lan Mu was at a loss, a tall figure pulled her behind him and shielded her. The figure stepping forward to shield Lan Mu was none other than Jiang Yuan, who had been watching from the sidelines. What's the deal? Sergeant Zhu, you're really laying on the authority, aren't you? Is this an attempt to bully the outnumbered and forcibly restrict classmates' freedom? Jiang Yuan shielded Lan Mu behind him, standing alone against the dozens of transfigured individuals from Class 14 led by Zhu Guokong. Jiang Yuan's sudden appearance caught Class 14 completely off guard. They truly hadn't expected Jiang Yuan, who'd been lurking in the background without uttering a word, to suddenly step forward and play the hero rescuing the damsel in distress. Jiang Yuan, this is an internal matter for our class 14. I advise you to mind your own business. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude to an outsider. Zhu Guokong detected the sarcasm in Jiang Yuan's words and issued a cold warning with a grim expression. He had always harbored hostility toward Jiang Yuan, but had never found an excuse to strike. Now that Jiang Yuan dares to meddle in Class 14's affairs, as the class monitor, he naturally sees an opportunity to take revenge. Jiang Yuan heard the warning in his ear and glanced at Zhu Guokong, whose current level was only 4, using his detection spell. He couldn't help but let out a scoff. Pfft! Jiang Yuan couldn't fathom where Zhu Guokong, a mere level 4, got the nerve to threaten him, a level 9. Zhu Guokong, seeing Jiang Yuan dare to mock him, grew increasingly displeased. Pointing angrily at Jiang Yuan, he shouted, "Jiang Yuan, you've gone too far. I challenge you to a duel, life or death." Feeling insulted, Zhu Guokong flew into a rage and immediately challenged Jiang Yuan to a wager, insisting on signing a life or death agreement. Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up at the prospect of such a windfall, and he perked up considerably. "You're the one who challenged me first, so no backing out now. Whoever doesn't step onto the stage is dead meat." Jiang Yuan's face lit up with a bright smile, filled with excitement. He was just lamenting the lack of an excuse to properly deal with Zhu Guokong, when unexpectedly, the other party walked right into his trap. Zhu Guokong looked at Jiang Yuan, whose face was beaming with excitement, and couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Jiang Yuan's reaction was completely different from what he had imagined. According to Zhu Guokong's plan, that good-for-nothing summoner Jiang Yuan should never have dared to accept the wager in the first place. Something's off, 9/10 off, no less. Could it be that Jiang Yuan has some hidden card up his sleeve? Zhu Guokong vaguely sensed something amiss and began to speculate silently to himself. But upon second thought, the black iron bloodthirsty ant summoned by Jiang Yuan posed no threat whatsoever, and his mind relaxed involuntarily. But before Zhu Guokong could even catch his breath, Jiang Yuan's next move nearly scared him so badly he nearly fell to his knees on the spot. Jiang Yuan casually snapped his fingers, and immediately a golden title began to flicker above his head. "One life clear, Forest of 100 Beasts." As the exclusive title with its dazzling golden sparkle effect appeared, Zhu Guokong froze in place, his eyes wide with utter astonishment. Clear the game in one go? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. You're a worthless summoner, how could you possibly have a golden title? Zhu Guokong refused to accept what he saw with his own eyes, shaking his head like a rattle. You should know that clearing the game in one life is considered the most elusive golden title for new job changers. New job changers must meet the third mandatory requirement to obtain it. The first must be a pure newcomer who has just become a transferee and has yet to descend into the trial's secret realm. The second requirement is to raise your level to 9 in a single attempt within any novice trial dungeon. The third condition, and the most difficult to fulfill, is to defeat the strongest demon lord in any novice trial dungeon. Only when all three conditions are met simultaneously can you obtain the exclusive golden title, "One Shot Clear," in the novice trial's secret realm. Any new transferee who earns the title of "One Life Clear" is, without exception, a prodigy transferee who could easily gain admission to the 4 great academies. Jiang Yuan now bears the exclusive golden title of "One Life Clear," which signifies that he is also a genius class changer. Zhu Guokong's face turned visibly pale at the thought, and his legs began to tremble uncontrollably. "No, why? Aren't you already useless? Why did you get the exclusive golden title for clearing the trial dungeon in one life? Are you cheating in the trial dungeon?" Zhu Guokong, unwilling to accept defeat, resorted to desperate measures. In a last-ditch effort to find Jiang Yuan's weak spot, he began making baseless accusations. Facing Zhu Guokong's questioning, Jiang Yuan first watched the other man's performance in silence before softly uttering 2 words. "Clown." Jiang Yuan's mockery was accompanied by the deliberate display of his current level, a prominent 9 exposed for all to see. As Jiang Yuan revealed his level 9, Zhu Guokong, who had clung to the last shred of hope, was utterly shattered. His trembling legs gave way completely. With a thud, he knelt directly at Jiang Yuan's feet in front of dozens of people. Really, it's all true. Your level actually reached LV.9. Zhu Guokong was so devastated by Jiang Yuan's successive revelations that he lost all strength, his entire being plunging into a dazed state. Not only was Zhu Guokong stunned, but every new transferee present in Class 14 stood frozen in disbelief, including their teacher Wang Xing. Wasn't that kid Jiang Yuan just labeled as having no potential by the school? Now they've even rolled out exclusive golden titles for one life clearers, and you call this, no potential? Wang Xing, who had witnessed the entire scene, recovered from his momentary shock and quickly regained his composure. His gaze toward Jiang Yuan now held an added intensity. No, we must hold on to Jiang Yuan as a promising prospect. We need to report his situation truthfully to Director Liang immediately. This year's School Talent Discovery Award depends entirely on Jiang Yuan. Alright, we're all classmates, no need to argue. Zhu Guokong, hurry up and apologize to Jiang Yuan. Second middle school trial area. As Jiang Yuanming's reputation spread, Wang Xing, who had been through thick and thin at the school for years, rushed to smooth things over and made Zhu Guokong apologize. Zhu Guokong, kneeling on both knees, heard these words and wore a bitter expression. He's already practically begging Jiang Yuan on his knees, is that not enough? Does he have to literally kowtow to the ground? Upon realizing this, Zhu Guokong decisively chose to pretend he hadn't heard. An apology is impossible unless Jiang Yuan apologizes first. Wang Xing saw that Zhu Guokong remained completely unmoved by his words, and his brow furrowed slightly. He was about to speak up to urge him on, but then reconsidered and decided against it. With many eyes watching, forcing Zhu Guokong to apologize to Jiang Yuan would easily invite gossip from other students. Forget it, Zhu Guokong, you and your class should just leave now. As for the matter you just mentioned, the outbreak of the bloodthirsty ants in the forest of 100 beasts, you are forbidden to speak of it again. Wang Xing impatiently dismissed Zhu Guokong, motioning for him to leave quickly so as not to interrupt his serious discussion with Jiang Yuan. Upon hearing this, Zhu Guokong immediately recognized that Wang Xing was clearly taking Jiang Yuan's side. What made him feel even more resentful and furious was that Wang Xing had no intention of pursuing the matter of the bloodthirsty ants' natural disaster any further. This outcome was completely unacceptable to him and the entire Class 14. They're victims, after all. Not only did the school fail to provide a reasonable explanation, but now they're not even offering the most basic compensation. How can this be acceptable? Zhu Guokong staggered to his feet from the ground, his anger growing with every thought. His gaze swept back and forth between Wang Xing and Jiang Yuan. He wasn't about to give up like that. He was determined to secure the compensation he and Class 14 deserved. At this moment, if I wish to verify that a bloodthirsty ant disaster erupted in the 100 Beasts forest, I must first locate. Zhu Guokong pondered silently while racking his brain to speculate on the cause of the bloodthirsty ant plague outbreak. Just as Zhu Guokong was deep in thought, he happened to glance at the suffix of Jiang Yuan's golden title, one shot clear. Upon seeing the words, Beast Forest, following the title, a sharp gleam instantly flashed in his eyes. The forest of 100 beasts. River source. Bloodthirsty ants. Zhu Guokong murmured softly, slowly piecing together the scattered fragments in his mind. A bold hypothesis suddenly took root in his heart. Jiang Yuan is the mastermind behind the outbreak of the bloodthirsty ants in the forest of 100 beasts. As Zhu Guokong linked the bloodthirsty ant plague to Jiang Yuan, his premonition grew stronger, and his eyes flashed with intense focus. That's right, absolutely right. There's absolutely no such thing as coincidence in this world. Jiang Yuan is undoubtedly connected to the bloodthirsty ants disaster. Zhu Guokong, feeling he was about to grasp the truth, instantly regained some of his vigor. His eyes locked onto Jiang Yuan. Teacher Wang, I'm reporting you. I already know who unleashed the bloodthirsty ant plague in the 100 Beasts forest. It was him, it was Jiang Yuan. Zhu Guokong declared with unwavering conviction, pointing the finger squarely at Jiang Yuan and insisting that he was the mastermind behind the outbreak of the bloodthirsty ant disaster. As soon as he said that, Jiang Yuan and Wang Xing both froze in surprise, and the rest of Class 14 looked utterly bewildered. Jiang Yuan is the mastermind? Zhu Ban, are you sure you're not joking? Although Jiang Yuan's summoned beast is also a bloodthirsty ant, it's merely a lowly black iron tier creature. How could it possibly? Something seems off. Jiang Yuan started with just a black iron bloodthirsty ant. How did he level it up to LV.9 and earn the exclusive golden title for clearing the game in one life? Damn, I almost forgot about this. Before entering the trial's secret realm, Jiang Yuan was clearly a useless loser, yet now he's suddenly transformed into a level 9 powerhouse. This defies all logic. Could it really be? Damn it. I knew there was a reason we ran into the bloodthirsty ant scourge in the novice trial's secret realm. Turns out it was all Jiang Yuan's doing. After Zhu Guokong's reminder, the dozens of new transferees from Class 14 present gradually snapped out of it, all turning to stare at Jiang Yuan with faces flushed with anger. Jiang Yuan sensed the unusual atmosphere among the group. Facing the questioning led by Zhu Guokong, he showed no sign of panic. He turned to Wang Xing, who stood nearby, and asked, "Teacher Wang, does the rulebook for the novice trial's secret realm strictly prohibit combat between class changers?" Wang Xing, still unaware of the situation, was suddenly called out. He froze for a moment, then instinctively shook his head. Without this rule, the novice trial's secret realm permits combat. Wang Xing responded that according to the detailed rules for the novice trial dungeon, jointly formulated and issued by the 4 major academies, there was indeed no rule explicitly prohibiting combat between class changers. After all, the fundamental law governing the world is survival of the fittest. The strong survive, the weak are eliminated. However, unless significant opportunities are at stake, novice class changers rarely engage in combat within the trial's secret realm. Wang Xing thought about this and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled by Jiang Yuan's question. How could Jiang Yuan ask such a niche question? Holy crap, you're telling me this kid actually caused the bloodthirsty ant plague? Before Wang Xing could dwell on his confusion for long, Zhu Guokong's earlier words suddenly flashed through his mind, causing his entire body to jerk upright. Gulp. Wang Xing swallowed hard, staring at Jiang Yuan's impassive expression, and couldn't help but blurt out a question. "Jiang, why are you asking about this? Did you encounter it in the novice trial's secret realm?" Jiang Yuan heard the question in his ear and immediately knew what Wang Xing wanted to ask. Before Wang Xing could finish speaking, he took the initiative to admit it first. "Teacher Wang, I created the bloodthirsty ant disaster, but the deaths of Zhu Guokong and the others had nothing to do with me. It was all the work of the bloodthirsty ant colony. I didn't lift a finger." Jiang Yuan told the truth without a trace of remorse on his face. As Jiang Yuan admitted it himself, all the job changers present in Class 14 were instantly overcome with excitement. "None of your business? You didn't do it? Yeah, right. I'll believe that when pigs fly. You clearly ordered the bloodthirsty ants to attack us." "Yes, Jiang Yuan, don't even try to wriggle out of this. You're the one who did all this. You deserve to die." "Teacher Wang, for a student like Jiang Yuan who has even killed a classmate, the school must impose the strictest punishment without leniency. If we let this slide, it will inevitably lead to major problems in the future. Jiang Yuan, we have no grudge against you. Why did you ambush and attack us? Is bullying the weak something to be proud of? Is it fun?" The entire Class 14 erupted in fury, each face flushed crimson with rage as they hurled furious accusations at Jiang Yuan, the very culprit who had halved their experience points. Jiang Yuan listened to the surrounding curses, his cold gaze sweeping around the room. "Now you know how it feels. What were you doing when you were ostracizing and isolating Lan Mu? I'll keep it short. If you're not good enough, just practice more." Jiang Yuan couldn't be bothered to argue with this bunch of hypocrites in front of him, so he just spat out the 4-character mantra. The words were spoken, like a final whisper, instantly shattering the defenses of Class 14. Zhu Guokong, who bore the deepest grudge against Jiang Yuan, was so enraged that he waved his arms wildly and shouted himself hoarse. "Jiang Yuan, you're way too arrogant. I'm going to report you to the higher-ups. I'll take this all the way to the 4 major colleges." A voice filled with resentment echoed across most of the trial area, instantly drawing the attention of many students. Just then, a slightly displeased rebuke came from outside the crowd. "What are you complaining about? Don't you know loud noises aren't allowed in the trial area? What are you all doing hanging out together? Aren't you supposed to be in class?" A commanding rebuke rang out. The restless crowd instantly fell silent, all turning their gaze toward the rear. A middle-aged man wearing a blue striped shirt, sporting a beer belly and a receding hairline, slowly made his way forward. Behind the middle-aged man followed a tall, resolute young man with a crew cut. Dressed in casual attire, he possessed sharply defined features and a commanding presence, his brow radiating a commanding aura. As the two approached one after the other, before the students present could react, Wang Xing, a member of the teaching staff, stepped forward to greet them. "Director Liang, how did you get here so quickly? And who is this person beside you?" Wang Xing smiled as he greeted the middle-aged man first, then casually inquired about the young man with the crew cut. The middle-aged man approaching from behind was none other than Liang Wang, Wang Xing's direct supervisor. Liang Wang, upon hearing Wang Xing inquire about the identity of the person behind him, chose not to answer directly but instead offered a quiet reminder. "Don't ask too many questions. Just remember he's a leader from the 4 major colleges." Wang Xing froze upon hearing this, instinctively glancing at the determined young man who appeared to be barely in his 20s. The leaders from the 4 major colleges, aren't they a bit too young? Wang Xing was secretly astonished. He truly hadn't expected the determined young man to be of such high standing that even his direct superior, Director Liang, had to extend such cordial hospitality and without prying too deeply into his background. Before Wang Xing could think much about it, Liang Wang pressed him with a follow-up question. "Teacher Wang, what's going on with this group of students? Just now, I thought I heard someone shouting about reporting this to the higher-ups, taking it all the way to the 4 major colleges. What exactly happened?" Wang Xing snapped back to attention at the question reaching his ears. Just as he was about to explain, he was cut off by a voice filled with grievance and lament. "Director Liang, you must be Director Liang in charge of student discipline, right? Principal Liang, you must stand up for all of us in Class 14. Jiang Yuan deliberately unleashed the bloodthirsty ant plague in the 100 Beasts Forest, a trial realm for newcomers, to ambush and kill all the class changers in our Class 14. This caused our levels to be halved en masse." Zhu Guokong, his eyes red-rimmed, accused Jiang Yuan of his crimes with a face full of grievance and anger, presenting himself as the victim. Liang Wang listened quietly, his brow furrowing slightly. Regarding the outbreak of the bloodthirsty ant disaster in the 100 Beasts Forest, he had heard Wang Xing mention it earlier on the phone and instructed him to handle it as soon as possible. "Now it's only getting worse, making a complete spectacle of myself in front of the leaders who came all the way from Tianwu Academy to inspect us." Liang Wang's expression darkened. Unable to grasp the full details of the situation, he could only glare at Wang Xing, the person handling the matter, with a mix of frustration and anger. "Wang Xing, what the hell is this? Didn't I tell you to investigate and handle this as soon as possible? Is this how you handle it? Fine, since I've stumbled upon this matter, I'll handle it personally." Liang Wang first reprimanded Wang Xing for his inefficiency, then decided to handle the matter personally. But before formally addressing the matter, Liang Wang did not forget to offer 2 words of apology to the determined young man behind him. The young man, distinguished and resolute, waved his hand dismissively at the remark, indicating it didn't matter, even harboring a hint of anticipation in his heart. He wanted to see just who it was who dared unleash a bloodthirsty ant plague in the novice trial realm and then ambushed and killed dozens of transfigured warriors. I must say, they've got some serious guts and mental toughness. Liang Wang saw that the young leader wasn't concerned, and his mood instantly relaxed considerably. He then proceeded to begin handling the matter. But before Liang Wang could speak, Wang Xing, who had been silent beside him, suddenly leaned in close to his ear with an urgent look on his face. It was unclear what Wang Xing whispered to Liang Wang, but Liang Wang, who had originally intended to handle the matter strictly by the book, suddenly widened his eyes. "Is this true?" Liang Wang looked at Wang Xing before him with eyes full of astonishment, his face a picture of surprise. Just now, Wang Xing whispered in his ear that Jiang Yuan had actually achieved a golden title by clearing the game in one go. Keep in mind, clearing the game in one attempt is a title reserved for prodigious class changers. Barring any mishaps, they're virtually guaranteed admission to the 4 great academies. This is getting tricky, huh? I heard from the elite division that Jiang Yuan was already disqualified, right? How did you manage to get the One Life Clear title and still pull off something like this? Liang Wang felt a dull ache in his temples and momentarily didn't know how to handle the situation. If Jiang Yuan had killed fewer people, he could have suppressed the matter and settled it with some compensation afterward. Jiang Yuan's act of wiping out an entire platoon of dozens of students in one fell swoop is indeed a particularly egregious situation. Even if the rules for the novice trial's secret realm do not explicitly prohibit combat between class changers, allowing such behavior to go unchecked could easily foster an unhealthy atmosphere. By then, if everyone follows Jiang Yuan's example, how will the school meet its enrollment and graduation rate targets? Liang Wang thought of this and shook his head slightly before turning his gaze to Jiang Yuan, who had been standing silently in the same spot. You must be Jiang Yuan, right? Did Class 14 die after encountering the bloodthirsty ant swarm in the 100 Beasts forest because you accidentally dragged them into it, or was it intentional? To minimize the negative impact, Liang Wang deliberately steered Jiang Yuan toward discussing the unintended consequences. As long as Jiang Yuan insists it was an unintentional act, things will be much easier to handle. Just give them a verbal warning and offer some compensation to the students in Class 14. Jiang Yuan noticed Liang Wang's inquiry and sensed a hint of goodwill in his words, immediately grasping his meaning. Director Liang, I truly did not mean to involve you. I've already explained everything to Teacher Wang just now. Jiang Yuan wasn't stubborn or inflexible. He knew Liang Wang intended to help him, so he stuck to his story that it was an accidental spill. Liang Wang got the response he wanted and immediately shot Jiang Yuan a satisfied look. This guy's got it figured out. He immediately made things easier for himself and didn't put me in a tough spot. With Jiang Yuan's words, Liang Wang immediately set about finalizing the outcome. Just as Liang Wang thought things would proceed according to his plan, Zhu Guokong suddenly jumped in. Director Liang, Jiang Yuan definitely did it on purpose. I was chased by a swarm of bloodthirsty ants for over 10 minutes. If you don't believe me, we can check the surveillance footage. For a psychologically twisted student like Jiang Yuan, you absolutely must not let him off lightly. Expulsion is the only appropriate course of action. Seeing the situation turning decisively in Jiang Yuan's favor, Zhu Guokong hastily spoke up to refute him and vehemently demanded to view the surveillance footage from the trial's secret realm. As Zhu Guokong voiced dissent, what could have been dismissed as an inadvertent incident instantly became complicated. Liang Wang felt like slapping Zhu Guokong twice right then and there. This student, utterly lacking in any masculine presence, truly had no sense of tact whatsoever. This way of doing things is practically roasting him, the director, over an open flame, isn't it? Just as Liang Wang was feeling stumped, a strong, resonant voice came to his rescue. Zhu Guokong, I know exactly what you're thinking. You're just waiting for me to get fired, aren't you? There's no need to put Director Liang in such a difficult position. I, Jiang Yuan, will voluntarily withdraw from school. But before I withdraw, I'd like to trouble Director Liang with one request. Could I borrow Second High's teleportation array? I intend to initiate the advancement trials for the 4 great academies. The words fell. Everyone present was stunned by Jiang Yuan's decision. They truly hadn't expected him to choose to voluntarily withdraw from school. Especially Liang Wang and Wang Xing. Their expressions changed abruptly when they heard Jiang Yuan was dropping out. You must understand that Jiang Yuan is a promising candidate who could gain admission to the top 4 universities. If he were to withdraw now, it would be an enormous loss for number 2 high school. It could even make them and the entire second high school a laughingstock in Haichang City's education community. At this thought, Liang Wang's expression immediately turned urgent. He absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. Jiang Yuan, don't let your emotions get the better of you. This whole dropping out business isn't as serious as you're making it out to be. Rest assured, I will handle this matter properly. Trust me, Director. Liang Wang hurriedly tried to persuade him, intending to calm Jiang Yuan down first. As for the matter concerning the forest of beasts, we shall mediate privately at a later time. But no sooner had Liang Wang finished speaking than Zhu Guokong, before Jiang Yuan could respond, grew impatient and jumped in again to pour fuel on the fire. Director Liang, if Jiang Yuan wants to drop out, just let him go. Why bother trying to talk him out of it? Anyway, students like him are nothing but trouble for number 2 high school. Zhu Guokong, who had been hoping Jiang Yuan would get expelled, kept making disparaging remarks, looking downright gleeful at his misfortune. Liang Wang heard the commotion near his ear, his brow furrowing as he shot an annoyed glare at Zhu Guokong. Are you telling me what to do? Shut your mouth and get your class out of here. I'll personally discuss compensation with your homeroom teacher afterward. Liang Wang spoke with obvious impatience, directly telling Zhu Guokong to leave. If it weren't for the presence of Yunwu Academy's leadership, he would have cursed up a storm. What should have been a straightforward matter was completely muddled by Zhu Guokong, that clueless student, who managed to complicate everything. More crucially, in his eyes, the potential value Jiang Yuan demonstrated single-handedly blew away all the students in Class 14. Even if you add them all together, they still pale in comparison to the importance of Jiang Yuan, this prodigious class changer. Liang Wang had patiently listened to Zhu Guokong earlier precisely to minimize the negative impact on Jiang Yuan. But he never imagined Zhu Guokong would press his advantage, insisting that Jiang Yuan withdraw from school before he would relent. Liang Wang couldn't stand this brazen behavior and told the other party to get lost immediately, planning to deal with them properly later. As Liang Wang instructed Zhu Guokong and the others to leave first, many students in Class 14 noticed that Director Liang seemed somewhat annoyed. They promptly turned and departed. Since compensation will be provided afterward, they no longer need to get involved. As classmates gradually left, Kuzhukong remained seated, showing no sign of leaving whatsoever. Zhu Guokong stood rooted to the spot, his face set in stubborn defiance. He had made up his mind that he would not be satisfied until he saw Jiang Yuan get expelled with his own eyes today. If not for Jiang Yuan, he could have easily advanced directly to level 9. Even while leading dozens of people from Class 14, he might have achieved the one life-clear accomplishment. It would never have ended up like this, resulting in a mere level 4 status. Zhu Guokong simply couldn't swallow his pride. Unless he makes Jiang Yuan suffer too, he might just let it go. Just as Zhu Guokong was expressing his stance in his own way, he had no idea he had already thoroughly enraged Liang Wang. Liang Wang glared at Zhu Guokong, who remained unmoved by his words, his face clearly showing anger. Zhu Guokong, are you tone deaf? I told you to get your people out of here immediately. What are you still hanging around for? If you don't leave immediately, don't blame me for giving you a major demerit for disrupting the order of the trial area. Liang Wang lost his patience and laid it out plainly. If they didn't leave, they'd be given a major demerit according to school regulations. Upon hearing this, Zhu Guokong felt conflicted at first. But seeing that Jiang Yuan hadn't been expelled, he couldn't help but feel resentful. In the end, he chose to see it through to the end. Director Liang, I demand justice today. Jiang Yuan must be dismissed. Otherwise, I absolutely won't let it go even if it means getting a major demerit or expulsion. Zhu Guokong, seeking revenge against Jiang Yuan, threw caution to the wind and openly clashed with Liang Wang, the director. Liang Wang's eyes flashed with coldness at these words. That bastard Zhu Guokong really was getting more and more insolent. Alright, you really want to make this impossible to resolve, huh? Director Chen Quan, I hereby formally notify you that you have been expelled from 2nd Middle School. Get the hell out of the trial area immediately. The reason for expulsion is gathering to cause disturbances, disregarding school regulations, and showing disrespect to elders. Liang Wang suppressed his anger, speaking in a deep, measured tone. Zhu Guokong repeatedly refused to give him face, and Liang Wang had no intention of wasting any more time on him. If you like to threaten people with getting fired, then go ahead and experience it yourself. As soon as he said that, Zhu Guokong was stunned on the spot. He'd been just talking big and showing off, never expecting Liang Wang to actually take him seriously and genuinely plan to fire him. For a moment, Zhu Guokong felt thoroughly embarrassed, his face flushing crimson with humiliation. Before Zhu Guokong could even recover from the shock of his dismissal, a familiar voice, that of the clown, sent him into a complete meltdown. Clown. Pfft. The word clown struck like a poison blade, sending Zhu Guokong into such a rage that he spat blood on the spot. Finally, his finger pointed at Jiang Yuan as he stumbled backward, collapsing unconscious to the ground. As Zhu Guokong lost his temper, the scene instantly grew much quieter. Jiang Yuan saw that Zhu Guokong had fainted on the spot after being called a clown by him, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Is that it? Jiang Yuan shot a disdainful glance at Zhu Guokong, who remained sprawled on the ground, then turned his attention away, getting down to business. He planned to start the promotion trials for the 4 colleges next, level up by 10 in the process, and then use up all his saved item draws at once. Director Liang, regarding the use of the teleportation array earlier, are you authorized to make that decision? Jiang Yuan glanced at Liang Wang beside him and asked again. Liang Wang, who had been monitoring Zhu Guokong's situation, snapped back to attention upon hearing this and immediately agreed. What's this about borrowing? Xiao Jiang, you're the genius class changer our 2nd high school nurtured. Go ahead and use it freely, don't even mention borrowing. Jiang Yuan saw that Liang Wang agreed and didn't dwell on the title used in his words. A faint smile touched his lips before he stepped directly into the teleportation array. A rainbow-colored light flashed, and Jiang Yuan vanished from the trial area, teleported into the exclusive secret realm established by the 4 great academies. Liang Wang watched Jiang Yuan disappear, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. I wonder what level of promotion assessment that kid Jiang Yuan will actually pass. If I can pass the difficult level assessment, I might just catch the eye of that Cloud Martial Academy leader. You have entered the secret realm of the 4 great academies promotion assessment trial. Black Abyss Mountains recommended level 9. Friendly reminder, the Black Abyss Mountains are a mythical tier secret realm, a man-made simulation created by the Black Abyss. The initial difficulty is set to normal. After passing the assessment, job changers may choose to continue challenging. Mountains as black as ink stretched for miles, with a vast canyon cleaved through their center as if split by an axe. A chilling wind, carrying a faint scent of blood, swept through the depths of the canyon. Jiang Yuan stood at the entrance to the gorge, where towering mountains loomed, a flicker of sharpness in his eyes. Is this the Black Abyss Mountains that countless new job changers dream of? Jiang Yuan surveyed the majestic Black Abyss Mountains, pondering silently to himself, and did not rush to enter them. Before officially starting the challenge, Jiang Yuan planned to draw a batch of entries first. He has now reached level 9 and has accumulated 6 opportunities to draw items. Let's roll. Let's roll. Hope the gods of luck favor me and I get some good stats. Jiang Yuan rubbed his hands together, murmured a silent prayer, then delivered 5 swift consecutive strikes. Golden light flickered as 5 entries floated one by one into the void before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, on acquiring the golden traits, Bloodline Evolution, Berserker's Battle Spirit, Drill Space, Evergreen Ethereal Wood, and Time Hourglass. Bloodline Evolution, embracing glorious evolution, bloodlines randomly revert to ancestral traits, mutate, and reshape. Berserker's Soul, fight to the death, burn everything even your soul. Training Ground, Forge of War's Edge, space for the chosen to build armies. Wood of Eternal Spring, to live as long as heaven itself. When heaven perishes, I shall not die. Time Sandglass, time is not about how much you have, but how you use it. Jiang Yuan examined the effects of the 5 new entries, his eyes lighting up one after another. 5 entries, none of which are weak, and 3 of them are exceptionally well suited for the Bloodthirsty Ant Queen, Bloodline Evolution, Berserker's Battle Spirit, and Drill Space. Bloodline Evolution increases the maximum capacity of Bloodthirsty Ant Queens, Berserker Army boosts the maximum capacity of regular Bloodthirsty Ants, while Drill Ground expands the overall maximum capacity of the entire Bloodthirsty Ant Legion. As for the last 2 entries, Evergreen Wood and Hourglass of Time. Although it doesn't align with the path the Bloodthirsty Ant Queen intends to take, it delivers the 2 best effects among the 5 options. Eternal Spring points directly to longevity, Hourglass of Time pertains to time. If Jiang Yuan could summon a creature matching the entry's effects, he'd be off and running without a second thought. Mystical prayers really work from now on. I must pray before pulling any entries. Jiang Yuan's face lit up with delight, and he couldn't help but utter a sigh of admiration. Immediately afterward, he began assigning attributes to the Bloodthirsty Ant Queen. Term Success, Bloodthirsty Ant Queen wore Diamond, Bloodthirsty Ant Queen wore Glory. Jiang Yuan bestowed 3 attributes upon the Bloodthirsty Ant Queen in one go, instantly elevating its quality to Glory Star 1. Not only did the quality improve, but as the entry effect took effect, numerous prompts instantly popped up on the information panel. Bloodline Evolution Effect triggered. Please select the Bloodthirsty Ant Queen evolution path. Option 1, Scarlet Empress Bloodline Regression. Option 2, Unknown Void Species Bloodline Mutation. Option 3, Celestial Ants Bloodline Reshaping. Upon triggering the Bloodline Evolution effect, the Bloodthirsty Ant Queen gains 3 evolutionary paths. Jiang Yuan stared at the 3 options on the panel. When he saw that the final option was the Skyhorn Ant, his pupils suddenly dilated. You must understand that the Celestial Horned Ant is one of the 10 great monsters of the Primordial Era, a true mythical tier summoned beast, and among the absolute elite of its kind. An entity that rivals the Kuanpeng, the 5-clawed golden dragon, and the phoenix. What a steal! What a steal! I never thought I'd actually pull a Skyhorn Ant, ha ha ha. Jiang Yuan was in high spirits. The bloodthirsty ant queen could reshape her bloodline into a skyhorn ant, like upgrading from a musket to a cannon, and what's more, it was a super laser cannon. Suppressing his inner excitement, Jiang Yuan decisively chose the skyhorn ant as the evolutionary path for the bloodthirsty ant queen. Ding! Bloodline evolution successfully selected. The bloodthirsty ant queen bloodline has been reshaped into the giant horned ant. Your summoned beast has gained significant enhancements through your contract, and will now return a portion of its attributes to you. Your attribute boosts: Strength plus 20, Constitution plus 20, Agility plus 20, Spirit plus 20. Kindly note, this bloodline reshaping does not affect the bloodthirsty ant queen's original attributes and innate talents. A prompt box appeared, indicating the bloodthirsty ant queen had successfully completed the bloodline reshaping. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan, as the summoner of the bloodthirsty ant queen, also received corresponding benefits. Jiang Yuan, seeing this, wore an increasingly delighted expression and immediately couldn't wait to check the information panel of the bloodthirsty ant queen after her bloodline had been reshaped. Bloodthirsty ant queen, War. Quality, Glory. Level, 9. Attributes: Strength 214, Constitution 182, Agility 57, Spirit 106. Talents: Giant Horned Ant Bloodline Mythic, Explosive Breeding Diamond, Accelerated Breeding Diamond, Queen's Aura Glory. Skills: Celestial Horn Stomp Glory LV9, Force Fueled Berserk Glory LV9. Jiang Yuan stared at the information panel that had popped up before him, revealing the bloodthirsty ant queen. He froze in place, his eyes wide as saucers. Strength over 200, Constitution over 180, and Spirit over 100. Are these even normal stats for a level 9 summoned beast? Jiang Yuan felt a bit dazed, stunned by the four-dimensional attributes of the bloodthirsty ant queen after her bloodline reshaping. The bloodthirsty ant queen is only level 9, yet her strength attribute has already surpassed 200. Under normal circumstances, a summoned beast must be at least level 20 and specialized in strength to achieve 200 attributes. This comparison clearly demonstrates just how valuable the blood ant queen is after her bloodline has been reshaped. In addition, the bloodthirsty ant queen, which previously possessed no skills, now boasts 2 additional honor tier innate abilities, significantly boosting its combat prowess. Judging by the bloodthirsty ant queen's current stats, if she were placed in a wild dungeon, it's no exaggeration to say she'd easily be a dominant boss-level threat. She's simply too magnificent, too extravagant. A single leap to the heavens. The transformation wrought upon the bloodthirsty ant queen by the bloodline of the celestial ants is nothing short of a complete metamorphosis. Truly worthy of the ancient 10 Fiends level mythical bloodline. If we could get a few more of these mythical bloodlines, wouldn't that? Jiang Yuan couldn't help but sigh in admiration, his eyes blazing with determination. Having tasted such sweet success, he now yearned to obtain several more summoned beasts imbued with mythical bloodlines. But after a moment's thought, Jiang Yuan gently shook his head. Don't be too greedy. Focus on passing the current promotion assessment trial first and reaching level 10 before thinking about anything else. Jiang Yuan murmured softly, his gaze drifting toward the Black Abyss mountain range gorge in the distance. A look of anticipation flickered in his eyes before he strode forward. As is widely known, once a summoner reaches level 10, they gain the opportunity to summon a second primordial contract beast. At the same time, just as Jiang Yuan set off toward the depths of the Black Abyss Mountains, Liang Wang and the others outside the second trial zone were also keeping a close watch on his every move. Time rewinds to just before Jiang Yuan was teleported into the Black Abyss Mountains' secret realm. Second Middle School Trial Area. The drama between Jiang Yuan and Zhu Guokong has attracted considerable attention from students at No. 2 High School. With Jiang Yuan opting to initiate the advancement trials for the 4 colleges, the crowd of students gathering to watch the spectacle grew larger by the minute. As Jiang Yuan truly vanished into the teleportation array, the atmosphere in the arena instantly grew restless. Damn it, Jiang Yuan actually started the promotion assessment trials for the 4 colleges? I heard from the elite class students that Jiang Yuan was a washout. What the hell did I just miss? I know. When Jiang Yuan challenged the Class 14 monitor to a duel earlier, he flaunted that "One Life Clear" title, the exclusive golden title reputed to be the hardest for newbies to obtain. A golden title for clearing the game in one go? Holy moly, I've never seen that with my own eyes. I should have come over sooner to catch the show. Who the hell is spreading rumors that Jiang Yuan is useless over in the elite class? He even pulled off a one-shot clear and got that exclusive golden title, and you call that useless? The buzz around campus never ceased as news of Jiang Yuan's golden title for clearing the game in one go spread like wildfire among the students. The second-year students, who had all assumed Jiang Yuan, once a prodigious summoner, had faded into obscurity, instantly revised their opinions of him. A summoner who can achieve a one-life clear, how could they possibly be useless? More crucially, Jiang Yuan directly initiated the promotion assessment trials for the 4 major academies, effectively confirming the rumor that Shichui had earned the title of One Life Clear. As the news spread further and further, it soon reached nearly half of Second High School. For a time, Jiang Yuan, who had initiated the advancement assessment trials for the 4 colleges, became the focal point at Second High School, drawing many students to the trial area to see for themselves. Even many teachers without classes were drawn to attend. Just as the trial area's popularity was visibly surging due to Jiang Yuan, Wang Xing and Liang Wang, the first to recognize his immense potential, felt deeply anxious and uneasy. Since Jiang Yuan had publicly announced his intention to withdraw earlier, if he were to go through with it, the two of them would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of Second High School. Especially Liang Wang, as the director, might even face accountability from the school's senior leadership. After all, as the principal, he had completely mishandled Jiang Yuan's withdrawal from school, causing Second High School to lose a promising talent for nothing. Liang Wang, stationed beside the teleportation array marked 03, gazed at the students surrounding him so tightly there was no room to breathe, his face clouded with worry. Jiang Yuan, please don't take the expulsion thing seriously. Once he passes the assessment and comes out, I'll do whatever it takes to dissuade him from dropping out, even if it means losing face by apologizing to him myself. Liang Wang silently resolved to do whatever it took to keep Jiang Yuan from withdrawing from Second High School. Just as Liang Wang was pondering how to persuade Jiang Yuan to stay, a resonant voice rang out from behind him. Director Liang, your school's teleportation array monitoring permissions should be shared with the 4 major academies, correct? Liang Wang heard the question coming from behind him and quickly turned his head to look back. The speaker was none other than the young man with a crew cut who had risen to leadership at a young age and had come from Yunwu Academy to inspect Second Middle School. The young man with the crew cut was named Li Zhan, the youngest major general currently serving in the Divine Martial Legion, one of the 5 legions tasked with guarding Yunwu Academy. Major General Li, Secondary Academy No. 2, falls under the jurisdiction of Zhongtian Academy within the 4 great academies. The monitoring permissions for the teleportation array should be interconnected. Would you like to view the real-time monitoring of Jiang Yuan in the promotion assessment trial realm? Liang Wang, having spent years at Second High School and risen to the position of director, immediately guessed Li Zhan's intentions when the latter inquired about surveillance access. Li Zhan, with his sharp features and the aura of a seasoned soldier, nodded upon hearing this. That's right, I'm interested in that student named Jiang Yuan from earlier. I want to see how he performs. If he can pass the difficult level assessment, I can offer him a Class B training contract at Yunwu Academy. Li Zhan got straight to the point, expressing his sincerity. As long as Jiang Yuan performed well, he would offer a contract directly. Liang Wang listened quietly. When he heard Li Zhan express interest in Jiang Yuan and was willing to offer a Class B training contract, his face lit up with delight. Training contracts are a major perk exclusive to the 4 major academies, with contract tiers divided into 5 levels, S, A, B, C, and D. The resources included in the cultivation contract ensure rapid growth for new transferees and maximize the development of their potential. Even the most basic D-class contracts have a combined resource value exceeding tens of millions. Newly transferred students who obtain a cultivation contract are effectively designated as priority candidates for intensive training by the academy. Li Zhan presented Yunwu Academy's Class B cultivation contract, confirming that he recognized Jiang Yuan's potential had reached Class B standards. The final outcome would depend on Jiang Yuan's performance in the trial realm. As long as Jiang Yuan passes the difficult level assessment, he will secure the B-level training contract with Yunwu Academy. You must understand that the resource value of a Class B cultivation contract is measured in billions. With a Class B cultivation contract, Jiang Yuan could comfortably navigate the beginner phase. Gulp. Liang Wang swallowed hard, then promptly thanked Jiang Yuan on his behalf. Major General Li, Jiang Yuan is truly fortunate to have caught your eye. Once he passes the assessment, I'll have him report to Yunwu Academy with you immediately. Li Zhan heard this and waved his hand sternly. Director Liang, I was merely following the regulations of Yunwu Academy. Jiang Yuan's ability to secure a Class B training contract hinges entirely on his own potential. Additionally, it remains unclear whether Jiang Yuan has his heart set on any particular academy. If he chooses not to join Yunwu Academy, no one can say for certain. Li Zhan dismissed Liang Wang's flattery, instead emphasizing that Jiang Yuan's acquisition of a Class B training contract was entirely due to his own potential. Liang Wang, who had merely uttered a few perfunctory remarks offhand, hadn't expected Li Zhan, the youngest major general in the Divine Martial Legion, to take them so seriously. He immediately forced a smile and agreed. Major General Li is right. I misspoke earlier. Let's see how Jiang Yuan performs in the trial's secret realm. As Liang Wang spoke, he turned and walked toward the teleportation array. He then projected the real-time surveillance feed from the trial realm where Jiang Yuan was located directly onto the scene. As the real-time monitoring projection activated, Jiang Yuan's figure appeared on the screen. In the scene, Jiang Yuan was seen riding a bloodthirsty ant red as fire and as massive as an ox, slowly making his way into the depths of the Black Abyss Mountains. At first glance, there seemed nothing particularly remarkable about the sight. As for the bloodthirsty ant colonies and such, not a single trace of them could be found. Seeing this, everyone looked puzzled. Where is Jiang Yuan's bloodthirsty ant colony? They're practically colliding with the beasts. Why didn't Jiang Yuan summon the bloodthirsty ant swarm? That's just too cocky. That's a bit reckless. It'll take quite some time for the bloodthirsty ant swarm to fully form. Jiang Yuan summoned just one bloodthirsty ant. Does he really expect to solo the Black Abyss Mountains with a single ant? No way. The Black Abyss Mountains were modeled after the legendary secret realm of the Black Abyss. Even on the lowest normal difficulty, the gate-guarding beasts are elite-level bosses. Hold off on discussing the bloodthirsty ant swarm for now. Take a good look at the one Jiang Yuan's riding. Has anyone ever seen a bloodthirsty ant bigger than an ox? Could it be a mutant species? Second middle school trial area. As Liang Wang activated the real-time monitoring projection within the secret realm, the students gathered to watch the spectacle immediately began buzzing with discussion. At first, they were puzzled by Jiang Yuan's decision not to summon the bloodthirsty ant swarm. Then, some sharp-eyed students noticed that the bloodthirsty ants beneath Jiang Yuan's mount seemed unusually small. The average size of a normal bloodthirsty ant is only as thick as an adult's calf. Even the elite bloodthirsty ants rarely exceed half the size of an adult human. But now, in the projected image, the bloodthirsty ant Jiang Yuan was riding was as big as a cow. Is this thing even the bloodthirsty ant as traditionally understood in the job change realm? As someone pointed this out, everyone who had been watching the bloodthirsty ant colony finally realized it belatedly. Ah, Jiang Yuan's riding a bloodthirsty ant? I didn't look closely just now and thought it was a fire bull. This is just too much. Didn't the elite class guys say Jiang Yuan summoned the lowest tier black iron quality bloodthirsty ants? When did black iron quality bloodthirsty ants start growing bigger than cows? There's absolutely no way they're black iron quality. Jiang Yuan must have had some extraordinary encounter. The bloodthirsty ants he summoned most likely underwent a bloodline mutation. That explains how Jiang Yuan could control the entire swarm, so that's how it happened. A bloodline mutation in a summoned beast? That legendary mutation with odds of 1 in 10 million, and Jiang Yuan actually stumbled upon it. Damn the heavens, why didn't I get that kind of luck? More and more people present noticed the bloodthirsty ants swarming beneath Jiang Yuan's crotch, and the discussions and speculations grew increasingly intense. Many students envied Jiang Yuan's good fortune. Even a summoned beast bloodline mutation with odds of 1 in 10 million could be luckily obtained, instantly turning his fate upside down. Not only did the students look on with envy, but even the teachers who had gathered to watch the commotion couldn't help but show their own envy, including Liang Wang and Li Zhan. Liang Wang stared intently at Jiang Yuan on the projection screen, or more precisely, at the bloodthirsty ants swarming beneath Jiang Yuan's crotch, his gaze burning with intense desire. Jiang Yuan really gave me a surprise. Bloodthirsty ants stronger than oxen. What grade of summoned beast must this be? Liang Wang silently mused to himself, his joy too profound for words. The greater Jiang Yuan's potential, the more likely he is to catch Li Zhan's eye. Perhaps he might even be groomed as a trusted confidant by Li Zhan, who is currently on the rise at Yunwu Academy. At this thought, Liang Wang instinctively glanced at Li Zhan beside him. Only then did Li Zhan, who was usually stern and unyielding, reveal a rare smile on his face. Liang Wang, seeing this, quickly seized the moment. Lieutenant General Li, I overheard you mention earlier that you are also a summoner. I wonder if you can determine the quality of that bloodthirsty ant from the river source? Li Zhan, whose attention had been fixed on the projection, heard the question at his ear and snapped back to reality, regaining his usual stern expression. At least platinum tier, and it should contain some high-grade magical beast bloodline. Not bad. Li Zhan spoke in a low voice, a gleam of sharpness flickering deep in his eyes. As a level 70 Grand Summoner who had encountered tens of thousands of magical beasts, Li Zhan instantly recognized from his experience that Jiang Yuan's bloodthirsty ants were of platinum-grade quality or higher. Beyond that, what's even more significant is that the bloodthirsty ants harbor within them the bloodline of a high-tier magical beast with immense potential. As for the specific type of high-tier demon beast bloodline, Li Zhan couldn't tell with the naked eye and would have to ask Jiang Yuan himself later. Jiang Yuan, I never imagined that my impromptu inspection during this trip through Haichang City would lead me to discover such a promising natural disaster summoner. Li Zhan murmured to himself. As a fellow summoner, he found himself increasingly drawn to Jiang Yuan. In Li Zhan's eyes, Jiang Yuan, who possessed the mutant bloodthirsty ants, held boundless potential for the future and was perfectly suited for specialized cultivation of these creatures. If mutated bloodthirsty ants are cultivated to maturity and organized into large-scale colonies, they would undoubtedly become a formidable weapon on the Black Abyss frontlines. As Li Zhan contemplated this, he grew increasingly convinced that Jiang Yuan's value and strategic importance were still on the rise. Summoners with the potential to master the Cataclysm playstyle, like Jiang Yuan, are highly sought-after assets in major legions. Before other academies discover Jiang Yuan's potential, we must act first. Ideally, we should secure his enrollment in the Divine Martial Legion ahead of time. Li Zhan kept a close eye on Jiang Yuan's movements within the Black Abyss Mountains while contemplating how to recruit Jiang Yuan into the Divine Martial Legion ahead of schedule. Just as Li Zhan was deep in thought, Jiang Yuan in the Black Abyss Mountains was about to face the first wave of guardian beasts. Black Abyss Mountains. In the canyon where the cold wind whistles, Jiang Yuan rode his bloodthirsty ant mount to a fork in the road. At the fork in the road, 6 jet black wolf-like beasts loomed on either side. Their beastly eyes glowed purple, and their massive frames resembled cargo vans. Jiang Yuan, seeing this, immediately cast the scrutiny spell on the wolf-like magical beast ahead. Giant Shadow Wolf LV.10. Type, Elite Lord Class Beast. Skills, Bloody Bite, Ghostly Howl. Right off the bat, 6 level 10 Elite Lord Class Beasts. The advancement trials for the 4 academies are no joke. The difficulty is nothing like the beginner trials we went through earlier. Jiang Yuan quickly scanned the information panel of the giant netherwolf. Upon seeing that it was an Elite Lord level demon beast, his eyebrows arched slightly. Before Jiang Yuan could get a good look, a wolf's howl laced with psychic assault shattered the silence. Woo! The wolf's howl faded, and visible sound waves surged toward the nearby river source. At the same time, 5 jet black wolf shadows followed, leaving trails of tearing wind in their wake. Facing the colossal spectral wolf that charged straight at him, Jiang Yuan's lips twitched slightly. What a temper he has, but I wonder how strong he really is. Jiang Yuan muttered under his breath, then patted the bloodthirsty ant beneath him, which was as massive as an ox. Baxian, make them kneel. The next instant, the elite bloodthirsty ant selected by Jiang Yuan from among the tens of thousands bred by the bloodthirsty ant queen, the one he had named Jiang Batian, stomped its foot hard against the ground. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. As the colossal ant's foot struck the ground, a visible shockwave rippled across the earth. The shockwave rippled outward in concentric circles, rapidly forming a gravitational field. Within the gravitational field, all 5 colossal spectral wolves, now reduced to inky black afterimages, were completely suppressed. Before they could even approach Jiang Yuan, they were forcibly restrained in place. Woof! 5 colossal spectral wolves sensed something amiss and immediately let out howls imbued with psychic attacks. However, the wolf howl's sonic waves had their lethality significantly diminished under the suppression of the gravitational field. Beyond sounding somewhat jarring, they posed absolutely no threat to Jiang Yuan. Jiang Yuan frowned, irritated by the relentless howling of the giant spectral wolves. Ba-Xian, trample these barking beasts underfoot with war. Jiang Yuan gave the order in a cold tone, signaling Ba Tian to act. Ba-Xian received the command and immediately raised his two massive forelegs, thick as rhino legs. He then stomped fiercely through the air at the 5 colossal netherwolves directly ahead. As Ba Tian's front paws struck down, the 5 colossal spectral wolves, immobilized by the gravitational field, seemed to endure a violent impact. The entire beast's body caved into the ground, and its massive wolf head exploded like a watermelon. In the blink of an eye, all 5 colossal spectral wolves, each at least an elite boss-level creature in the wild secret realm, were instantly slain. Jiang Yuan watched the scene before him, a gleam of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Ba-Xian truly lives up to its reputation as a demon beast carrying the ancestral bloodline of the heavenly horned ants. It can instantly obliterate even elite overlord-level demon beasts. With the bloodline power Ba Tian has developed so far, he should be able to hold his own even against the royal family in the demon realm. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but marvel at how much more formidable Ba Tian the mount he had chosen proved to be than he had ever imagined. Especially the two innate skills of the celestial horn ant race that Ba Tian possesses, gravity field and war stomp. Just now, Ba Tian had employed these two innate skills to effortlessly subdue and kill the 5 giant netherwolves. With the 5 colossal shadow wolves instantly vanquished, only one remained of the initial wave of 6 guardian beasts, the largest shadow wolf, its fur the darkest. Jiang Yuan coldly eyed the last colossal shadow wolf in the distance, unwilling to waste any more time on it. With a light flick of his wrist, the next moment, the ground beneath the colossal spectral wolf's paws began to tremble. Rocks visibly bulged upward like earth dragons turning over. Before the colossal spectral wolf could react, 5 bloodthirsty ants each as large as a motorcycle burst from the ground beneath its feet. The giant spectral wolf, caught completely off guard, took flight only to be tossed about midair like a soccer ball by 5 bloodthirsty ants. After about 20 seconds of this, the giant spectral wolf, held in a rigid grip throughout, finally closed its eyes in frustration and breathed its last. When the last giant shadow wolf perished, Jiang Yuan received a notification. Congratulations on successfully passing the first stage of your promotion assessment. Experience gained from defeating beasts during the process will be accumulated until the assessment concludes and awarded in a single payment. Please select your next assessment route. Route 1, traverse the area where the dark demon cattle herd resides. Route 2, annihilate the blood demon lion pack. Kindly note, each choice you make will influence the difficulty assessment of subsequent trials. Jiang Yuan watched the pop-up window on the panel, his eyes narrowing slightly. Selecting the assessment route? Dark demon cattle herds and blood demon lion packs. Jiang Yuan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected that after passing the first stage of the advancement assessment trials for the 4 major academies, candidates could still choose their subsequent assessment path. 2 assessment routes now lie before Jiang Yuan. The first route is relatively straightforward, requiring only that he pass through the herd of dark magic cattle. The second route, however, presents a steep increase in difficulty, demanding that challengers annihilate the blood demon lion pack. Jiang Yuan had some knowledge about the blood demon lion. Among demon beasts, the blood demon lion belonged to the royal class species. Adult blood demon lions are at least level 60 or higher. Sending a rookie job changer to wipe out a level 60 king tier boss mob? The 4 great academies assessments can't possibly be that insane, right? There will likely be corresponding level restrictions for the monsters. If the monster levels are restricted, then it might be worth trying. Jiang Yuan recalled the information about the blood demon lion while inwardly marveling. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan also found the assessment route for defeating the blood demon lion somewhat intriguing. If the route to annihilate the blood demon lion pack is chosen, the bloodthirsty ant legion stands to gain considerable benefits. He can also witness the combat prowess of the bloodthirsty ant legion when bolstered by the dual effects of the berserker's soul and martial arts realm. After careful consideration, and taking into account the future development of the bloodthirsty ant legion, Jiang Yuan ultimately decided to choose Route 2 to annihilate the blood demon lion herd. The tester has chosen Route 2. Proceed to the right to reach the Blood Demon Lion territory. As Jiang Yuan selected the next assessment route, a prompt box popped up again, indicating he should take the path on the right. Jiang Yuan received the alert and immediately ordered the 5 bloodthirsty ants that had just emerged from the ground to serve as scouts ahead, while he himself followed behind, riding the overlord bloodthirsty ant. At the same time, just as Jiang Yuan effortlessly dispatched the guardian beasts guarding the first gate and set off down the path to the right, the trial area outside the secret realm erupted into chaos. Second middle school trial area. The area around the teleportation array number 3 was packed with secondary school students and teachers, all staring intently at the real-time monitoring projection in the center. Every face wore an expression of utter bewilderment. What just happened? How did those 5 giant netherwolves die? They were elite overlord level beasts and they were instantly wiped out? Newbie here, totally lost. Any experts out there who can break down that fight between Jiang Yuan and the giant shadow wolf? To be honest, I feel like Jiang Yuan has really stepped up his game. Those bloodthirsty ants he summoned are ridiculously powerful. They completely shattered my expectations of what they're capable of. I'm sick of saying envy. If I could have a mutant bloodthirsty ant, I'd gladly get into one of the 4 major academies. Hey buddy, how come you're still eating and taking stuff? The crowd was buzzing with excitement, with most people engaged in heated discussions about how the 5 giant spectral wolves had been taken down in an instant. Many new job changers expressed confusion, having no idea what exactly had transpired, and even many teachers found themselves somewhat bewildered. Until a slightly urgent prompting voice rang out, and only then did everyone gradually snap back to their senses. Cut the feed, Director Liang. Quickly cut the live surveillance feed. The urgent call fell, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. It turned out that the speaker was none other than Li Zhan, who had been keeping a close watch on Jiang Yuan's movements. Li Zhan, normally composed and steady, now wore an expression of sheer anxiety, repeatedly urging Liang Wang beside him to cut off the live surveillance feed. Liang Wang was startled by Li Zhan's sudden outburst, seeing how urgent the young general before him appeared. Though unsure exactly what had transpired, he immediately complied with the other party's instructions, hastily shutting down the real-time monitoring projection of the secret realm where Jiang Yuan was undergoing his trial. After Liang Wang cut off the projection, he couldn't help but ask why. Li. Lieutenant General Li, what are you doing? Major General Li, what are you doing? Second middle school trial area. Liang Wang looked at Li Zhan, whose face was etched with anxiety, feeling uneasy, afraid that something might go wrong. Li Zhan watched as the real-time surveillance projection on the field vanished, his expression gradually calming. Director Liang, I apologize for my earlier outburst. I hope you won't hold it against me. Next, Jiang Yuan will monitor the subsequent developments in the assessment trial realm without needing to activate the real-time monitoring projection. I'll explain the reason for this later. Li Zhan apologized and advised Liang Wang to cease monitoring Jiang Yuan's real-time movements, though he did not elaborate on the specific reasons. Liang Wang, though deeply curious, wisely refrained from asking further questions. He vaguely sensed that Li Zhan was deliberately trying to cool things down. Major General Li, you're too kind. These are just minor matters. Since we can't continue the projection, I'll have the students around us disperse right away. Liang Wang guessed what Li Zhan intended to do and immediately complied with the wishes of this Major General of the Divine Martial Legion. Just as Li Zhan was about to speak up, Liang Wang beat him to it. A faint smile touched the stern lines of his face. Then I'll trouble Director Liang. I'll step aside to make a call to the regiment. Director Liang, keep an eye on this for me. If Jiang Yuan comes out early, make sure to call me immediately. Li Zhan gave a quick thanks, then after a brief exchange, grabbed his phone and hurried off to find a secluded spot. Liang Wang, still half dazed, saw this and a gleam of sharpness flashed in his eyes, his curiosity growing ever stronger. He wanted to know what Jiang Yuan had done in the projection earlier that could make the usually composed Li Zhan lose his composure, even going so far as to make an internal call to the Divine Martial Legion. Could it be that Jiang Yuan's potential is even greater than Li Zhan had anticipated? Liang Wang couldn't help but think to himself, then immediately began dispersing the students gathered around him. Just as Liang Wang was busy dispersing the students, Li Zhan, who had retreated to a secluded corner, held his phone and spoke with unusual agitation. Lin, I've identified a rookie Cataclysm-style summoner at 2nd High School. Preliminary assessment indicates their potential is at least A tier or higher. You've seen blood ants before, but have you ever seen a variant as big as an ox? Moreover, that mutant bloodthirsty ant also possesses the signature skill of the primordial 10 fearsome heavenly horned ant. Of course, that's not the main reason I called you personally. The real point is that I've discovered this newbie Cataclysm-style summoner who's likely already cultivated a sizable colony of mutated bloodthirsty ants. Li Zhan swiftly relayed all the information he had observed and analyzed to the person on the other end of the line. After he finished speaking, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the line, as if processing the information Li Zhan had conveyed. Then came a low, measured reply. Within 3 days, I want to see the person you mentioned at Yunwu Academy. Li Zhan's face lit up upon hearing the order from his direct superior. Lin, rest assured. I guarantee the mission will be accomplished. Even if I have to drag them here by force, I'll bring them before you. Li Zhan signed the military pledge, exchanged a few more pleasantries, and then hurriedly ended the call. The phone hung up. With orders from his superiors, Li Zhan felt his confidence surge, his face radiating assurance. Today, he was determined to secure Jiang Yuan this golden treasure at all costs, insisting that the other party join Yunwu Academy. The moment Li Zhan saw the bloodthirsty ants that had been swarming beneath Jiang Yuan's legs unleash their signature heavenly horn ant skill, instantly obliterating 5 colossal netherwolves, he knew beyond doubt that Jiang Yuan belonged to the divine martial legion of Yunwu Academy. The bloodline of the primordial 10 fiends heavenly horned ant, that's a mythical tier demon beast bloodline. Jiang Yuan is destined to become a great summoner one day, provided he doesn't meet an untimely end along the way. More crucially, that Jiang Yuan kid actually went with the natural disaster playstyle. Li Zhan recalled Jiang Yuan's performance in the trial realm, his eyes flashing with intensity as his heart burned with growing fervor. As fellow summoners, Li Zhan was well aware of Jiang Yuan's potential, a surefire prospect for a top-tier summoner in the Cataclysm playstyle. For the major legions that have spent years pioneering and battling on the Black Abyss frontlines, the strategic value of a Scourge-style Grand Summoner rivals that of 3 or 4 ordinary Grand Summoners. In previous years, whenever the 4 major academies produced outstanding natural disaster-type summoners, they were snatched up by major legions the moment they began to show promise. Jiang Yuan is a student at Haichang No. 2 High School, which falls under the jurisdiction of Tianshu Academy. If Jiang Yuan passes the advancement assessment of the 4 academies, the Celestial Pivot Academy holds priority admission rights. I have to intercept Jiang Yuan before Tianshu Academy makes its admissions decision. To secure Jiang Yuan without fail, Li Zhan considered every possible contingency and secretly devised countermeasures. Li Zhan planned to intercept the deal first. If that failed, he would simply snatch the person away. Anyway, since he was close to Jiang Yuan, it was just a matter of convenience. Of course, Li Zhan would never resort to poaching talent from other regions unless absolutely necessary. If Tianshu Academy were to learn that Jiang Yuan possesses the potential to become a Cataclysm-style Grand Summoner, they would undoubtedly storm Yunwu Academy to demand his transfer and might even provoke a conflict between the 2 prestigious institutions. After all, summoners with immense natural disaster potential are rare gems. Any academy would treasure them as precious assets. Just as Li Zhan had meticulously planned everything in his mind, confident he could secure Jiang Yuan without a hitch, an unexpected broadcast alert shattered all his plans. Congratulations to Jiang Yuan, the new transferee at Haichang No. 2 High School, for passing the Inferno level promotion assessment trial. Cheers to Jiang Yuan. The broadcast announcement echoed across most of the trial area, instantly drawing the attention of many students and teachers present. Li Zhan, who had been confident of victory, suddenly paled as the broadcast crackled in his ear. Oh no, how did that kid Jiang Yuan clear the Inferno tier trial so quickly? That's way too fast. Li Zhan gasped in astonishment. He truly hadn't expected that in such a short time, Jiang Yuan would have already cleared the Inferno level assessment trial. According to the regulations of the 4 great academies' promotion assessment trials, once novice trial participants successfully clear the Inferno difficulty level, their respective schools will be notified as an incentive. At the same time, the higher level academy to which the novice trialist school belongs will also receive notification and will promptly dispatch representatives to discuss recruitment matters. The broadcast announcement has now sounded at Jiangyuan High School, and Tianshu Academy should have received the news as well. It won't be long before Tianshu Academy's admissions officers arrive at number 2 high school. It seems we can't avoid facing off against Tianshu Academy after all. We'll just have to compete on resources and benefits. With the backing of the Divine Martial Legion and Lin's endorsement, the resource-based perks I can offer should easily outshine those of Tianshu Academy. After a momentary pause, Li Zhan chose to accept the current outcome with composure, determined to compete with Tianshu Academy to secure resources and benefits for Jiangyuan. Jiangyuan, he's determined to have it, and not even Jesus could stop him. You have successfully annihilated the Blood Demon Lion pack, completing the Inferno tier trial assessment. Kindly note, Purgatory tier represents the highest difficulty level in the current promotion assessment trials. Deep within the heart of the Black Abyss Mountains Canyon, Jiangyuan stood atop a blood-red rock near the water source. Scattered haphazardly around him lay a dozen or so lifeless blood demon lions, their bodies covered in black and red manes, along with countless corpses of bloodthirsty ants. Finally slaughtered them all. The blood demon lion truly lives up to its reputation as a Black Abyss King-class demon beast. Even with its level capped at 15, its demonstrated power far surpasses that of elite-tier beasts. Jiangyuan gazed at the scattered corpses of blood demon lions and couldn't help but sigh. Just moments ago, Jiangyuan deployed over 10,000 elite adult bloodthirsty ants to annihilate the blood demon lion pack. At the cost of over 800 bloodthirsty ants, they finally managed to eliminate all 25 level 15 blood demon lions. Such a high casualty ratio marked the heaviest losses Jiangyuan had suffered since taking command of the Bloodthirsty Ant Legion. Fortunately, the rewards are proportional to the effort invested. Though over 800 bloodthirsty ants perished, Jiangyuan triggered the effects of both the Berserker's Battle Spirit and Drill Ground after annihilating the Blood Demon Lion pack. Current bloodthirsty ant deaths exceed 500, triggering the Berserker Legion Soul effect. The souls and corpses of fallen bloodthirsty ants are consumed, granting all surviving bloodthirsty ants a +2 boost to all attributes. Host annihilated a pack of king-tier beasts, triggering the drill space effect. Successfully cataloged the blood demon lion pack, enabling autonomous combat simulation. Not only does it grant all bloodthirsty ants a +2 boost to all attributes, but it also allows the blood demon lion pack to serve as target enemies in the training ground, enabling the bloodthirsty ant legion to hone their combat skills without suffering casualties. More crucially, they successfully cleared the Inferno difficulty assessment. When you compare the two, this move is a surefire win. At this thought, Jiangyuan's lips curved into a faint smile, and he began to consider what to do next. I've cleared the highest difficulty assessment trial and successfully triggered the effects of both entries. Continuing further holds little value. It's time to cash out the accumulated experience rewards. I wonder how much experience I'll get from this. It should be enough to level up twice in one go. Jiangyuan murmured to himself. Now that everything that needed to be completed was finished, he intended to end the promotion assessment trial early. After a brief respite, Jiangyuan ultimately chose to exit the trial realm. As a rainbow-colored light descended from the heavens and enveloped his entire body, Jiangyuan vanished from the Black Abyss Mountains in the next instant. As Jiangyuan was teleported out of the Black Abyss Mountains, the notification sound for experience rewards settled in. Promotion assessment complete. Accumulated experience rewards being processed. In this promotion assessment, the trainee Jiangyuan accumulated 6,484 experience points and advanced to level 12. Your current level has surpassed level 10, unlocking the secondary origin summon to call forth an origin contract beast. Jiangyuan's face lit up as he heard the pleasant notification sound ringing in his ears. Jiangyuan had originally thought that the accumulated experience rewards would only allow him to level up by 2 levels at most, but unexpectedly, he gained an additional level. Leveling up 3 times in a row. If the next dual source summon yields a high-tier contract beast, this streak will be a total jackpot. The level up put Jiangyuan in high spirits, and he also began looking forward to the second primordial summon. Just as Jiangyuan was secretly delighted, the multicolored light enveloping his body gradually faded away. His figure reappeared in the 03 teleportation array of the second high school's trial area. Jiangyuan saw that he had returned to reality and immediately suppressed his inner joy as he stepped out of the teleportation array. The moment he stepped out of the teleportation array, before Jiang Yuan could even take in his surroundings, a towering figure instantly blocked his entire field of vision. Jiang Yuan, my name is Li Zhan. I'm the admissions officer at Yunwu Academy. Having observed your performance in the Black Abyss Mountain Range trial realm, you are exceptionally well suited to join our Yunwu Academy. If you're willing, Jiang Yuan, I can offer you an S-class training contract. Upon graduation, you'll be directly commissioned as a second lieutenant in the Divine Martial Legion. The tall figure immediately introduced himself and got straight to the point. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Jiang Yuan froze for a moment before turning his gaze to the person before him. When Jiang Yuan got a clear look at the other person's face, his pupils involuntarily contracted. The tall figure before him, who claimed to be recruiting for Yunwu Academy, was none other than the determined young man who had followed Liang Wang into the trial grounds earlier. Admissions officer from Yunwu Academy, S-class training contract, second lieutenant rank? Jiang Yuan was somewhat bewildered. He genuinely found it hard to associate the resolute young man before him with a teacher from Yunwu Academy. Moreover, he harbored serious doubts about the authenticity of the S-class training contract and second lieutenant rank he claimed to possess. First, the other person looked far too young, appearing to be no more than in their early 20s. Second, the S-level training contracts for the 4 colleges require multiple levels of approval, and admissions officers simply lack the authority to make such commitments. As for directly receiving the rank of second lieutenant in the Divine Martial Legion upon graduation, that's even less likely. You must understand that the Divine Martial Legion is one of the top 10 elite legions in the Xia Kingdom's comprehensive strength rankings. Even graduates who excelled at the 4 major academies may not necessarily be selected by the Divine Martial Legion to become reserves. Now Li Zhan casually mentions S-class cultivation contracts and the rank of second lieutenant in the Divine Martial Legion. To any new job changer, it sounds like a scam basically impossible to deliver on. Beyond that, Jiang Yuan had already set his sights on a particular academy before even participating in the promotion assessment trials. Indeed, the Tianshu Academy overseeing Haichang No. 2 High School. Jiang Yuan thought of this and took a few steps back without showing any emotion. He wasn't swayed by the astronomical benefits Li Zhan offered, but instead grew more vigilant. Professor Li, may I complete the secondary primal summoning before giving you my answer? Uncertain of the truth, Jiang Yuan decided to first use the excuse of needing to perform a second primal summoning to placate Li Zhan. While summoning his contract beast, he waited for the admissions officer from Tianshu Academy to arrive, just in case. As soon as he said that, Li Zhan, his face radiating sincerity, couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Originally, he believed that with the benefits he offered, Jiang Yuan would join Yunwu Academy without hesitation. To my utter surprise, Jiang Yuan didn't immediately choose to agree, but instead considered performing a second primal summoning. Faced with such generous benefits, this young man didn't let them cloud his judgment. He's got integrity after all. Li Zhan looked at Jiang Yuan, who was somewhat wary of him, yet his expression showed no displeasure. Instead, a hint of a smile appeared on his face. I can wait until after your second primal summoning to give you my answer, but before that, you must first agree to one condition. If an admissions officer from Tianshu Academy approaches you during your secondary primal summoning, you must prioritize discussing joining the academy with me. Li Zhan, who possessed absolute confidence in the welfare resources he could provide, readily agreed to Jiang Yuan's request. But he also set a small condition, as a safeguard against unexpected setbacks. Jiang Yuan, upon hearing this, paid it little mind. He smiled and nodded in agreement, then proceeded to prepare for the second primal summoning. Sunbeams spill across the campus, casting orange-hued reflections. Second middle school trial area. Jiang Yuan stood in a small open area near the 03 teleportation array, surrounded by layers upon layers of second middle school students. As the announcement of Jiang Yuan's successful completion of the Inferno Tier Advancement trial echoed throughout the venue, his sudden appearance from the teleportation array instantly drew the attention and caused a stir among many Second Academy students. There are so many people here, they can't all be here to watch me perform my second primal summoning, can they? Jiang Yuan glanced around at the bustling crowd, feeling it could rival the turnout at a campus-wide assembly. As far as the eye could see, it was a sea of people. For Jiang Yuan, who had experienced a crushing defeat, this long-forgotten sensation of being the center of attention and the focus of everyone's gaze still felt somewhat unfamiliar. Huh. After briefly calming his emotions, Jiang Yuan readjusted his state of mind and immediately proceeded with the thrilling second primordial summoning. With so many people watching, I hope it doesn't turn out as lame as that first origin summon. Jiang Yuan silently prayed to himself as he reached out with both hands into the void. The next moment, an ancient altar of pure white holy light coalesced out of thin air within the void. At the center of the primordial altar, countless multicolored orbs of light hovered. Each orb of light represents a primordial summoned beast. To contract a primordial summoned beast, a summoner must gain recognition from the light orb at the primordial altar. Generally speaking, once a summoner activates the primordial altar, they rarely return empty-handed. In fact, some exceptionally talented summoners can even gain recognition from multiple orbs at once, enabling them to counterpick. Here it comes, here it comes. I'm not asking for multiple light orbs to pick me, just hoping for a gold one. Jiang Yuan gazed at the familiar primordial altar in the void and once again offered a mystical prayer. As soon as Jiang Yuan finished his prayer, a glowing orb with a faint blue hue drifted out from the primordial altar. A blue orb? Still couldn't get gold after all. Jiang Yuan felt a slight pang of disappointment when only a single green orb of light acknowledged him. The primordial summoned beast within the blue orb possesses a bloodline quality that does not exceed platinum. Blue isn't bad either, at least it's a significant improvement over the first white one. Plus, with my system backing me up, cultivating high-tier summoned beasts is just a matter of leveling up a few more times and pulling a few extra attributes. Having endured the misfortune of summoning a black iron bloodthirsty ant during his first primordial summon, Jiang Yuan quickly accepted reality when the second summon yielded a blue one. The existence of an attribute system doesn't necessarily mean you have to choose a high-quality summoned beast. Sometimes, selecting one that matches the attribute effects is actually better. After all, his first summoned beast, the black iron bloodthirsty ant, was a living example. 6 matching entries were drawn consecutively, instantly evolving the black iron bloodthirsty ant into a high-quality bloodthirsty ant queen possessing mythical-grade demon beast bloodlines. At this thought, the last vestiges of frustration and disappointment vanished from Jiang Yuan's heart, replaced instead by a surge of determination. As Jiang Yuan gained increasing clarity about the path he would take in the future, he continuously upgraded his skill entries and then selected suitable summoned beasts based on their effects. Just as Jiang Yuan himself experienced a sudden epiphany and accepted the outcome of the second primal call, the high school students who had been watching the entire process found it impossible to accept. What's going on? Isn't Jiang Yuan the genius who passed the 4 Great Academies Inferno level advancement trial? How come he only got the blue light sphere's approval? Shouldn't he have turned gold and multiple gold orbs at that? Something doesn't feel right. Jiang Yuan's first primordial summon produced a white orb of light, yet it ultimately summoned the lowest grade black iron bloodthirsty ant. Now that the second primordial summon only produces a single blue orb regardless of anything else, does this make me the least promising summoner in the profession? Jiang Yuan's 2 primordial summons were indeed rather lackluster. Could it be that he truly lacks potential, merely benefiting from sheer luck when encountering a bloodline mutation in his summoned beast? Was it only by relying on that mutated bloodthirsty ant that he barely scraped through the Inferno tier advancement trial? Damn it, Jiang Yuan really got lucky as hell. A summoner with 0 potential getting this kind of break? I could have done that. With Jiang Yuan currently only receiving recognition from the blue light sphere, the second-year students present instantly erupted into heated discussion. Guess Jiang Yuan had no potential whatsoever. Passing the Inferno level advancement trial was pure luck. Meanwhile, many students cast envious and jealous glances toward Jiang Yuan. They saw Jiang Yuan as proof that sheer luck alone could defy fate and rewrite destiny, and each of them roared inwardly, why couldn't it be me who earned the favor of such extraordinary fortune? Of course, some people envy Jiang Yuan, while others admire him. Li Zhan, who had been standing by throughout the entire process to assist Jiang Yuan with the secondary summoning, held Jiang Yuan in high regard and was thoroughly satisfied with the outcome of the secondary summoning of Qing. Phew, it's just a blue orb summoned from a beast of platinum quality or lower. Thank goodness it didn't turn gold. Li Zhan saw Jiang Yuan emerge from the green mist, and a flicker of relief instantly crossed his eyes. In his mind, he had long since decided to have Jiang Yuan specialize in the Cataclysm-focused summoner path, dedicating all resources and efforts to cultivating the mutated bloodthirsty ants imbued with mythical tier demon beast bloodlines. As for other summoned beasts, they were dispensable. No matter how high their quality, Li Zhan would privately advise Jiang Yuan not to waste resources and effort cultivating them. Unless Jiang Yuan could summon mythical tier creatures comparable to the heavenly horned ant such as the Taotai, Yinglong, or the four divine beasts. Otherwise, it's completely unnecessary to waste resources and effort on other summoned creatures. After all, the mythic bloodline of the primordial 10-fiend celestial horned ant has already blown away 99% of summoned beasts. Li Zhan thought to himself, silently scanning the restless crowd of students around him, a faint smile curling his lips. To those who think Jiang Yuan has no potential as a job changer, I can only say, keep practicing. Li Zhan chuckled to himself, his mood lifted somewhat by Jiang Yuan's second primal source summoning Qing. Jiang Yuan is now labeled as having no potential in the minds of second high school students. This could easily mislead the admissions officer from Tianshu Academy who came to recruit him. Perfect timing, it gave him the chance to openly intercept the opportunity while Tianshu Academy still knew little about Jiang Yuan's situation. By then, even if Tianshu Academy reacts and causes trouble at Yunwu Academy, they won't have a leg to stand on. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Jiang Yuan's decision to join Yunwu Academy should be a done deal. It all depends on whether the Tianshu Academy teachers recruiting for second high have the discernment to spot Jiang Yuan's extraordinary qualities. Li Zhan looked completely at ease, murmuring to himself under his breath. Just as Li Zhan thought he had it in the bag, an unexpected turn of events suddenly unfolded on the field. The primordial summoning altar, which had only emitted a single green orb of light, suddenly flashed twice with golden light at the very last second. Two dazzling golden orbs forced their way past the initial blue orb that had acknowledged Jiang Yuan, appearing before everyone's eyes. Li Zhan saw the scene before him, and the joy on his face instantly froze. What the hell is this? Damn it, I flashed. I actually flashed in the final seconds, and it was a double flash at that. Nyo boy, you've got Jiang Yuan hooked again. I thought we'd only get a bronze, but ended up with 2 golds instead. I take back what I just said. Anyone who dares call Jiang Yuan from our number 2 high school a non-starter, I'll go ballistic on them. 3 consecutive titles, 1 silver, and 2 golds, you call that no potential? I'm sick of saying, envy. Damn it all, I'll go head to head with you lucky bastards, you gifted prodigies with boundless potential. Second middle school trial area. As Jiang Yuan reached the final moment of the secondary primordial summoning, he consecutively gained the recognition of 2 golden orbs. Students from number 2 high school who witnessed the entire process firsthand quickly set aside their previous prejudices against Jiang Yuan, replaced by nothing but looks of admiration and envy. 2 gleaming golden orbs were proof enough that Jiang Yuan's potential was off the charts, so immense it left them unable to even feel jealousy. Just as the entire team was caught in the double flash gold hard control, Jiang Yuan himself remained completely unfazed. Jiang Yuan gazed at the 3 glowing orbs suspended in the void before him. The 2 later appearing golden orbs occupied most of the space, while the initial blue orb had been pushed aside. Jiang Yuan composed himself, then proceeded to inspect each summoned beast within the primordial light sphere in advance. The 2 golden orbs represent the golden sword lion and the howling moon wolf, while the blue orb represents the blue salamander. Even the golden sword lion dropped seems mystical prayers really work. Jiang Yuan thought to himself, a flicker of delight crossing his eyes. You must understand that the golden sword lion is a royal-blooded demon beast. In terms of bloodline potential, it far surpasses the blood demon lion that perished during his previous advancement trial. As for the latter 2 summoned beasts, they were fairly standard. The howling moon wolf was also a royal-class magical beast, but it wasn't particularly powerful. If it could revert to its ancestral bloodline and evolve into the imperial-grade demon beast, the howling moon celestial wolf, it might still hold an edge over the golden sword lion. The green salamander is a magical beast as common in wild secret realms as the ordinary bloodthirsty ant. Among the 3 summoned beasts, the golden sword lion is undoubtedly the top choice when it comes to bloodline potential. But if it came down to the most suitable choice, Jiang Yuan would abandon the 2 summoned beasts with royal beast bloodlines and opt for the seemingly unremarkable green salamander. Simply because the basic information of the green salamander matched perfectly with an entry Jiang Yuan had in his possession, as if it were destined to be. Green newt. Quality? Unlocked after contract. Talent, longevity? Unlocked after contract. Skills, charge, heal. Jiang Yuan examined the panel of the green salamander. Upon discovering its innate talent was longevity, he instantly recalled the effect of the Yi Mu Chang Chun entry he had drawn earlier. Wood of eternal spring, to live as long as heaven itself. When heaven perishes, I shall not die. What sparks might fly if the evergreen wood were bestowed upon the green salamander? A gleam flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes as a bold idea surged through his mind. He planned to select the most inconspicuous, yet most compatible with the Yimu Changchun entry's effects, the green salamander, for a trial or two. Just as Jiang Yuan had this thought, the blue orb in the void seemed to sense something. It actually moved past the two golden orbs and approached Jiang Yuan on its own. Jiang Yuan, seeing this, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Looks like this little guy's in a hurry, afraid I won't pick him? Jiang Yuan was amused by the green salamander's antics, and a faint smile involuntarily touched his lips. The green salamander had been the first to steadfastly choose him from the very beginning, and now it was even proactively approaching him while bearing two royal-class bloodline summoned beasts. She clearly seems desperate to go with Jiang Yuan. Since you've made the first move twice, I'll take you. Jiang Yuan murmured softly, then without hesitation reached out and pierced the green orb. The next moment, the orb shattered like a bubble, revealing a tiny figure suspended midair. Barely the size of a palm, it bore a pair of small horns on its head, its entire body shimmering with a bluish glow, resembling a miniature dragon. Congratulations on completing the primordial summon. You have obtained the summoned creature, the green salamander. Click here for details. As Jiang Yuan selected the green salamander as his summoned beast, a prompt box popped up. Before Jiang Yuan could check the information panel unlocked by the green salamander contract, the surrounding voices of bewilderment and confusion reached his ears first. What's going on? Why would Jiang Yuan choose the blue orb? Judging by the summoned beast's shape, it kinda looks like the most common salamander monster out in the wild. What the hell was Jiang Yuan thinking? Passing up two golden orbs that could potentially summon king-tier beasts and choosing the crappiest cyan orb instead? That's just insane. Unbelievable. Jiang Yuan's playing by his own rules. Does he seriously think the summoned beast from a blue orb could be stronger than one from a golden orb? Noobs can't fathom how pros pull off those moves. Does having potential mean you can just be so reckless? The entire audience of number 2 high school students erupted into commotion, largely expressing bewilderment at Jiang Yuan's decision. By all accounts, even if you're not a summoner class transfer, your first choice would undoubtedly be the golden orb. You wouldn't give the blue orb a second glance. After all, the highest quality summoned beast you can get from a blue orb is platinum, while gold orbs start at diamond quality. If you're lucky, you might even get a glory tier summoned beast. Precisely for this reason, they simply couldn't fathom Jiang Yuan's decision to abandon the golden orb and choose the blue one instead. Wasn't that just pure randomness? Just as the onlookers were puzzled, two figures strode swiftly from outside the trial area. The leader was none other than Liang Wang, the headmaster who had crossed paths with Jiang Yuan earlier. Beside him walked a middle-aged man dressed in attire bearing the exclusive Tai Chi emblem of Tianshu Academy. Brother Li Ming, I never imagined it would be your turn to recruit students for second high school this time. The teleportation array Jiang Yuan entered was just ahead. Seeing the cluster of students over there, that must be teleportation array 03. Judging by the time, Jiang Yuan should have emerged from the trial's secret realm by now. It's perfect timing for us to head over. Liang Wang led the way while chatting with the teacher from Tianshu Academy who had come specially to recruit students for number 2 high school. Li Ming smiled and said with great familiarity, "Director Liang, I happened to be in Haichang City on business when I arrived. I never imagined your number 2 high school would produce a genius capable of clearing the Inferno difficulty level. If we can recruit them smoothly, let's grab a drink at Heaven and Earth later. My treat." Li Ming was in a good mood. He hadn't expected that during his business trip, he'd stumble upon such a windfall, a recruitment mission that practically fell into his lap. Recruiting a purgatory-level student for Tianshu Academy comes with substantial rewards almost equivalent to half a year's salary. Li Ming thought of this, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. Gazing at the crowded teleportation array 03 ahead, he murmured softly. Second high falls under the jurisdiction of Tianshu Academy, so no one should be competing with me for Jiang Yuan. Looks like I really did snag this reward for free this time. Second Middle School Trial Area. The area around the third teleportation array was packed with students from the second middle school, with murmurs of discussion about Jiang Yuan's choice of the blue orb continuing unabated. Jiang Yuan listened to the sounds coming from beside him, his expression calm. When he decided to abandon the golden orb and choose the more suitable blue orb instead, he had already foreseen this scene. Jiang Yuan remained unaffected by those around him, checking the information panel of his second summoned beast, the green salamander, at his own pace. Green newt. Quality, gold. Level, LV10. Attributes, Strength 64, Constitution 82, Agility 67, Spirit 61. Talents, Longevity, Ancient Azure Dragon Bloodline unactivated. Skills, Charge, Heal. Jiang Yuan swiftly scanned the information panel that popped up before him. When he saw that the green salamander, which unlocked all talents, actually contained a trace of ancient Qinglong bloodline, his pupils suddenly dilated. Could it be that the green salamander actually carries the bloodline of the ancient azure dragon? I've stumbled upon a rare, untouched gemstone waiting to be discovered. Jiang Yuan felt a surge of joy within, and a hint of delight appeared in his eyes. You must understand that the ancient azure dragon belongs among the 4 divine beasts, standing fully equal to the 10 great fiends of the primordial era. Although the ancient Qinglong bloodline within the green salamander remained dormant, this posed no challenge whatsoever for Jiang Yuan, who possessed the entry system. As long as another trait with an effect similar to bloodline evolution is drawn, the green salamander will undoubtedly activate the ancient azure dragon bloodline. Like the black iron bloodthirsty ants before them, they directly defied fate and rewrote destiny. Ancient azure dragon bloodline, this time I've hit the jackpot. Indeed, choosing a summoned beast doesn't necessarily mean pursuing the highest quality. What matters most is selecting one that suits you. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Had he pursued the highest quality and chosen the golden sword lion earlier, he would have perfectly missed out on the ancient blue dragon bloodline of the blue salamander. A single moment's hesitation could mean never again encountering a summoned beast with a hidden bloodline akin to that of a divine beast. Just as Jiang Yuan was inwardly delighted and marveling, 2 figures pushed through the crowd and came to his side. These 2 figures were none other than Liang Wang and Li Ming, who had just rushed over from outside the school. Jiang Yuan, this is Professor Li Ming from Tianshu Academy. He came here specifically for you. As soon as Liang Wang approached, he promptly introduced Li Ming beside him and explained the purpose of his visit. Jiang Yuan, upon hearing this, looked at the 2 smiling leaders before him and immediately understood they had come to recruit him. Director Liang, Teacher Li, hello. I'm sorry, but I've already agreed to discuss joining the academy with Teacher Li Zhan from Yunwu Academy first. Jiang Yuan apologized while pointing to Li Zhan standing in the corner not far away. Liang Wang and Li Ming heard these words and were momentarily taken aback. In the end, Liang Wang, who had long been aware of the underlying reasons, was the first to react. Ms. Li, this is my fault. When I came to pick you up earlier, I forgot to mention that some officials from Yunwu Academy happened to be visiting number 2 high school. What a mess this turned out to be. It was my oversight. Liang Wang looked apologetic. Considering Li Zhan's status, he decided to take responsibility proactively to avoid offending either side. Faced with this unexpected challenger, Li Ming, who had thought he'd just scored a free reward, looked back in surprise. A resolute young man with a crew cut, sharp features, and an air of military discipline was striding toward them. Li Zhan of Yunwu Academy? That name sounds familiar. Could it be the youngest Major General of the Divine Martial Legion? Li Ming vaguely recalled information about Li Zhan, exclaiming in surprise while glancing at Liang Wang beside him, seeking confirmation from the other man. Liang Wang saw this and closed his eyes, nodding to indicate that Li Ming's guess was correct. Li Ming received the reply, and his eyebrows involuntarily arched slightly, his mood instantly becoming complex. Holy crap, it really is that Li Zhan, the top summoner who's been making waves lately in the Black Abyss and the 4 great academies. He's just returned from the Black Abyss front lines. Instead of staying at Yunwu Academy to recuperate, why did he come to Haichang number 2 high school? Li Ming pondered silently, a hint of confusion and unease flickering in his eyes. The confidence he had felt earlier vanished instantly upon confirming Li Zhan's identity. He was merely an ordinary teacher at Tianshu Academy, with very limited benefits and resources to offer. But Li Zhan was different. He was the youngest Major General in the Divine Martial Legion and also a newly promoted Grand Summoner. Moreover, he was the top-ranking confidant of the Divine Martial Legion's commander, wielding considerable authority within the Yunwu Academy. At the very least, he belonged to the mid-level leadership. I thought I could snag the reward for free, but then Li Zhan from Yunwu Academy showed up out of nowhere. It seems I'm destined to miss out on the reward after all. Li Ming looked utterly helpless. Knowing his own limitations, he realized his offered benefits could never match Li Zhan's, leaving him powerless to watch the reward slip through his fingers. Just as Li Ming was feeling regret, a soothing sound reached his ears, easing his mind. What? Yunwu Academy and Tianshu Academy are actually competing for Jiang Yuan? Jiang Yuan chose the blue orb during his second primordial summoning, and now two major academies are fighting over him? Jiang Yuan was incredibly lucky. He was already finished the moment he summoned the black iron bloodthirsty ant, yet he unexpectedly encountered a bloodline mutation in the ant. Thanks to the mutated bloodthirsty ant, he barely scraped through the Inferno level assessment. Following the second primordial summoning just now, at the last moment two golden orbs appeared consecutively. Unfortunately, he stubbornly abandoned the golden orb in favor of the blue one. Now, both major academies are scrambling to claim it. Comparing people is deadly. Jiang Yuan squanders his potential yet still gets recruited by two prestigious academies. If I could catch the eye of the four great academies, my family would have to add a whole new page to the family tree just for me. As teachers from Yunwu Academy and Tianshu Academy successively extended offers to Jiang Yuan, the high school students present immediately sensed the gap in treatment between themselves and the prodigy, with waves of envy rippling through the crowd. Li Ming, who had arrived late and hadn't witnessed Jiang Yuan's performance or potential firsthand, felt considerably better upon hearing all the previous talk about Jiang Yuan. Turns out he's just a luck-driven, second-rate hustler. Thank goodness. Handing over the river source to Yunwu Academy would be a decent way to give Li Zhan some face. Through the descriptions of Jiang Yuan provided by students at Sisui No. 2 Middle School, Li Ming gained a general understanding of Jiang Yuan's potential. How much potential could a summoner possibly have? One who summoned black iron bloodthirsty ants and only cleared the Inferno difficulty assessment through bloodline mutation. What's even more crucial is that Jiang Yuan's secondary primal summon dared to abandon the golden orbs capable of producing high-quality summoned beasts, opting instead for the cyan orbs that are only marginally better than the white ones. Isn't that just plain stupid? Li Ming felt a wave of relief wash over him at this thought, and he quickly smiled and waved to Li Zhan, who was rushing up from behind. It's been a long time since I've heard of you, General Li. What a coincidence to meet you today in this small town of Haichang. Weren't you going to discuss enrollment matters with Jiang Yuan? Please go ahead first. Consider this my way of extending hospitality on behalf of Tianshu Academy. Li Ming got straight to the point, making his stance clear. He had no objection whatsoever to Li Zhan's move to recruit Jiang Yuan first. In fact, he was quite pleased about it. Li Zhan, who had rushed in from the rear intending to confront them head-on and seize the person, heard these words. His carefully built-up resolve instantly deflated, and a hint of disbelief flickered across his face as he silently pondered. This means you're handing Jiang Yuan over to me outright? Jiang Yuan, regarding the benefits package I just mentioned to you. If you agree, we can get the process started immediately. Second middle school trial area. Li Zhan saw that the admissions officer from Tianshu Academy was neither pushy nor competitive, so he didn't bother with pleasantries. He cut straight to the chase and asked Jiang Yuan if he was willing. Jiang Yuan heard the voice and, upon confirming Li Zhan's identity, his doubts were instantly dispelled. Faced with Li Zhan's sincerity, which was practically overflowing, and recalling the benefits he had previously offered such as the S-class cultivation contract and the rank of second lieutenant in the Divine Martial Legion, he accepted without hesitation, nodding with a smile. Teacher Li, I would be delighted to join Yunwu Academy. Li Zhan received the response he sought, his expression immediately relaxing. He then eagerly conjured a pale gold contract bearing the Yunwu school emblem out of thin air. Jiang Yuan, this is an unlimited training contract. Sign it first. All resource allocations under this contract shall be based on the S-level training contract as the baseline standard. Should you demonstrate outstanding performance in the future, your resource benefits may be further enhanced. Li Zhan handed over the pale gold contract while explaining. Jiang Yuan listened quietly, and a flicker of something unusual appeared in her eyes. This was the first time he'd heard of the unlimited cultivation contract Li Zhan had presented, and it seemed considerably better than the standard S-class cultivation contract. Jiang Yuan had assumed that the S-class cultivation contract was already the highest tier, but he never imagined that contracts even better than S-class existed. Unlimited. The baseline standard is S-class. It seems I underestimated the depth of the 4 great academies. Truly, they are the oldest and most powerful institutions in Xiaobang. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself, a flicker of excitement stirring within him. Before Jiang Yuan could steady his emotions, the atmosphere around him suddenly grew restless. What kind of contract? An unlimited training contract? Has anyone ever heard of such a thing? The baseline requirement is S rank. This is just too awesome. Wait, Jiang Yuan's just a summoner who relies purely on luck. Are you sure you're not joking about offering him such a top-tier cultivation contract? Unbelievable, truly eye-opening. This is the first time I've seen a cultivation contract with perks better than an S rank. Who knows what kind of luck Jiang Yuan pulled off to catch the eye of Yunwu Academy's leadership. It's frustrating. Jiang Yuan, with his secondary primordial power, randomly picks summon beasts, yet he still gets recruited by Yunwu Academy. Why is that? A chorus of bewildered murmurs filled most of the trial area. The surrounding high school students watching the scene all wore puzzled expressions on their faces. They genuinely couldn't fathom what potential Jiang Yuan possessed that made Li Zhan value him so highly, going so far as to offer a top-tier training contract to recruit him. Wasn't that just a complete money-losing deal? Not only were the students from No. 2 High School dumbfounded, but even Li Ming, the admissions officer from Tianshu Academy standing nearby, was left frozen in place. Unlimited training contract? Li Ming's eyes widened in shock, his mouth slightly agape, as he replayed Li Zhan's words over and over in his mind. He had originally intended to do him a small favor, allowing Li Zhan to recruit Jiang Yuan at minimal cost. To everyone's utter surprise, Li Zhan swiftly produced an unlimited cultivation contract based on S-class resources as its baseline standard. It should be noted that the unlimited training contract is widely recognized as the highest-tier contract within the 4 major academies. Generally, only those who achieve the top rank in the province during the National Unified Examination have the opportunity to obtain contract eligibility. Moreover, all are based on grade A resources as the fundamental standard, with gradual upward enhancements. Li Ming, who had taught at Tianshu Academy for many years, had never before encountered a cultivation contract like Jiang Yuan's, one that started with S-grade resources and offered unlimited potential from the very beginning. Could it be that I misjudged him? Is Jiang Yuan's potential even greater than that of the provincial top scholar? Li Ming's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam as he couldn't help but mutter to himself. He was stunned when Li Zhan presented him with an unlimited training contract, instinctively thinking he had misjudged the situation. He turned his gaze back to Jiang Yuan, scrutinizing him anew. But he wasn't a summoner class, and to the naked eye, there was nothing particularly remarkable about Jiang Yuan. I'd better go check. If we really missed out on a genius summoner and the admissions office finds out, I'll be in big trouble when I get back. Li Ming, who had vaguely sensed Jiang Yuan's extraordinary potential, decided to test the waters. Li Ming, a smile playing on his lips, inquired of Li Zhan with a gentle and pleasant expression. Major General Li, may I ask what is so special about Jiang Yuan that you value him so highly, even granting him an S-level unlimited cultivation contract? Li Ming didn't beat around the bush, he got straight to the point and asked the crucial question. Li Zhan, who had been watching Jiang Yuan sign the contract intently, did not respond immediately upon hearing this. Instead, he waited until Jiang Yuan had completed the signing before speaking in a deep voice. Jiang Yuan is a natural disaster summoner whose mutated bloodthirsty ants are exceptionally well suited for the Divine Martial Legion. The situation at the Black Abyss front is critical, requiring Jiang Yuan to fill the vacancy for a Cataclysm-style summoner within the Divine Might Legion. Li Zhan skirted the issue by giving a truthful account, revealing not a shred of useful information about Jiang Yuan's potential. He merely brushed it off with the excuse that the Divine Martial Legion lacked a Cataclysm-style summoner. Li Ming raised an eyebrow slightly upon hearing this. Although Li Zhan's explanation sounded reasonable, Li Ming couldn't shake the feeling that something was off. Even if the Divine Martial Legion were short on Cataclysm-style summoners, they wouldn't pay such a high price to retrain a novice summoner. Li Ming, having failed to extract any useful information, was about to press further, but before he could speak, Li Zhan cut him off. Teacher Li, Director Liang, Jiang Yuan has already signed a contract with our Yunwu Academy. I'm taking him with me now. I hope you don't mind. Li Zhan's expression was stern, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Li Ming and Liang Wang, standing nearby, heard this and instinctively nodded as they looked at Li Zhan, whose imposing presence commanded respect without needing to raise his voice. Li Zhan saw this and didn't hesitate for long. He immediately called out to Jiang Yuan, who was still standing nearby. Jiang Yuan, let's go. It's about time. I'll personally take you to Yunwu Academy to register. Although the contract had been signed, Li Zhan still felt uneasy and planned to send Jiang Yuan to Yunwu Academy to register today. Jiang Yuan, who had just signed the contract, heard the urging voice at his ear. He paused for a moment, then stepped forward to catch up. Jiang Yuan hadn't expected Li Zhan to be so impatient, leaving absolutely no breathing room. He also planned to bestow the term evergreen upon the Chinese fire salamander to see how it would take. No big deal, handing it out as we go will do the trick. It won't make much of a fuss anyway. Jiang Yuan silently pondered for a moment, then diverted his attention to bestow the eternal spring of wood upon the green salamander. Ding! Imu Changchun entry successfully granted. Summoned beast, green salamander gold evolves green salamander diamond. As the success notification chime sounded, a flash of delight crossed Jiang Yuan's eyes before he prepared to examine the information panel for the green salamander. Before Jiang Yuan could make a move, a thunderous dragon's roar like the bellow of a bull suddenly erupted from within him, shaking the heavens. Simultaneously, a majestic azure dragon soul shadow materialized in the void behind Jiang Yuan. Roar! Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens as its azure soul form coiled in the void above. A life force pressure emanating from the bloodline of the high god swept across the entire trial area. Everyone present was stunned by this sudden turn of events, frozen in place with expressions of shock, their eyes fixed on Jiang Yuan. In an instant, Jiang Yuan became the center of attention. Jiang Yuan sensed the intense stares around him, and he himself looked utterly bewildered. He had merely casually assigned the entry for evergreen wood to the green salamander, never expecting it to cause such a commotion. Just as Jiang Yuan was lost in thought, the alert sound in his mind slowly brought him back to his senses. The effect of the E-Wood Changchun entry is triggered, activating the ancient azure dragon bloodline within the green salamander. Your summoned beast has gained significant enhancements through your contract, and will now return a portion of its attributes to you. Your attribute boosts, strength plus 20, constitution plus 20, agility plus 20, spirit plus 20. The alert tone faded, leaving Jiang Yuan momentarily blank before overwhelming joy surged through him. Imu Changchun actually activated the ancient azure dragon bloodline within the green salamander's body. So that's what that dragon's roar was about earlier. I see. Jiang Yuan's eyes lit up with delight, his entire body trembling with excitement at this unexpected joy. Originally, Jiang Yuan believed that activating the ancient Qinglong bloodline within the green salamander would require entries like bloodline evolution. Unexpectedly, the challenge of activating the bloodline was solved first by Imu Changchun, and it came about with no effort at all. Ancient Azure Dragon, yet another mythical bloodline. I already have 2 mythic tier bloodline summon beasts in my possession. With some effort, I might just be able to gather all 4 divine beasts someday. Jiang Yuan was in high spirits, unable to resist imagining the magnificent scene of himself one day commanding the 4 divine beasts. Just as Jiang Yuan was lost in thought, the second-year students, who had been stunned by the Azure Dragon's soul shadow, gradually came to their senses. That must be a dragon, right? Looks like the ancient Azure Dragon, one of the legendary 4 divine beasts. What's going on? What's this all about? How could the soul shadow of the ancient Azure Dragon appear in the void behind Jiang Yuan? Aren't his summoned beasts the bloodthirsty ants and the salamander? Salamanders, I know that already. I saw it on the Warcraft wiki before. Some salamander beasts carry hidden dragon bloodlines. The one Jiang Yuan just picked is probably one of them. Holy shit, you're serious? The odds of a Warcraft creature manifesting a hidden bloodline are less than 1 in 10,000, and activating that hidden bloodline? Less than 1 in a million. How the hell did Jiang Yuan get lucky again? A chorus of murmurs arose as many second-year students well-versed in the Warcraft encyclopedia offered their own speculations. It was unanimously agreed that Jiang Yuan's choice to summon the Azure Salamander during the secondary primordial summoning likely concealed a hidden bloodline, specifically, the mythical ancient Azure Dragon bloodline. Beyond that, what's even more crucial is that Jiang Yuan's choice of the green salamander somehow managed to spontaneously activate the ancient Azure Dragon bloodline. This overwhelming fortune is nothing short of the treatment reserved for the chosen one. Oh no, we've turned into clowns. I knew Jiang Yuan wouldn't pass up a high-grade golden light sphere with his discerning eye. Choosing the low-grade green one must have been for the ancient Azure Dragon bloodline hidden within the green salamander. Guys, I'm heading back to Gotham. Just got word from Batman, he says he won't beat me up anymore. Genius remains genius. We were blinded by our own stupidity just now, how dare we question Jiang Yuan's choice. As the debate in the hall grew increasingly heated, most of the second middle school students who had previously mocked Jiang Yuan now felt their faces burning with embarrassment. The ancient Azure Dragon's soul flashed into view, and all the skepticism and ridicule instantly turned into one stinging slap after another, lashing back across their faces. Jiang Yuan was far beyond their comprehension. Just as the entire venue erupted in excitement at the appearance of the ancient Azure Dragon's soul shadow, Li Ming, the admissions officer from Tianshu Academy, stood there looking utterly distraught. Qinglong, a mythical grade bloodline. What kind of genius have I missed out on? The moment the ancient Azure Dragon's soul shadow appeared, Li Ming, a dragon knight by profession, instantly recognized it. Then, it felt like the sky had fallen. Faced with Jiang Yuan, a prodigy-level summoner possessing a mythical bloodline summoned beast, he foolishly chose not to compete or vie for him, instead personally presenting the other as a favor to Yunwu Academy. If word of this gets back to Tianshu Academy, he'll likely be sent straight to the front lines to break new ground by the higher-ups. It must be understood that prodigious summoners like Jiang Yuan, having undergone the Academy's systematic and well-established training methods, are destined to become great summoners in the future. A top-tier summoner is a pillar of strength in any academy. Moreover, what made Li Ming feel even more desperate was learning from Li Zhan that Jiang Yuan was still pursuing the natural disaster-style summoner path. This indicates that Jiang Yuan will not only become a grand summoner, but also the strongest calamity-style grand summoner within the summoner system. Oh my gosh, I actually sent a prodigy with the potential to become a top-tier summoner of the celestial calamity style straight to Yunwu Academy. Li Ming looked utterly dejected, his heart brimming with regret. He could already envision the scene of being harshly reprimanded by the entire leadership of Tianshu Academy, and the spectacle of being dismissed from his post and becoming the laughingstock of the entire academy. No, I have to find a way to make things right before Jiang Yuan leaves number 2 high school. Even if it means facing reprimands or dismissal from superiors afterward, we must absolutely retain exceptional transfer students like Jiang Yuan. Li Ming watched Jiang Yuan and Li Zhan, who had not yet left, and felt there was still a glimmer of hope to salvage the situation. After all, Jiang Yuan had only signed the contract and hadn't officially enrolled at Yunwu Academy yet. During this period, Tianshu Academy can poach talent. Upon realizing this, Li Ming immediately began searching for an excuse to stall for time while alerting his own academy. But before he could open his mouth, the next second, a pale golden hurricane suddenly swept through the trial area, obscuring the vision of everyone present. By the time the pale golden hurricane dissipated, Jiang Yuan and Li Zhan had already vanished from number 2 high school, leaving only an apology echoing slowly from the sky. Teacher Li, I've received word from the commander that we must bring Jiang Yuan back to Yunwu Academy as soon as possible. Given the urgency of the situation, I won't trouble you to see me off. Once I've settled matters in Jiangyuan, I'll come to Tianshu Academy to express my gratitude to you. The apology fell. Li Ming, who had been trying to make up for his procrastination, had completely lost all means and strength. He looked up at the sky, his gaze unfocused. Totally got it. Li Zhan must have known Jiang Yuan's background all along. Just now, he was afraid I'd catch on, which is why he was so eager to take Jiang Yuan away from the start. Report to the academy immediately. This matter with Jiang Yuan must be escalated to the academy leadership without delay. Have the academy leadership step in and demand Yunwu Academy return the student. The setting sun was slanting low. High above, the setting sun casts a crimson glow across half the sky. A giant phoenix, as massive as a Boeing passenger jet and covered in crimson gold feathers, soared through the sky. Upon the back of the golden-winged great raven sat two figures, cross-legged. Jiang Yuan, relax. Just think of this as taking a panoramic flight. We must hurry to Yunwu Academy as soon as possible, or the situation will only grow more complicated. Li Zhan spoke soothingly, his expression calm. Jiang Yuan listened to the sound coming from beside his ear, glanced around at the mist that seemed close enough to touch, and felt his heartbeat gradually calm. Just moments ago, before he could even process what was happening, he suddenly took flight into the sky. In the blink of an eye, he shot out of the second middle school's trial area and, within a few breaths, found himself outside Haichang City. At this moment, the golden-winged Great Peng, Li Zhan's summoned beast, was flying straight toward Yunwu Academy. Teacher Li, how much longer until we reach Yunwu Academy? Jiang Yuan composed himself and then took the initiative to ask. Li Zhan glanced at the time on his phone and replied. At Xiao Jin's normal flight speed, it should take no more than half an hour. Of course, it would only take 10 or so minutes at full speed, but I'm afraid your constitution couldn't handle it. Li Zhan spoke plainly, having just returned from the front lines of the Black Abyss, without the slightest hint of tact. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuan realized it was his own weakness that had prevented the golden-winged Great Peng from flying to its heart's content. An awkward smile crept across his face. Half an hour is pretty quick, Teacher Li. I understand that new students entering various colleges will later undergo a unified assessment test. Could you explain it in advance? This departure was truly too rushed. I haven't quite adjusted yet. Jiang Yuan changed the subject and casually inquired about the information regarding the new student assessment tests at Yunwu Academy. Li Zhan, seeing Jiang Yuan inquire about the matter, realized this was indeed a bit too rushed for Jiang Yuan this time, and immediately disclosed the information. I was just about to tell you about the upcoming new student assessment. According to the normal schedule, you should report to Yunwu Academy in 2 weeks. However, since you reported early due to special circumstances, the subsequent new student assessment tests will also be moved up. After completing the registration process and taking a day or so to rest and adjust, I'll help you apply for a spot in the assessment test. Li Zhan provided detailed information and stated his intention to arrange for Jiang Yuan to immediately conduct the new employee assessment test, thereby avoiding a delay of over 10 days and preventing any unforeseen circumstances. Of course, in comparison to Jiang Yuan and the other freshmen who took the assessment at the same time, he had lost over 10 days of gradual development time, resulting in a significant lag in his level. Jiang Yuan listened quietly, her eyes brimming with tears. He truly hadn't anticipated the schedule being so tight, leaving virtually no room for maneuver. After registering at Yunwu Academy, I had to immediately prepare for the new student assessment test. This process was way too fast. Teacher Li, isn't this a bit too fast? Jiang Yuan asked tentatively in a low voice. He was actually quite willing to wait 2 weeks for his development before taking the newcomer assessment test, hoping to at least secure a good ranking in the evaluation. If he were forced into action prematurely, given his current level, even with 2 mythic tier bloodline summoned beasts at his disposal, he'd likely struggle to come out on top. After all, the gap in caliber between geniuses is not to be underestimated. Li Zhan understood what Jiang Yuan was worried about and immediately promised. Rest assured, the new student assessment is merely a formality to facilitate your entry into Yunwu Cave Heaven for advanced training and experience. There's no need to worry about your ranking. Moreover, once you enter the Yunwu Cave Heaven, the Tianshu Academy will be unable to pursue the matter further. Li Zhan revealed his true intention behind wanting Jiang Yuan to take the assessment trial early, to completely block the Tianshu Academy from poaching students at the Yunwu Academy. He hadn't expected that he was about to snatch Jiang Yuan away without the Celestial Pivot Academy noticing. Jiang Yuan, however, pulled off a major surprise at the last moment, conjuring up a summoned beast possessing mythical grade bloodlines. This forced him to resort to snatching people right in front of them and making a run for it, while also figuring out how to deal with the trouble of Tianshu Academy coming after them later to demand their return. Jiang Yuan listened intently, a look of sudden understanding dawning on his face. He didn't press for further details, instead turning his attention to the information panel of the green salamander that had granted him the Emu Changchun entry. Green salamander juvenile dragon stage. Quality, diamond. Level, LV10. Attributes, Strength 164, Constitution 182, Agility 97, Spirit 98. Talent, Eternal Life Legend, Ancient Azure Dragon Bloodline Myth. Skills, Dragon's Might LV10, Dragon's Charge LV10, Rebirth of Deadwood LV10. The panel popped up. Jiang Yuan scanned it quickly, his eyes flashing with excitement. The green salamander, having activated the ancient Azure Dragon bloodline, saw its four-dimensional attributes surge dramatically. In particular, strength and stamina increased by 100 points directly on top of their original base values. Moreover, the previously ordinary longevity talent has been upgraded to the legendary tier Eternal Life, and an additional mythic tier bloodline talent has been added. Skills have also undergone significant changes, with 3 foundational innate skills acquired. Among them, the skill effect of Deadwood Blooming Again particularly caught Jiang Yuan's attention. Resurrection, restores 50% health to a dying ally within 3 seconds, removes all debuffs, and increases healing based on the ally's remaining health. Jiang Yuan stared at the skill details for Spring in Deadwood, inwardly exclaiming, "Damn, that's awesome." This skill's effect is a solid life-saving healing god tier ability, and what's even more crucial is that it's an area of effect skill. With the revival of Deadwood, the bloodthirsty Ant Legion now possesses full sustained combat capability. Even in chaotic battles like the one against the Blood Demon Lions earlier, it can significantly reduce the death rate. Jiang Yuan murmured to himself, his face beaming with joy. He was worried about lacking a healing ability to enhance the bloodthirsty Ant Army's sustained combat capability. Now that Deadwood Blooms Again has emerged, the bloodthirsty Ant Legion can be said to have fully materialized without exaggeration. With the bloodthirsty Ant Queen around, there's no need to worry about manpower. Secondly, the effect of the drill ground entry can continuously enhance the combat capabilities of the bloodthirsty Ant Legion. Finally, the effect of the Berserker's soul trait, combined with the Spring in Deadwood skill effect, instantly maximizes the bloodthirsty Ant Legion's sustained combat capability. Given the bloodthirsty Ant Legion's current overall strength, I might just secure a top spot in the new student assessment trials at Yunwu Academy. Jiang Yuan couldn't help but think to himself, he had originally worried that his strength wasn't sufficient and that he would only get beaten up during the new student assessment trials. Now, however, a faint sense of anticipation stirs within me, a desire to test the combat prowess of the fully formed bloodthirsty Ant Legion. Can it defeat geniuses of all ranks, even those beyond its level? Just as Jiang Yuan was anticipating, Li Zhan's resonant voice rang out beside him. "Jiang Yuan, we're about to enter the jurisdiction of Yunwu Academy. A flight restriction array is active above Yunwu Academy. Prepare for landing, we're going down." The sun sets in the west. Fiery clouds spread across the sky. Yunwu City, Yunwu Academy. A 2-story villa bathed in the warm glow of the setting sun, its interior flooded with abundant natural light. "Jiang Yuan, the enrollment registration process has been completed. You'll stay here for now until the new student trial begins the day after tomorrow. The assessment trial has concluded. You will accompany us into the Yunwu Cave Heaven." Li Zhan handed over Yunwu's exclusive student ID while reminding him of the precautions. Jiang Yuan, who had been swept along throughout the entire process, listened quietly and looked deeply grateful. "Professor Li, I'm so sorry to trouble you." Li Zhan waved his hand dismissively. "No big deal. By the way, I just got an urgent recall notice from the regiment. I need to head to the Black Abyss front lines immediately. I might not be able to keep up with your updates for a while." Li Zhan truthfully conveyed the news of his imminent departure, his face bearing a hint of regret. Originally, he had planned to personally escort Jiang Yuan into the Yunwu Divine Realm before departing, but unexpectedly, the frontline region of the Black Abyss garrisoned by the Divine Martial Legion suddenly faced escalating hostilities. Upon receiving the recall order, I was forced to leave ahead of schedule. Jiang Yuan heard the news and couldn't help but pause for a moment. Li Zhan had just brought him to the unfamiliar Yunwu Academy, only to leave him behind all alone. This was far too abrupt. After a few seconds of hesitation, Jiang Yuan, long accustomed to traveling alone, didn't make a fuss. He just smiled and nodded. "Teacher Li, please take care of yourself. I can handle the upcoming new student assessment trials on my own." Li Zhan relaxed visibly when he saw Jiang Yuan show no sign of displeasure. "Jiang Yuan, I'm not that much older than you. Just call me Brother Li when we're alone." What's with all this, teacher, business? It sounds way too formal. Focus on honing your skills at Yunwu Academy. When I have time, I'll personally take you to the Divine Martial Legion to meet our commander. Whether it was because he was about to leave, Li Zhan, who had been stern-faced, suddenly dropped his guard in front of Jiang Yuan and spoke with a familiar air. After exchanging heartfelt words, the distance between Li Zhan and Jiang Yuan instantly closed. All right, brother Li. Jiang Yuan sensed the goodwill emanating from Li Zhan. Though still somewhat unaccustomed to it, he promptly adjusted his address in response. After exchanging a few more words of mutual advice and casual chatter, Li Zhan hurriedly left the villa. As Li Zhan departed, Jiang Yuan instantly collapsed onto the row of purple sofas. After an afternoon of intense travel and registration procedures, Jiang Yuan was nearly drained. Newcomer Assessment Trials, Yunwu Cave Heaven. Jiang Yuan rested while mentally reviewing the precautions Li Zhan had instructed him to follow. He already knew nearly everything about the newcomer assessment trials. This was the first time I'd heard of the Yunwu Cave Heaven, based on Li Zhan's description just now. The Yunwu Divine Realm is a premier secret realm specifically designed for cultivating new students of Yunwu Academy, containing countless resources and numerous smaller secret realms within. Generally, only freshmen who rank within the top 50 in the new student assessment trials are eligible for a spot to train in the Yunwu Cave Heaven. Of course, Jiang Yuan, protected by Li Zhan, is an exception. Regardless of his ranking, he can directly enter the Yunwu Cave Heaven. The new student assessment trials begin the day after tomorrow. A day's buffer should be sufficient. I wonder what specific subjects will be tested in Yunwu Academy's new student assessment trial this time. Jiang Yuan's thoughts raced, and he couldn't help but speculate about the challenges of the new student assessment trials. At the same time, just as Jiang Yuan was recuperating in the student villa of Yunwu Academy, chaos erupted at Tianshu Academy. Tianshu Academy Admissions Office. What? You're saying Yunwu Academy went to schools under our Tianshu Academy's jurisdiction to poach students? A freshman snatched away by Yunwu Academy and one who's a prodigious class changer with the potential to become a grand summoner? A burly man in a suit and tie, his muscles straining against the fabric like a raging bear, confronted him with an agitated expression. This imposing man, whose demeanor strongly resembled that of a suit-wearing thug, was none other than Huang Yuangang, director of admissions at Tianshu Academy. Li Ming, if you weren't my brother-in-law, I'd really want to beat the crap out of you. After finally arranging a free recruitment task for you, you couldn't even handle it properly and got it snatched away by Yunwu Academy. Huang Yuangang, upon hearing the news relayed by Li Ming, was instantly overcome with fury and unleashed a torrent of unrestrained anger. Originally withdrawn from the front lines, he was temporarily serving as the head of the admissions office at Tianshu Academy. Following his older sister's instructions, he intended to take extra care of his brother-in-law, Li Ming. I specifically sent Li Ming to second high school to scoop up leftover students during enrollment, but who knew my brother-in-law, who's useless at everything except slacking off, wouldn't even manage to snatch up the low-hanging fruit right in front of him. What a fucking piece of shit. Huang Yuangang grew increasingly furious as he thought about it, firing off a barrage of questions at Li Ming on the other end of the phone. Sis. Ms. Li, which student from Tianwu Academy came to Haichang No. 2 High School to recruit? Why didn't you stall him? Do you know his name? Li Ming, who was being berated like a grandson by his brother-in-law on the other end of the phone, promptly responded truthfully. Yuangang, it's not that your brother-in-law didn't want to delay, there simply wasn't a chance. The one coming to second high school to poach talent is Li Zhan, that formidable figure who single-handedly slaughtered an entire army of king-class beasts on the Black Abyss frontlines, earning him the title of the youngest major general in the Divine Martial Legion. With my puny frame, how could I possibly compete with Li Zhan for someone? Besides, I can't match the perks he's offering. Li Ming vented his grievances with a pout. He couldn't fathom why he was so unlucky. What he'd thought was a free recruitment task had ended up clashing with Li Zhan's. Moreover, they were misled by the second-year students, squandering a golden opportunity, and could only watch helplessly as Li Zhan snatched Jiang Yuan away. Huang Yuangang listened to his brother-in-law's grievances. When he heard that Li Zhan was the one competing with them for the person, his pupils suddenly contracted. Li Zhan, are you sure it's Li Zhan? That Li Zhan kid actually showed up in our Tianshu Academy's jurisdiction without so much as a word to me. What a cold-hearted bastard. Damn it, I risked getting fired on the Black Abyss front lines, disobeying orders to lead the rescue mission for him. Huang Yuangang was completely worked up, paying little attention to the poaching incident. Instead, he kept muttering that Li Zhan was being uncool. How could he come to Tianshu Academy's jurisdiction without even notifying him? He had a close relationship with Li Zhan. Though they belonged to different legions on the Black Abyss front, they were allies within the same theater of operations. Moreover, Huang Yuangang once defied orders and led his own troops to rescue Li Zhan, who had become recklessly aggressive and was now trapped within a circle of demon beasts. The individuals were saved, but the outcome for both turned out rather unfortunate. One was suspended and reassigned to Yunwu Academy as a teacher, while the other was suspended and reassigned to Tianshu Academy as the logistics director. They could be called brothers in misfortune, sharing the same plight. Of course, after the battle at the Black Abyss where they defied orders, Huang Yuangang and Li Zhan had long since become sworn brothers. Damn, old Li really sucks. He was talking about treating me to a night out at heaven and earth, but now he shows up on my turf without even giving me a heads up. He even had the nerve to steal people behind my back. Once I get my position back, I'm heading straight to the Black Abyss front lines to teach him a lesson. And I have no idea what that old bald bastard of a commander is thinking. I just disobeyed an order. Is suspension really necessary? And they didn't even give me the rank of junior general. They let that sly old fox Li Zhan hog all the glory. Huang Yuangang grumbled indignantly, feeling thoroughly annoyed. During his months of suspension, he was practically rotting away in the rear. He repeatedly applied to return to the Black Abyss front lines, but the battalion commander rejected each request. If it weren't for the fact that the regiment commander was his own father, Huang Yuangang would have been ready to give him a proper greeting. When will this hellish life of killing monsters ever end? Oh well, I'll give old Li a call first and ask him what he means. If you want me to be blunt, just say so. Given the bond we share after facing life and death together, I'll let it slide. It's just some overachiever changing careers. Huang Yuangang muttered to himself, then took advantage of the minor incident at No. 2 High School to call his good buddy Li Zhan and ask about the situation. The next day. The sky is clear and the air is crisp. Yunwu Academy Independent Villa District. Beep beep beep. Jiang Yuan was jolted awake from his sleep by the urgent ringing of the telephone. Jiang Yuan answered the phone with bleary eyes. Before he could ask who was calling, the voice on the other end began introducing themselves. Jiang Yuan, right? My name is Huang Yuangang, currently serving as Director of Admissions at Tianshu Academy. Jiang Yuan lay in bed listening quietly. When he heard that the caller was actually the Director of Admissions at Tianshu Academy, he immediately perked up. Director Huang, did you call me for something? Jiang Yuan asked proactively. Huang Yuangang on the other end of the line, seeing Jiang Yuan take the initiative to ask, didn't beat around the bush. He got straight to the point and stated his purpose. Jiang Yuan, I want you. If you're willing to join Tianshu Academy, you can name your own terms for benefits. Huang Yuangang spoke bluntly, getting straight to the point. He wanted Jiang Yuan. Faced with Huang Yuangang's blunt recruitment pitch, Jiang Yuan almost instinctively thought he'd stumbled into a domineering CEO romance novel. The Director of Admissions at Tianshu Academy truly exudes an air of a tycoon. Director Huang, I'm very sorry. Yesterday I signed the contract with Teacher Li and completed the new student registration process. I am now officially a member of the freshman class at Yunwu Academy. Jiang Yuan flatly refused. He had no desire to keep messing around, especially since Li Zhan's benefits package was quite generous. On the other end of the line, Huang Yuangang, having been rejected, fell silent for a second or two before suddenly bursting into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, I knew old Li's eye for people wouldn't let me down. Hey kid, you're Jiang Yuan, right? Hone your skills at Yunwu Academy. Once you're done training, come to the Black Abyss front and show me what you've got. Old Li, just so you could train in peace, last night I had to call him brother a whole bunch of times. Huang Yuangang's tone was brimming with smug satisfaction, as if getting Li Zhan to willingly call him brother were some colossal bargain he'd pulled off. Jiang Yuan heard the commotion coming from the phone and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow slightly. He could tell that Huang Yuangang and Li Zhan had an unusually close relationship, and that the other party's earlier offer to recruit him had been nothing but a joke. Before Jiang Yuan could think it through, Huang Yuangang gave one final reminder before hanging up first. Hey kid, give it your best shot. This is the first time I've seen Oldley place such high value on a new recruit. We'll meet at the Black Abyss front lines. After that, the brief call ended abruptly. Jiang Yuan stared at the disconnected call, his mind still a bit dazed. Huang Yuangang's stunt early this morning really woke him up. Huang Yuangang, Li Ji's old comrade in arms? What does he mean by, meet on the Black Abyss front lines? Could it be that the upcoming trials will involve the Black Abyss? Jiang Yuan pondered silently, recalling the information Huang Yuangang had just revealed. Huang Yuangang's manner of speaking may sound rather blunt, but it still reveals a great deal of useful information. Just as Jiang Yuan was lost in thought, an ethereal notification sound suddenly rang out within the villa. Master, you have an unread text message from Li Zhan. Would you like to view it via projection? Jiang Yuan snapped back to attention at the sound he heard near his ear. The speaker was none other than Xiaoqi, the villa's exclusive smart butler. Need. Jiang Yuan saw that it was a text message from Li Zhan and immediately chose to view it. As Jiang Yuan finished speaking, a virtual holographic text message instantly projected before his eyes. Jiang Yuan, I have safely arrived at the Black Abyss front lines. Jiang Yuan quickly scanned the text message. Li Zhan's message was basically just a quick, I'm safe, and he also mentioned Huang Yuangang. If he ever runs into any trouble in the future, he can go straight to Huang Yuangang for help. Bro Li, you're way too thoughtful. Everyone's off to the front lines, yet they still think of me. Tomorrow's new student assessment trial, we've got to fight for a top spot and make Brotherly proud. Jiang Yuan felt a pang of emotion. He hadn't expected Li Zhan to have specifically arranged for his safety and entrusted an old friend to look after him. Meanwhile, Jiang Yuan also planned to show off his skills in tomorrow's new student assessment trial and secure a top ranking. For no other reason than that Li Zhan holds such high regard for me. Jiang Yuan thought of this, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. He then prepared to get up and explore Yunwu Academy, taking the opportunity to inquire about the other new students. Yunwu Academy. Independent Trial Zone. A high-grade teleportation array, standing over 10 meters tall and large enough for a 24-wheel heavy-duty truck to enter and exit freely, stood in the center. The sun hung high in the sky. In the open area beside the high-level teleportation array, a dozen or so new students from Yunwu Academy had gathered, and Jiang Yuan was among them. Is this the teleportation array we're entering tomorrow? It's no wonder it's classified as high-level. It's at least 3 times larger than the one at my high school. Don't sweat the size of the teleportation array just yet. Word on the street is that the secret realm we're entering tomorrow for the assessment trials might just switch to the 10,000 Beasts Wilderness. Huh? Why change the trial realm? The 10,000 Beasts Wilderness is significantly more difficult than the trial realm we originally agreed upon. I'm not entirely sure why the change was made, but my uncle mentioned it seems like a relative of some big shot in the Divine Martial Legion wanted to enter the Cloud Martial Heavenly Realm and specifically came to the trial realm to go through the motions. The new students of Yunwu huddled in small groups, sharing the news they had gathered. When someone mentioned that a powerful figure's relative had pulled strings to force a change in the trial realm, murmurs instantly filled the venue. Most newcomers to Yunwu are reluctant to choose the wilderness of 10,000 beasts, simply because it's a semi-untamed secret realm where luck plays a major role. If you're lucky enough to land in a safe farming zone, you can secure a good ranking. If you're unlucky enough to get teleported to an unexplored area, you're pretty much done for. Of course, the wilderness of beasts also offers an additional benefit, the opportunity to earn substantial experience rewards. Among them are numerous beasts. As long as the challenger is strong enough, they can level up significantly in a single attempt. Jiang Yuan, standing behind the crowd, listened to the murmurs reaching his ears, and the corners of his eyes twitched slightly. Man, I've really pissed everyone off. This Wildlands thing, could it be that Brotherly specifically requested the change to make up for my leveling progress? That night, dusk descended. Tianwu Academy Independent Villa District. Ding! Time Sandglass entry successfully granted. Summoned Beast, Blue Salamander Diamond evolves Blue Salamander Time Diamond. The total lifespan of the Green Salamander has reached the trigger condition for this trait. The first stage effect of the Hourglass trait is now active, increasing growth speed by 10-fold. A series of beeps sounded. Jiang Yuan sat cross-legged on the bed, his face beaming with joy. Tenfold growth speed. The time sandglass is practically synonymous with the green salamander. Jiang Yuan thought to himself, determined to secure a good ranking in tomorrow's new student assessment trial. He had just bestowed the final entry in his possession, Time Sandglass, upon the green salamander that had activated the ancient Azure Dragon bloodline. With the successful application of the entry, the effect triggered by the Time Sandglass did not disappoint Jiang Yuan, instantly boosting the growth rate of the green salamander by tenfold. With a tenfold increase in growth speed, the green salamander can significantly shorten the growth period of its juvenile stage. Of course, while enjoying tenfold time acceleration, the salamander's lifespan also passes at 10 times the speed. But for the salamander possessing the eternal life talent, the passage of time is no issue at all. Even if time flows 100 times faster, the green salamander can withstand it. Unfortunately, my level isn't high enough yet. If I could just level up, the green salamander might actually trigger that 100-fold growth acceleration. Jiang Yuan, having tasted success, felt a touch of regret. Since the level of summoned beasts is determined by the summoner's own level. As the summoner, his current level is only 12, preventing the green salamander from triggering higher tier trait effects. To trigger higher levels of time acceleration later on, you must reach at least level 20. No big deal, just wait till tomorrow when we'll go to the wilderness of 10,000 beasts and really go all out. Levels should be able to be raised, aiming to break through to level 20 in one go. By the way, let the other freshmen know that I'm not some special treatment kid who got in through connections. Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed with excitement as he thought about tomorrow's new student assessment trial, a faint sense of anticipation stirring within him. Today, while gathering information, he learned that he had been labeled a connection seeker and suddenly felt rather helpless. To redeem his reputation, Jiang Yuan intends to prove himself in tomorrow's 10,000 Beasts Wilderness Trial's secret realm. The next day. A glorious sunny day. Yunwu Academy Independent Trial Zone. Hundreds of new students from across Xiaobang gathered beside the imposing advanced teleportation array, awaiting the commencement of the freshman assessment trials. Directly in front of the group of new students stood two middle-aged men, one thin and one stout, both dressed in the distinctive attire of Yunwu Academy. Greetings, new students. First, welcome to Yunwu Academy. I am Li Tian, the chief examiner for this year's new student assessment trials. Beside me is the deputy examiner, Wang Changhua. Li Tian, a stout man, got straight to the point with his self-introduction and swiftly explained the precautions for the new student assessment trials. Jiang Yuan stood quietly at the back of the line, listening intently, a gleam of sharpness occasionally flashing in his eyes. The assessment criteria for this wilderness of 10,000 beasts are based on the total experience points gained from slaying demonic beasts. This assessment standard is the first I've ever seen, and it suits me perfectly. Through Li Tian's description, Jiang Yuan learned that the assessment criteria for the wilderness of 10,000 beasts were based on accumulated experience points. Essentially, whoever slayed the most beasts would emerge victorious. This straightforward assessment criterion perfectly aligned with Jiang Yuan's own thoughts: just land, coolly slay the monsters, and call it a day. Don't waste your time completing other meaningless assessment tasks. Jiang Yuan currently lacks time and experience, and this trial in the 10,000 Beasts Wilderness is precisely what he needs to make up for it. Just as Jiang Yuan was secretly gloating, most of the new Yunwu students present wore expressions of unease. They really switched the trial realm. The 10,000 Beasts Wilderness is a pure luck-based trial realm. I have a feeling this assessment is going to be a bust. It's unbearable. Who the hell is this big shot's offspring who just parachuted in, demanding a secret realm change without a second thought for whether we're willing or not? Stop whining already. The beast wastes aren't so bad after all. Sure, it's luck-based, but at least you can rack up some serious XP. After this trial, I should be able to level up a couple times and hit level 25. You're a berserker class, so of course you think it's great. The beast wastes are perfect for brute force classes like yours. No need to think about other quests, just land and start fighting. Whispers erupted throughout the venue, with many Yunwu freshmen murmuring complaints, eager to discover which among them had pulled strings to get in. Jiang Yuan heard the sound coming from beside him and instinctively pressed his hand to his forehead to ease the awkwardness. Now, he just wanted to hurry into the secret realm of the wilderness of 10,000 beasts, afraid of being caught red-handed. After all, he's the one who has to take the fall for the secret realm swap. Time ticked away, and after agonizingly waiting several minutes at the rear of the group, Jiang Yuan finally saw the advanced teleportation array activate. As the advanced teleportation array, resembling a black hole, activated, hundreds of Yunwu freshmen entered it one after another, with Jiang Yuan following suit. As Jiang Yuan stepped into the teleportation array, everything before his eyes blurred. When he opened his eyes, Jiang Yuan found himself in an unfamiliar land. The sky glowed a faint blood red, surrounded by endless stretches of Gobi Desert. The cool wind blowing across my face carried the scent of blood. Across the Gobi Desert, weathered animal bones lie scattered everywhere, exuding a sense of desolation and eeriness. Jiang Yuan scanned his surroundings, quickly entering combat readiness mode. He then tapped the holographic smartwatch issued by Yunwu Academy on his wrist. The next second, a holographic map of the wilderness of 10,000 beasts projected before his eyes. I've ended up in an unexplored area. Is it because I didn't pray before teleporting just now? Jiang Yuan looked at the holographic map and realized his starting spawn point was in an unexplored area. Let's hold off on clearing the untouched areas for now. First, let the bloodthirsty ant legion get some fresh air, then we'll make other plans. Jiang Yuan murmured softly, then waved his hand, instantly summoning the bloodthirsty ant queen, a mature-faced lowly with a mature body. Jiang Yuan glanced at the bloodthirsty ant queen, now taking on a rudimentary human form, and immediately issued his command. Find a nearby location to establish an ant nest, summon the bloodthirsty ant legion, then dispatch a scouting force to reconnoiter the surrounding area. Jiang Yuan gave his orders swiftly, and the bloodthirsty ant queen, receiving her master's command, immediately sprang into action. In the blink of an eye, it skillfully vanished beneath the earth. Then, the ground within a 100-meter radius began to tremble, as if an earth dragon were turning over. Within mere moments, dozens of bloodthirsty ants the size of wild wolves emerged from beneath the earth, beginning to explore their surroundings. At the same time, a bloodthirsty ant as massive as a tiger and sporting a pair of jagged horns on its head appeared beside Jiang Yuan, its body glistening with moisture. It assumed a kneeling posture, signaling for Jiang Yuan to mount it. This bloodthirsty ant, several times larger than its counterparts, was Jiang Yuan's exclusive Mount Baxian, possessing the ancestral bloodline of the heavenly horned ant. Jiang Yuan saw this and a faint smile touched his lips. Baxian, you've bulked up quite a bit again. You must have been starving these past couple of days. I'll take you out for a hearty meal right now. The sun hung high in the sky. Yunwu Academy Independent Trial Zone. As the new students of Yunwu gradually entered the wilderness of 10,000 beasts, Li Tian and Wang Changhua, serving as examiners for this freshman assessment trial, simultaneously activated their real-time synchronized projections to monitor the candidates' progress. Old Wang, what's the name of that new recruit Li Zhan shoved into our assessment trial this time? I'll see what's so special about that kid that Li Zhan would willingly owe him a favor. Li Tian glanced at the real-time projection as he casually asked. Wang Changhua, a slender man with glasses who looked quite scholarly, adjusted his gold-rimmed spectacles upon hearing this. What, you want to poach people from the divine martial army? Let me tell you, the terms Li Zhan said, even with both of us vouching for him, they couldn't be met even if we applied internally to the Yunwu army. Wang Changhua retorted with a hint of jest in his voice, signaling to Li Tian not to entertain any ill intentions. Upon hearing his old friend's words, Li Tian's round face instantly feigned displeasure. Old Wang, listen to yourself. Do I look like that kind of person? I'm just curious, that's all. After all, Li Zhan, the newly promoted Major General of the Divine Martial Army, owes us a huge favor. Who knows when we might need it? The fighting at the Black Abyss front is only getting fiercer. Li Tian defended himself, claiming it was merely curiosity and that he had absolutely no intention of prying into others' affairs. Besides, he wouldn't dare poach Li Zhan's people. Not only was the man a major general in the Divine Martial Army, but he was also a top-tier summoner with combat prowess off the charts. His battle record is a complete Black Abyss, a peerless warrior who single-handedly slaughtered an entire legion of royal-class beasts. More crucially, the commander of the Divine Martial Legion intends to groom Li Zhan as his successor. Given Li Zhan's potential and reputation on the Black Abyss frontlines, he should be ready to take on the role before long. Digging up the future commander of the Divine Martial Army's favored recruits, isn't that just asking for trouble? Upon realizing this, Li Tian hastily added. Old Wang, I really didn't mean to poach your people. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare touch someone Li Zhan holds in high regard. Wang Changguo watched his old friend keep making excuses, unable to suppress the smile that crept onto his lips. Look at you, scared out of your wits, and you call yourself a professional. The new recruit Li Zhan brought in is named Jiang Yuan. The real-time projection in the upper left corner is him. Jiang Yuan seems to have some bad luck, he actually got teleported to an unexplored area. Wang Changguo pointed at the projection and offered a casual comment. Upon hearing this, Li Tian immediately looked in the direction indicated by Wang Changguo's finger. In the real-time projection display in the upper left corner, a youth with a stern expression was seen leisurely riding a gray-red ant as sturdy as an ox and sporting a horn on its head as it wandered through the wilderness of beasts. Huh! Old Wang, what kind of beast is that kid riding? It kinda looks like a bloodthirsty ant to me. Li Tian watched Jiang Yuan's every move on the projection screen. When he saw that the beast beneath him was actually an ant resembling a bloodthirsty ant, he couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Wang Changguo heard the question directed at him and a hint of surprise flashed across his gaunt face. You just noticed? I was about to ask about this. From what I've observed, Jiang Yuan is riding what appears to be a mutated bloodthirsty ant. It's unclear what kind of mutated bloodline it is, but it's likely of very high quality, at least starting at the glory tier. Wang Changguo, who had long been observing Jiang Yuan's mount, made a rough assessment based on his own experience. Li Tai listened quietly, then nodded instinctively in agreement. These mutant bloodthirsty ants surpassing glory grade quality, this Jiang Yuan really has something special. But unfortunately, it seems he can only summon individual ants. I haven't seen him summon any others. If he could cultivate a mature army of mutated bloodthirsty ants, then... Seeing that Jiang Yuan had only one mutated bloodthirsty ant by his side, Li Tian assumed Jiang Yuan could only summon individual bloodthirsty ants, and couldn't help but think to himself how unfortunate that was. In his view, a mutated bloodthirsty ant was nothing special at best, it barely met the standard for genius. Unless one can summon an army of mutated bloodthirsty ants, that would be considered a genius among geniuses, worthy of intensive cultivation. Li Zhan was ultimately too young, his judgment of people wasn't as sharp as ours. The waters were too deep in recruiting newcomers, he simply couldn't navigate them. Given the potential Jiang Yuan has shown so far, we'd likely offer him a B-level training contract at best. Oh, by the way, Old Wang, what kind of benefits did Li Zhan offer Jiang Yuan? Li Tian delivered his lecture with an air of supreme confidence, not particularly optimistic about Jiang Yuan, and casually added a question. When Wang Changguo saw Li Tian inquire about the matter, he did not conceal it excessively but truthfully explained the situation. I only heard Li Zhan mention it in passing, something about an S-class training contract. What? An S-class training contract? Isn't that kid Li Zhan just messing around? Would their team leader agree to an S-rank cultivation contract for a rookie summoner who just summoned a mutated bloodthirsty ant? Li Tian perked up instantly upon hearing that Li Zhan had offered Jiang Yuan an S-class cultivation contract. He truly hadn't expected Li Zhan to value Jiang Yuan so highly, offering the astronomical perk of an S-class training contract outright. It must be understood that even with both him and Wang Changguo vouching for it, applying for an S-class cultivation contract within the Yunwu army doesn't guarantee a spot. After all, each S-class training contract is worth billions, and only new talents with the potential to become top-tier professionals have a chance to obtain one. Jiang Yuan, a rookie summoner who barely passed the talent threshold, managed to secure an S-tier cultivation contract from Li Zhan. In fact, he couldn't quite wrap his head around the fact that someone would even go so far as to call in a favor for this. Could it be that Jiang Yuan isn't as simple as he appears on the surface? Li Tian pondered silently, growing increasingly curious about Jiang Yuan. He wanted to understand what kind of potential Jiang Yuan possessed that Li Zhan held in such high regard. Before Li Tian could ponder further, a startled cry from nearby abruptly interrupted him. Lao Li, something's off. Quick, check the area where Jiang Yuan is located. So many bloodthirsty ants, and they're all mutated bloodthirsty ants. Wang Changguo, who had been monitoring Jiang Yuan's every move in the wilderness of 10,000 beasts, now stared wide-eyed. Pointing at the real-time projection in the upper left corner, he warned in a trembling voice. Upon hearing this, Li Tian snapped back to attention and fixed his gaze on the live projection screen showing Jiang Yuan. Suddenly, in the untouched area where Jiang Yuan stood, a dense swarm of bloodthirsty ants emerged from nowhere. In the blink of an eye, a striking crimson flame surge formed, sweeping along Jiang Yuan's path straight ahead as if clearing the way for him. Li Tian witnessed the scene, his pupils dilating as shock spread across his face. At the same time, a bold idea suddenly popped into my head. Bloodthirsty ant swarm. Could this mutated bloodthirsty ant swarm be Jiang Yuan's doing? Beneath the crimson sky, a savage wind howled across the wilderness, whipping up sand and dust. Clickety-clack. The thunderous march of the advancing army, lined up in formation, shook the very ground beneath their feet. A crimson wave of bloodthirsty ants surged forward, sweeping through the untouched wilderness. Behind the crimson wave, Jiang Yuan rode his overlord ant, trailing leisurely at the rear of the group with an air of contentment. Bloodthirsty ant swarm slays wasteland giant rabbit LV14, EXP plus 105. Bloodthirsty ant swarm slays wasteland blood python LV16, EXP plus 156. Bloodthirsty ant swarm slays elite monster, Azure Flame Blood Wolf LV18, experience plus 234. The sound of kills echoed repeatedly as the bloodthirsty ant legion swept through with devastating force, annihilating every demon beast in their path. Jiang Yuan then sat back and waited for the experience points from slaying the beasts to roll in. No wonder everyone envies the summoner class. I never have to lift a finger. The bloodthirsty ant legion had already taken care of everything. It was practically leveling up while lying down. Jiang Yuan lay back on the back of the sky ant, his legs crossed, feeling thoroughly pleased with himself. After enduring plenty of cold shoulders and mockery in the early stages, Lord Jiang has finally come to appreciate the joys of being a natural disaster-style summoner. Once the bloodthirsty ant legion is fully formed, he can just leave it running and level up effortlessly. Compared to other newcomers, Jiang Yuan seemed so relaxed that he hardly looked like he was here for an assessment or trial, more like he was on vacation grinding for experience. Has the bloodthirsty ant legion already advanced into the territory where the blue flame wolves reside? According to the map's annotations, the undeveloped region I'm currently in harbors 3 elite lord-level demonic beast factions, with the Azure Flame Blood Wolf being one of them. Jiang Yuan lay resting on the back of the overlord ant when a notification popped up showing the bloodthirsty ants had slain the blue flame blood wolf. Instantly, he perked up. The blue flame blood wolf is an elite overlord level demon beast faction, with members generally above level 15. As the overlord, the blue flame blood wolf king surpasses level 20 and possesses royal demon beast bloodline. Even in the untouched wilderness of Jiang Yuan's newly settled lands, the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King had always been a subject of particular focus. In addition, Jiang Yuan had also taken an interest in the Shadow Leopard and the Crimson Blood Eagle. Because these 3 beasts are all elite lord-level monsters, they pose a significant threat to Jiang Yuan. At the same time, it can also provide Jiang Yuan with valuable experience. Jiang Yuan focused intently on them, aiming to eliminate them more effectively. After all, the experience gained from defeating an elite lord-level demon beast far beyond his level was more than enough to fill Jiang Yuan to the brim. According to Jiang Yuan's own estimates, successfully defeating the 3 boss-level beasts in the currently unexplored area would allow him to level up by at least 4 or 5 levels in one go. Moreover, and more crucially, he managed to rank among the top performers in this year's freshman assessment trials. Jiang Yuan thought of this, a gleam of determination flashing in his eyes. He casually pulled up the real-time ranking list on his holographic smart bracelet. First place, Huang Huda Berserker, total experience gained, 3211. Second place, Xiaofeng Holy Sword Knight, total experience gained, 3196. Third place, Lin Mushua Blazing Flame Mage, total experience gained, 3014. Rank 142, Jiang Yuan Summoner, total experience gained, 1612. Yunwu Academy truly lives up to its reputation as a hotbed of prodigies. In such a short time, the top 3 students have already surpassed the 3,000-point mark in cumulative experience. Looks like I'll have to step up my game if I want to rank well in this new student assessment trial. Jiang Yuan glanced at the real-time rankings and couldn't help but let out a sigh. He had thought his speed in slaying beasts with his bloodthirsty ant army was already fast, but he never imagined there were over 100 powerhouses ahead of him. Especially the top 3 on the leaderboard, whose cumulative experience points all surpassed 3,000, establishing a commanding lead. Take down the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King first, and we should be able to break into the top 100. Jiang Yuan glanced at the rankings, muttered under his breath, then resolved to pick up the pace of slaying beasts. He charged straight toward the lair of the Blood Wolf King, sweeping everything aside in his path. At the same time, just as Jiang Yuan led the bloodthirsty Ant Legion toward the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King, a makeshift squad of 3 Yunwu freshmen also set their sights on the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King. Sis Lingnan, can the 2 of us really take down the Crimson Flame Blood Wolf? That's an elite lord level boss above level 20. I'd say we should. Beside a small hill formed by piles of white bones and yellow sand. 2 figures, one large and one small, gathered together furtively, occasionally peeking out to observe the dark cavern in the distance. In the faint light, a massive beast could be vaguely discerned lying deep within the cave, its entire body shrouded in a pale blue, ghostly flame. Hidden behind the mound of white bones, the 2 watched the green-flamed beast silhouette within the cave, each lost in their own thoughts. One of them was short in stature, yet her chest was full and rounded. Clutching a black staff in her hand, the young lowly's beautiful eyes held a hint of timidity. Sis Lingnan, there's still over an hour left before the trial ends. We don't need to take such risks, do we? Moreover, as long as we make it into the top 50, we'll secure a spot to train in the Yunwu Cave Heaven. Our current ranking is more than sufficient. The curvaceous lowly in a form-fitting black robe murmured softly to the elegant woman with delicate features, sporting a warrior's exclusive armor and a short bob. She's just a squishy maid. She really doesn't want to fight the elite lord boss, the Crimson Flame Blood Wolf King. After all, with the Blue Flame Blood Wolf King's stats, a single strike from her could easily cripple her. The short-haired older woman heard the muttering by her ear, raised her willow-shaped eyebrows slightly, then reached out to ruffle the black-robed lowly's hair. Lin, what's gotten into you? Don't you want to punch your brother and stomp on your sister? Settling for a measly top 50? At least one of us should crack the top 3, preferably surpassing your sister. Ling Nan ruffled the little black-robed lowly's hair while sharing his thoughts. The little girl in the black robe tried to shake her head free, but her strength wasn't enough. In the end, she could only puff out her cheeks in protest. Sister Lingnan, how many times have I told you? My name is Lin Hehe, not Lin Hehe. And stop rubbing my head, you're going to rub it bald. Ling Nan merely glanced casually at the black-robed lowly's protest before accelerating the kneading motion in his hands. Just hang in there a little longer, let your big sis warm up her hands. I'll take you flying in no time. Ling Nan pressed her red lips together and offered a soft reassurance. Lin Hehe listened to Ling Nan's increasingly unreasonable demands, torn between anger and helplessness, and ultimately chose to be helplessly angry. Sis Ling Nan, be gentler, it really hurts a bit. Ling Nan watched the little girl gradually getting used to him, and a smile crept onto his lips. Rest assured, I know my limits at least better than your own sister does. Alright, I've warmed up my hands. Now it's time to start boosting the Qingyan Blood Wolf King's strength. I'll go first. Remember to use your abilities from the rear to harass and disrupt them. Ling Nan satisfied his urge to handle things, then promptly shed his carefree demeanor. His gaze sharpened like a piercing torch as he fixed it on the green-flamed beast lurking within the cave ahead. The next second, he bent his knees slightly and launched himself forward from a standing start. Boom. Ah, that feels so good. The secret realm of 10,000 beasts, uncharted territory. Jiang Yuan sat cross-legged atop the back of the overlord ant, letting out a satisfied sigh. Just moments ago, Jiang Yuan successfully leveled up to level 14, earning a significant number of free attribute points to enhance his 4 core attributes. The feeling of growing stronger is truly captivating. Next, it's time to go harvest those big experience packs one by one. After completing the upgrades, Jiang Yuan felt a sense of well-being wash over him. He let out a sigh of satisfaction as he gazed toward the dark cavern in the distance. That pitch-black cavern was precisely the lair where the Blood Wolf King of Azure Flames made its permanent residence, as marked on the holographic map. Just as Jiang Yuan was about to strike at the Crimson Flame Blood Wolf King, a piercing howl, laced with fury, suddenly erupted from the pitch-black cavern ahead. Woof! The wolf's howl had barely faded when two figures, one large, one small, soared out from the depths of the pitch-black cave, crashing down less than 5 meters to Jiang Yuan's right. Before Jiang Yuan could react, a string of well-articulated curses reached his ears first. A crimson afterimage flashed across his vision before plunging back into the pitch-black cavern. "Damn it, come on then. I'll beat the crap out of you today." Jiang Yuan raised an eyebrow at the sight. "Someone beat me to it? But judging by the situation, the first one doesn't seem to be doing too well." Jiang Yuan silently assessed the situation, quickly analyzing the current state of the battlefield. He then turned his gaze to the figure in black robes lying on the ground to his right, writhing and moaning. The figure in black robes writhing in agony on the ground, screaming in pain, was none other than Lin Hehe, who had joined Ling Nan in ambushing the Crimson Flame Blood Wolf King. "Woo, that hurts like crazy. Next time, I'll never trust Nan's promise to carry me through again." Lin Hehe kept letting out muffled sobs, her tattered wizard's robe revealing glimpses of skin beneath. Still immersed in pain, Lin Hehe didn't notice that her petite frame was nearly exposed to a stranger. It wasn't until a well-meaning reminder, brimming with positive energy, reached my ears that I suddenly snapped back to reality. "Ahem. Little sister, you're showing a bit too much." As soon as he said that, Lin Hehe, who had been rolling on the ground moments before, sprang to her feet in an instant, her face set in a look of alertness as she stared straight ahead. A giant ant, its body as massive as a beast or tiger, clad in crimson-gray armor, with a sharp mouthpart larger than her entire body, suddenly came into view. Lin Hehe stared at the giant ant that filled her entire field of vision, its sharp mandibles practically pressed against her head. Lin Hehe, who'd never seen anything like this before, was utterly overwhelmed. She stumbled and fell flat on the ground. "No! Don't eat me, don't eat me! I'll never have to pour boiling water on ant nests again, woohoo!" Lin Hehe was startled by the sudden appearance of the giant ant right in her face, her little mouth babbling incoherently as she blurted out everything she'd done to the ant clan. Just as Lin Hehe thought she was about to be devoured by the giant ant and eliminated early, a familiar voice sounded once more. "Stop whining and hurry up and find something to cover yourself with, you're completely exposed." The words fell. Lin Hehe froze for a moment, then lifted her little head to gaze up at the giant ant's elevated position. Seen atop the giant ant's back sat a boy of the same age, his features stern and cold, radiating an aura of aloofness like a god. Lin Hehe saw this and a flash of sharpness suddenly gleamed in her tear-filled eyes, a look of sudden realization gradually spreading across her face. "Oh, it's you, my classmate. You scared the living daylights out of me just now. Hey classmate, is this giant ant your summoned beast?" Lin Hehe let out a long sigh, then instinctively asked. But the moment the words left her mouth, Lin Hehe felt she had been a bit too forward, and quickly added a self-introduction. "My name is Lin Hehe. What's your name, classmate?" Jiang Yuan sat firmly atop the back of the heavenly ant, looking down at Lin Hehe from above. When confronted with her inquiry, he did not respond immediately, but instead spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "With your strength, you'll never be able to handle the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King. Hurry up and tell your companions to leave." Lin Hehe saw Jiang Yuan acting so aloof, not even responding to her question but instead urging her and Ling Nan to leave. Immediately feeling defiant, she thrust out her well-developed chest. "Just now we had a minor hiccup in our coordination, but my sister Ling Nan is a top 20 powerhouse on the rankings. She'll take down the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King in no time. Don't you dare try to steal the monster, or else." Lin Hehe first made excuses for her pitiful state, then brought up Ling Nan's ranking in an attempt to intimidate Jiang Yuan into not taking advantage of the situation to target the Blue Flame Blood Wolf King. But before she could finish the warning-laden second half of her sentence, Lin Hehe suddenly closed her little mouth, her eyes instantly reddening and welling up with tears. Because the colossal ant Jiang Yuan was riding had already pressed itself against her face, as if it were about to bite off her little head in the next second. "Baxian, don't scare the girl." Jiang Yuan sensed Lin Hehe's unease, patted the restless heaven-dominating ants, and then explained with a gentle smile on his lips. "Sorry, my steed is too loyal, he can't stand anyone speaking ill of me. Don't be afraid, it doesn't usually eat people." Lin Hehe, her face drained of color from the shock, forced a smile that looked even more painful than crying. I'm so sorry, I said the wrong thing just now. Classmate, once we get out, I'll definitely find a chance to apologize to you. Lin Hehe knew she had spoken out of spite and made a mistake, so she promptly and decisively apologized on the spot. Jiang Yuan was amused by the little girl's lightning-fast kneeling apology, then waved his hand dismissively. I won't steal the mob, because your teammates can't take down the Blue Flame Blood Wolf King, and they'll get knocked back out to join you soon enough. As soon as he said that, Lin Hehe couldn't help but stare blankly, her gaze fixed on the mysterious boy her age sitting atop the giant ant. Doubt welled up in her eyes. Before Lin Hehe could press for an explanation, a familiar crimson figure shot out of the pitch-black cavern like a cannonball, crashing heavily beside her. Lin Hehe stared at the crimson figure sprawled beside her. Without a moment to think, she instinctively let out a startled cry. Nan! Nan, how did you get so badly hurt? Lying motionless on the ground, Ling Nan heard the question at his ear and mustered his last ounce of strength to shout at Lin Hehe. Hey, little buddy, that beast in the cave is about to come out. You better run. I'm probably going to get eliminated early. I never expected that beast to activate over 2/3 of its royal bloodline, making its power far surpass that of ordinary elite Lord Boss beasts. Ling Nan quickly explained why he had lost, his tone brimming with reluctance. Lin Hehe listened quietly without saying much, then simply hoisted Ling Nan onto her small frame and prepared to make a run with her. Just as the two were about to make their escape, the ground beneath their feet suddenly trembled. Rocks visibly bulged upward, as if an earth dragon were turning itself over. At the same time, a confident voice reached his ears. You may leave with peace of mind, I'll handle it. The secret realm of 10,000 beasts. Uncharted territory outside the pitch-black cavern. Within a 100-meter radius, the ground visibly trembled as bloodthirsty ants each clad in crimson armor and the size of a full-grown demon wolf burst forth from the earth. In mere moments, the pitch-black cavern was completely surrounded by the bloodthirsty ant army. Jiang Yuan rode the overlord ant, towering at the center of the bloodthirsty ant legion like an emperor leading his troops into battle. Behind Jiang Yuan, Lin Hehe and Ling Nan, who had been about to make a run for it, were now frozen in place, their faces flushing with astonishment. Nan! Nan, am I dreaming? I saw so many ants, and they were all huge, giant ants. Lin Hehe's eyes widened in shock, her expression frozen as she asked. She couldn't believe her eyes. The entire mountain was covered in giant crimson ants, resembling clusters of brilliant red wildflowers. The visual impact is off the charts beyond anything you could ever dream of. Ling Nan, having regained some strength, rested her head against Lin Hehe's shoulder. As she gazed at the dense swarm of giant ants surrounding them, her eyes were filled with utter shock. No, this isn't a dream. These giant ants look like bloodthirsty ants. How could the bloodthirsty ants grow so large? Could they be a mutant strain? Ling Nan instantly recognized the giant ant's origin, yet felt increasingly puzzled inside. Despite being top-tier in cultural theory courses, she had never encountered a bloodthirsty ant whose size rivaled that of a demon wolf, a creature that bore no resemblance to the descriptions found in the bestiary. Were all these mutated bloodthirsty ants summoned by that newcomer? Judging by the ferocity of this bloodthirsty ant swarm, it appears a natural disaster is already taking shape. How could I not have the slightest recollection of such a formidable newcomer summoner in the natural disaster style? It's completely out of character. Ling Nan gazed with curiosity, her beautiful eyes fixed on the stern-faced boy standing tall amidst the swarm of ants. A flicker of something unusual shimmered in her gaze. He's quite handsome, but a bit aloof, just like Lin Hehe's sister. Neither of them seems easy to approach. Should I remind him that the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King, that beast, has already completed its bloodline evolution, making its power comparable to that of a king-tier demon beast? Ling Nan stared straight ahead at Jiang Yuan, who was standing directly in front of her. Considering Jiang Yuan's decent looks, she decided to offer a few well-meaning words of advice. Although Jiang Yuan's summoned swarm of mutated bloodthirsty ants had already taken shape, the Blood Flame Blood Wolf King, having completed its bloodline evolution, was no pushover either. If Jiang Yuan rashly launches an attack, she's likely to suffer a major setback just like she did earlier. As Ling Nan thought this, he immediately shouted at Jiang Yuan, who was itching to act. Be careful. That beast has recently gained some advantage, significantly boosting its power to rival that of an ordinary king-tier demon beast. It has even awakened a signature skill akin to teleportation. Ling Nan relayed the information he had gathered during his battle with the Blood Wolf King truthfully, adding one final remark. "Help me slaughter that beast, and I'll treat you to dinner afterward." Jiang Yuan, who was about to command the bloodthirsty ant legion into battle, heard movement behind him. He glanced back at the mature woman and young girl duo who hadn't left yet, raising his eyebrows slightly. "Killing it is no trouble at all, but I'll pass on the meal. Given your current state, if you don't want to get eliminated early, you'd better find a place to hide out ASAP." Jiang Yuan gave a casual reply and said no more, then turned his head back toward the pitch-black cavern and waved his right hand lightly. The next moment, hundreds of vanguard bloodthirsty ants sent to probe and lure rushed straight into the cave where the Blood Flame Wolf King resided. The bloodthirsty ants charged into the cave in perfect unison. Not long after, a furious wolf howl erupted, accompanied by clearly visible blue-green flames. Woof! Jiang Yuan heard the sound and fixed his gaze on the pitch-black cavern flickering with blue-green flames, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. "Still not coming out? That beast has been guarding the cave relentlessly. Could there be some treasure inside?" Jiang Yuan silently pondered. Originally, he had considered the cave too small to allow the bloodthirsty ant legion to maneuver effectively, so he planned to lure the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King out of the cave to surround and kill it. Who'd have thought the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King would be provoked right in the face? Yet we'd still be holed up in our cave, refusing to come out. This unusual circumstance inevitably made Jiang Yuan ponder. After all, the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King is an elite overlord-level boss. How could it tolerate the presence of other unfamiliar beasts on its territory? Moreover, the unfamiliar beasts that invaded its territory had gone straight to its lair to launch a frenzied provocation. Any other elite lord-level boss would have already charged out and started slaughtering everyone. The territorial instinct of beasts is exceptionally strong. Since you're dead set on not coming out, I won't hold back. A gleam flashed in Jiang Yuan's eyes before he patted the head of the seated overlord ant. "Baxian, repeatedly use War Stomp on the cave ceiling." Jiang Yuan issued the command, signaling the overlord ants to directly dismantle the base. For the Blue Flame Blood Wolf King holed up in its lair, Jiang Yuan had plenty of ways to handle it. Upon hearing Jiang Yuan's command, the colossal ant's towering horns instantly glowed with a dusky red light. Instantly, it raised its foreleg and stomped violently through the air toward the cave. The next instant, an invisible gravitational force carrying the overwhelming might of a mountain-moving tide descended upon the cave in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening crack of splitting rock echoed through the cave, which had already been trampled by the onslaught of war. Above, signs of a cave-in suddenly appeared, tearing open a gaping hole several meters wide. With a single stomp from the overlord ant, it nearly demolished the lair of the Blue Flame Blood Wolf King. Deep within the cavern, a wolf's howl erupted, its rage meter maxed out. Woo woo. The wolf's howl faded, followed instantly by a blue beast-like shadow bursting from the cave. Its tail flicked flames as it darted out, its size comparable to an extended-length business vehicle. The blue beast's shadow was none other than the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King, who could no longer endure the provocation. Jiang Yuan watched the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King finally emerge, his eyes narrowing slightly. Such a huge creature, yet it's been hiding in a cave all this time. It seems the depths of the cave really do hold something special. Jiang Yuan murmured softly, growing increasingly certain that a treasure lay hidden deep within the cave where the Azure Flame Blood Wolf beast resided. Otherwise, how could a creature as massive as the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King choose such a tiny cave as its lair? Just as Jiang Yuan was speculating and peering deeper into the cave, the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King sensed his gaze and immediately grew agitated, letting out a howl of warning. Jiang Yuan watched the Blood Wolf King's intense reaction and let a playful smile curve his lips. "I knew it. You're in a real hurry now, aren't you? Rest assured, I want both your life and the treasures in the cave." Jiang Yuan's eyes suddenly sharpened as he spoke, and with a flick of his right hand, he issued the attack command to the bloodthirsty ant legion. In the blink of an eye, the bloodthirsty ant army that had surrounded the cave like a red tide surged toward the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King. The blue-flamed Blood Wolf King, seeing this, belatedly realized he'd been tricked and hastily tried to retreat back into the cave. But before it could make a move, the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King found itself sinking as if into a swamp, its movements becoming unnaturally sluggish and laborious. The Azure Flame Blood Wolf King sensed something amiss within himself. His lantern-sized, azure wolf eyes first flickered with panic, then, as if struck by a sudden thought, immediately narrowed into a vicious glare directed at Jiang Yuan, who sat astride the overlord ant. A chilling intent to kill radiated from him. Jiang Yuan ignored the bloodthirsty glare from the blood flame wolf king, whose movements were restricted, and instead patted the head of the seated heaven-dominating ant with a smile. Baxian, well done. You're getting more and more adept at using this gravity field. You can even hard control elite lord level bosses now. Bloodthirsty Ant Swarm successfully defeated the Blue Flame Blood Wolf King LV-25, gaining plus 944 EXP. First kill of a level 25 elite lord tier boss, plus 500 EXP. Defeating a monster 10 levels above your current level for the first time grants the epic level skip kill achievement, the level skip prodigy title, and plus 250 EXP. A series of notification sounds rang out, and kill reward boxes kept popping up. Wasteland of Beasts, uncharted territory. Outside the pitch-black cave, the once imposing Azure Flame Blood Wolf King, whose body radiated a ghostly blue flame aura, now lay lifeless in a pool of blood. Hordes of bloodthirsty ants swarmed together, beginning to devour the mountain-like corpse of the Blue Flame Blood Wolf King with frenzied voracity. Jiang Yuan stood at the rear observing, his face beaming with joy. I never expected defeating the Crimson Flame Blood Wolf King, a higher-level enemy, would grant such a massive bonus to my experience points. The experience gained from this wave of kills is nearly 1,700. Jiang Yuan stared at the experience reward notification box before him, unable to suppress a sigh of admiration. At this very moment, he could only utter one word, awesome. With around 1,700 experience points, he smoothly leveled up from just over level 14 to level 15, and the experience bar even reached 2/3 full. Only a few hundred more experience points are needed to reach level 16. Jiang Yuan glanced at his experience bar, which was about to fill up again, and his face lit up with delight. At this rate, I should be able to break through level 20 before the end of this freshman assessment trial. There are still 2 elite lord level bosses in the unexplored areas. Successfully defeating them will definitely yield enough experience to level up 20 times. Jiang Yuan muttered to himself, calculating how much experience he could gain before the new student assessment trials ended and whether he could reach level 20. Just as Jiang Yuan was immersed in his calculations, 2 figures, one large, one small, stood behind him, staring at him in utter amazement. Nan, the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King is dead, just like that? Did you notice just now that the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King didn't even put up the slightest resistance? Lin Hehe's wide eyes bulged round, her fair little face brimming with astonishment. She had just witnessed the entire process of the mutated bloodthirsty ant army slaughtering the Blue Flame Blood Wolf King. The Azure Flame Blood Wolf King offered no resistance whatsoever when faced with the encircling attack of the mutated bloodthirsty horde. Or rather, before they could even resist, they were swallowed up by the crimson tide of mutated bloodthirsty ants. The entire battle concluded with astonishing speed, ending with the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King being utterly crushed. Sister Nan, now that the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King is dead, where should we go next? Lin Hehe glanced at the swarm of bloodthirsty ants directly ahead. Having witnessed the savagery of the bloodthirsty ant army, she instinctively wanted to flee, then asked aloud. Ling Nan, who had regained his mobility, heard the question directed at him. His gaze fixed intently on Jiang Yuan, who stood not far away. What's the point of going anywhere? Of course, it's all about sucking up. See that kid over there playing with ants? Heh, as long as the 2 of us take him down. Guaranteed to break into the top 10, and who knows, I might even end up stepping on your sister's head. Ling Nan's eyes burned with intensity as he bluntly voiced his thoughts. Jiang Yuan's command of the bloodthirsty ants to effortlessly annihilate the Crimson Flame Blood Wolf King had left her utterly captivated. She resolved to engage in a threesome with Jiang Yuan. You must understand that the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King, whose power rivals that of a royal-class beast, nearly destroyed her a level 22 berserker. Yet against Jiang Yuan, the natural disaster-style summoner, they couldn't last 3 minutes. More crucially, Ling Nan carefully observed that Jiang Yuan, who had effortlessly slain the Crimson Flame Blood Wolf King, was currently not even at level 20. It's like taking down a level 25 Blue Flame Blood Wolf King out of its tier. A fully fledged Cataclysm-style summoner is a bloody monster. Anyway, she was dead set on latching onto Jiang Yuan's strong, reliable support. With a natural disaster-type summoner like him guiding her through the map, she'd be soaring to new heights in no time. As Ling Nan thought of this, the look in her eyes toward Jiang Yuan grew even more intense. Hey, you go first. Let's see if he likes your style. If you can't handle it, I'll step in. You know what I mean, right? Ling Nan grinned mischievously as he suggested that the cute little girl beside him, well developed in every way except height, take the lead. She reserved the grand finale for herself, determined to win over Jiang Yuan, the powerful and aloof heartthrob. Lin He heard Ling Nan's rather unseemly urging and immediately shook her little head like a rattle. Nan, I can't do it. Just now I exchanged a few words with that guy, and I accidentally said something wrong. The giant bloodthirsty ant he was sitting on nearly ate me alive. Lin He was so traumatized by the giant ant's earlier face-to-face confrontation that she became completely unable to speak to Jiang Yuan. He was terrified that if he accidentally said the wrong thing, he'd be swallowed whole by the colossal ants. Upon hearing this, Ling Nan glanced at Lin He, who wore a look of utter resistance, and couldn't help but sigh in exasperation. Lin, I never knew you were such a scaredy cat. How on earth did you even manage to awaken as a dark mage? You can't even seize the chance to take off right in front of you now. How are you ever going to walk all over your sister later? Watch closely, see how I take him down. Ling Nan sighed in exasperation, then swayed her slender waist as she walked toward Jiang Yuan, who was standing nearby. Before Ling Nan could get close, 7 or 8 suicide-bombing bloodthirsty ants specifically tasked with guarding the safety of the river source suddenly surrounded her, their bodies visibly glowing red. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Ling Nan, who had been planning to strike up a conversation and curry favor, was instantly struck dumb with fear. Hey, I mean you no harm. I'm not the enemy. Hey, handsome over there, hurry up and rein in your summoned beast. Ling Nan shouted at Jiang Yuan, sensing an even more intense threat of death from the swarm of bloodthirsty ants surrounding her than when she had faced the blue flame blood wolf king moments before. It felt as though the next second, he would be instantly carried away by the bloodthirsty ants beside him, now in their red-hot state. Ling Nan, sensing the death threat growing ever more palpable, hurriedly spoke up again and stated his purpose. Hey, handsome, I really mean no harm. I just want to work with you. I know the territory of a king-class demon beast boss. I can take you there, and we can team up to take it down. How much longer until we reach that king-class monster boss territory you mentioned? Wilderness of beasts. Along a quiet animal trail. Ling Nan and Lin He rode a single mutated bloodthirsty ant together, leading the way ahead, while Jiang Yuan followed behind on a sky-dominating ant. Jiang Yuan gazed at the quiet animal trail leading to who knows where and couldn't help but ask. After slaying the Crimson Flame Blood Wolf King, he intended to proceed to hunt the other 2 elite Lord-level bosses in the currently unexplored area. But he was suddenly drawn in by Ling Nan's mention of the King-tier demon beast boss. After a brief exchange, Jiang Yuan was successfully persuaded by Ling Nan and decided to team up with him to hunt down the king-level demon beast boss. Don't worry, we'll be there soon, no more than 5 minutes. The lair of that king-tier demon beast boss was extremely well hidden, and its location was not marked at all on the holographic map provided by Yunwu Academy. I stumbled upon that king-class monster boss's territory while hunting other beasts. Ling Nan, riding the mutated bloodthirsty ant that served as their guide, held Lin He who was curled up in a ball close while offering words of comfort. Jiang Yuan heard the news that they were only about 5 minutes away, so he stopped worrying so much. Instead, he took out a blood-red crystal stone about the size of his palm and began to play with it. This blood-red crystal was discovered by Jiang Yuan deep within the lair of the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King. Unknown bloodline essence. Quality? Unverified. Jiang Yuan glanced at the string of question marks on the blood crystal's information panel, raising an eyebrow slightly. The essence of an unknown bloodline. I never imagined it would be this. So that's how it is. Jiang Yuan pondered silently, a flicker of realization crossing his eyes. Upon seeing the unknown bloodline spirit essence, he instantly understood why the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King had remained so composed just moments ago. If not for the fact that the Overlord ants nearly demolished the cave, the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King would still be holed up deep inside, refusing to come out. For the unknown bloodline essence is nothing short of a life-altering opportunity for all low-tier bloodline beasts. Bloodline essence typically only has a chance to condense and drop when a demon beast of king-class bloodline or higher perishes. Lower-tier bloodline beasts can enhance their potential by absorbing bloodline essences to activate and strengthen their own bloodline power. The reason the Azure Flame Blood Wolf King was able to activate the royal bloodline within his body owes much to the unknown bloodline essence. Jiang Yuan thought of this, and a faint smile touched his lips. Indeed, it's a fine thing. I just wonder how much pure bloodline power remains within this unknown bloodline essence. Forget it, I'll just feed it to body as a snack. Jiang Yuan toyed with the blood-red crystal in his hand before casually tossing it to the overlord ant. Among the summoned beasts he now possesses, the individual with the ancestral bloodline of the primordial 10 fearsome heavenly horned ant stands out as the most formidable in terms of combat prowess. Even the bloodthirsty ant queen, as the mother ant, cannot match the overlord ant in raw combat prowess. As for the young salamanders still in their juvenile development stage, that goes without saying. Given the blue salamander's current combat strength, even the bloodthirsty ant queen who isn't particularly adept at fighting would struggle to defeat it. After all, the green salamander that activates the ancient azure dragon bloodline is a pure late-game summoned beast. The longer it lives, the stronger it becomes. As long as they don't die young, they are bound to become top-tier T0 level combat power in the future. One of the 4 legendary beasts, and that's no exaggeration. The green salamander holds immense potential, but its growth cycle is simply too long. For now, we still have to rely on the Baitians. Additionally, while the fully matured bloodthirsty ant plague is unmatched among its peers, it can be defeated by individual beasts of formidable strength. The advantage of overwhelming numbers will be significantly diminished. Only a summoned beast of top-tier combat prowess can step forward to suppress them. Jiang Yuan reflected inwardly. He had not been blinded by his invincible army of bloodthirsty ants, but instead remained vigilant in times of peace. He planned to invest more resources into cultivating the overlord ants, and later even intended to use them as a template to specifically breed an elite force of bloodthirsty ants, all possessing the ancestral bloodline of the skyhorn ants as his trump card. At that moment, dozens of adult horned ants surrounded me like a personal guard, filling me with a sense of security. Jiang Yuan held this thought, his eyes gleaming with determination. Feeling extremely insecure at present, he deemed it absolutely necessary to cultivate his own personal guard of heavenly horn ants. Just as Jiang Yuan was formulating his thoughts in his mind, a low-pitched alert sound snapped him back to reality. "We're here. Keep it quiet. See that natural cave up ahead? The king-class demon beast boss is inside." Jiang Yuan heard the warning in his ear. He glanced first at Ling Nan leading the way ahead, then looked toward the natural cave not far off. The natural cave entrance was enormous, at least several times larger than the previous Blue Flame Blood Wolf King's lair, wide enough for a semi-truck to pass through. Near the cave, countless bleached beast bones piled up like small hills, alongside 2 still steaming, mangled carcasses of giant wasteland demon bulls. Jiang Yuan saw this and couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. Before he could get a good look, Ling Nan's deliberately hushed voice came through again. "That guy just finished eating and is probably sleeping now. I'll lure it out. You direct the mutated bloodthirsty ant swarm to ambush and cut off its retreat. Then the 3 of us will surround and kill it together." Ling Nan outlined her plan. She, the berserker, would act as bait, while Jiang Yuan and Lin Hehe would handle the ambush. Jiang Yuan listened quietly, then glanced at Ling Nan, whose injuries had not yet healed. She couldn't help but feel doubt. "Can you handle it?" Ling Nan heard Jiang Yuan's words and thought he was showing concern for her, so she pressed her red lips together. "Oh, Mr. Cool Guy, didn't you say you weren't interested in me? Why are you suddenly so concerned about me? Are you worried about me?" Ling Nan, who had barely spoken to Jiang Yuan the entire journey and was nearly bursting from the tension, seized the chance to tease him. Jiang Yuan raised his eyebrows slightly at the words and spoke in a deep voice. "I'm not worried about you. I'm worried you'll get one shot before you even lure the boss out. Also, I'm not interested in women. They only slow me down when I'm commanding my summoned beasts to attack." As soon as he said that, Ling Nan froze on the spot. All the teasing words she'd been ready to say suddenly stuck in her throat. Finally, she gave a proud little snort. "Humph, little buddy, who do you think you're looking down on? I used to be the top berserker at North High. Now watch me play. What do you call textbook-level boss aggro management? Having spoken, Ling Nan, who felt underestimated, instantly shifted into a battle stance, crouching low to brace himself. The next second, it shot straight toward the cave directly ahead. As Ling Nan launched himself into the cave, barely a few breaths later, a deafening tiger's roar erupted from the depths of the cavern. Woo! The tiger's roar thundered like a sudden clap of thunder, its visible shockwaves rippling outward, sending pebbles and white bones flying. Simultaneously, an exceptionally intense aura of pressure swept across a 100-meter radius. Jiang Yuan saw this and his eyes flashed with excitement. Truly worthy of a king-class demon beast boss, it has mastered its own exclusive aura domain. Kill it, you should get a ton of XP in one go. Jiang Yuan murmured softly. The stronger the beasts grew, the more exhilarated he became. In Jiang Yuan's eyes, the demonic beast bosses in the wilderness of 10,000 beasts were nothing short of walking experience packs. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Yuan raised his arm and issued a command to the bloodthirsty ant legion that had been marching underground the entire way. Come on, let me see how much experience I can get from taking down a king-level monster boss. Jiang Yuan, hurry up and catch the monster. A frantic cry pierced the silence of the beast wastes, followed by Ling Nan's figure flying out of a natural cave and crashing heavily onto a pile of bleached bones. Jiang Yuan, that king-tier demon beast boss took my forced taunt and will charge out any second. Get ready for battle. Ling Nan sat up from the pile of bones, his pupils glowing crimson. He fixed his gaze on the natural cave directly ahead while warning Jiang Yuan to prepare for battle. Jiang Yuan, riding the Sky Dominator ant, pointed at the ground beneath his feet with a confident look. Rest assured, I've been ready for this for a long time. The moment the boss appears, it's dead meat today. Ling Nan instinctively glanced at the ground Jiang Yuan was pointing at. Upon seeing numerous protruding stones, he instantly understood everything. Jiang Yuan, I never expected a natural disaster-style summoner like you to play so dirty. Ling Nan stood up, brushed off the dirt, and joked offhandedly. Having witnessed Jiang Yuan's army of mutated bloodthirsty ants burrowing up from the ground before, she could already guess that the underground within a 100-meter radius was now teeming with swarms of mutated bloodthirsty ants. The moment the king-tier demon beast boss, the sky-splitting tiger, emerges from the natural cavern, it will be instantly surrounded and killed by the bloodthirsty ant army concealed underground. Jiang Yuan listened to the teasing remarks coming from beside him, a harmless smile curling the corners of his lips. I'm just playing it safe. After all, the target we're hunting this time is a king-tier demon beast boss. Hold on, you and Lin Hehe, remember to cover for me. Don't let my bloodthirsty ant swarm take too much damage. Upon hearing this, Ling Nan readjusted his fighting stance and nodded. No problem. By the way, aren't you going to step in and cover for the damage? Faced with Ling Nan's loaded question, Jiang Yuan firmly waved it off and retorted. Have you ever seen a summoner take the field themselves? I always play disaster-focused summoners, why would I ever need to personally deal damage? As soon as he said that, Ling Nan was momentarily speechless, unable to retort. He could only give Jiang Yuan a thumbs-up gesture and mutter under his breath with a touch of envy. The summoner class is severely overpowered. I sincerely recommend permanently banning it. Jiang Yuan sensed Ling Nan's blatant jealousy, and the smile on his lips grew even more pronounced. Before Jiang Yuan could retort, a fierce gust of wind howled from the depths of the natural cavern, whipping up a cloud of dust across the clearing. Amidst the hazy dust, the form of a four-legged colossus, 3 stories tall and titanic in stature, gradually came into focus. As the dust settled, the true form of the four-legged colossus came into Jiang Yuan's view. A demon tiger with a head as large as a semi-truck cab, its coat mottled with blue and white, its 4 legs suspended in midair as it treads upon the blue-hued wind, now glared at them with deadly intensity. This monstrous demon tiger, whose sheer size was terrifying and nearly filled 2/3 of the cave entrance, was none other than the king-tier demon beast boss, the sky-splitting tiger. Jiang Yuan stared at the sky-splitting tiger directly ahead, his pupils involuntarily contracting. Though I'd braced myself mentally, I never imagined the skycracker would be this massive. Its sheer presence felt like facing a heavy truck hurtling down the highway. It's huge. If we take it down, it should be enough to feed the bloodthirsty ant colony a hearty meal. After a moment of startled surprise, Jiang Yuan's eyes flashed with determination as he mentally catalogued the sky-splitting tiger as part of his bloodthirsty ant army's military provisions. Without a moment to spare, Jiang Yuan abruptly raised his right hand and clenched it into a fist. The ground beneath the sky-splitter tiger instantly caved in. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the sky-splitting tiger had no time to react before half its body plunged directly into the ground. Jiang Yuan saw this and his face lit up with delight. Get to work, it's stuck in the soil now. Jiang Yuan called out repeatedly, signaling Ling Nan and Lin Hehe beside him to seize the opportunity and act. At the same time, he did not forget to issue delaying orders to the army of bloodthirsty ants lurking underground. Have the bloodthirsty ant army bite down on the skybreaker tiger and don't let it break free. At Jiang Yuan's command, Ling Nan, who had witnessed the entire scene, instantly reacted, teleporting with a flash to the sky-splitter tiger's vicinity. He then unleashed a barrage of punches, pounding relentlessly at the beast's head. Lin Hehe, who had been crouching in the rear, also hurriedly charged up her skill to follow up with damage the instant Ling Nan launched her attack at the sky-splitting tiger. 3 black fireballs, each the size of a stone block, formed a straight line and shot straight toward the sky-splitting tiger. With half its body wedged underground, the skycracker tiger could only endure Ling Nan and Lin Hehe's combo attack. In the blink of an eye, he was beaten bloody, with black smoke billowing from the center of his head, giving off a burnt smell. The sky-splitter tiger writhed in agony, its massive body thrashing wildly as a visible blue glow emanated from its entire form. At the same time, a strange wind suddenly swept through the arena. As the demonic wind suddenly appeared, the sky-splitting tiger, whose body had been largely trapped underground, unable to move, and was being dragged by a swarm of bloodthirsty ants, actually used the wind's force to slowly rise into the air. And no matter how the bloodthirsty ant swarm beneath the ground tugged and delayed, it could not stop the sky-splitter tiger from soaring into the air. Jiang Yuan, who had been watching the entire match from the sidelines, narrowed his eyes slightly at the sight. Already resorting to your ultimate move so soon? How could I possibly let you escape so easily? Baxian, activate the gravity field and boost its strength. Jiang Yuan snorted coldly under his breath. Having seen through the sky-splitting tiger's use of its life-bound skill, he immediately signaled Batian to strike. Upon receiving Jiang Yuan's command, the giant ant's gray-red horns atop its head instantly flashed with light. Then, an invisible gravitational force surged outward from the overlord ant toward the sky-splitting tiger, forming a gravitational field. The moment the gravitational field activated, the skybreaker tiger, which had nearly emerged from the ground, was instantly forced back into its original position. The sky-splitter tiger sensed something amiss within itself. Its enormous tiger eyes brimmed with bewilderment, yet utterly clueless as to the source of the problem, it could only let out a furious roar. Woo! The tiger's roar shook the heavens. The sky-splitting tiger still struggled, thrashing its body with all its might. Its two thick, massive forepaws clawed desperately at the ground, tearing visible gullies into the earth. No matter how hard the skycracker tiger strained, it showed no sign of breaking free. Enveloped by the gravitational field, it seemed to be sinking into a swampy mire. Its fate can only end in one-way death. The sky-splitting tiger realized this and immediately plunged into a frenzied state. A verdant glow intensified across its body, while its tiger eyes were consumed by an eerie, emerald light. As the blue light surged, the demonic wind that had been forcibly neutralized by the gravitational field at the cave entrance reappeared, howling fiercely. Whoosh! Whoosh! The demon wind howled. A visible green tornado swirled around the cracked sky tiger, rapidly expanding until it tore the ground apart. Woo! The sky-splitting tiger let out a thunderous roar, then, propelled by the azure tornado, forced its way through the gravitational field and broke free from the muddy, swamp-like underground. The sky-splitting tiger, the moment it broke free, made no pause where it stood. First, it swiped Ling Nan aside with a single claw, then charged straight toward Jiang Yuan, who was riding the overlord ant in the rear. Among the humans who attacked it, Jiang Yuan posed the greatest threat. More crucially, the skycracker tiger discovered that the bloodthirsty ant swarm attacking it was entirely under Jiang Yuan's control. Simply slay it, and the crisis will be resolved. The skybreaker, locked onto its first kill target, charges forward like an unstoppable super-sized bulldozer. Within mere breaths, he forced his way through the encircling horde of bloodthirsty ants and charged into the restricted zone where Jiang Yuan stood. Just as the sky-splitting tiger opened its gaping maw and lunged to bite Jiang Yuan, several blood-red, bloodthirsty ants resembling plump, ripe shrimp actually leaped into its mouth first. Faced with the little treat delivered right to its doorstep, the skycracker tiger showed absolutely no guard, and a hint of human-like contempt even flickered in its azure-gray eyes. But the very next second, it immediately regretted it. For the crimson bloodthirsty ant that had willingly leaped into its mouth suddenly detonated with tremendous force, an explosion rivaling the power of C4, the potent explosive used for blasting through mountains. Boom boom boom. Explosions echoed incessantly as the rift-splitter tiger's maw gaping, ravenous black hole flashed with several brilliant streaks of crimson light. With a deafening explosion and a flash of crimson, the sky-splitting tiger which had been charging forward with overwhelming force was instantly hurled into the air. It crashed heavily back to the ground, its face now a mangled mess of blood and flesh. Woo-hoo! A low, defiant tiger's roar echoed through the air. Though the sky-splitter tiger was blown to the ground, it refused to admit defeat and struggled several times to get back up. After enduring several close-range explosions from the bloodthirsty ant's suicide attacks, it was now on its last legs. Had it not been for the primal bloodline within its body instinctively shielding its head, the sky-splitting tiger which dared to treat the self-sacrificing bloodthirsty ants as snacks would have long since become a headless tiger corpse. The sky-splitter tiger, half its face blown to mincemeat, lay lifelessly in a pool of blood. Its sole remaining eye glared fixedly at the cold-eyed youth mere inches away, its gaze brimming with defiance. As a king-tier demon beast boss whose power nearly rivaled the mightiest in the wilderness of 10,000 beasts, the sky-splitting tiger never imagined it would meet such a humiliating end. First trapped underground and unable to move, they finally broke free only to be hit by a suicide attack before they could launch a counterattack. Facing everything that had befallen him, the dying skybreaker tiger had only one thought in his mind at that moment. Humans, you play dirty. With this thought, the sky-splitting tiger breathed its last in bitter resignation. The bloodthirsty ant swarm successfully defeated the king-tier demon beast boss sky-splitter tiger LV-29, gaining plus 1,724 EXP. First kill of a level 29 king-tier monster boss, plus 800 EXP. As the skycracker perished, the kill notification popped up. Defeating the skybreaker tiger granted Jiang Yuan approximately 2,500 experience points in one go and dropped quite a few valuable items. The experience from a 2,524 level monster, excluding the first kill bonus, is nearly equivalent to the experience gained from 2 elite lord bosses. Moreover, this is the experience split from a cooperative kill with Ling Nan and Lin Hehe. If I had taken it down solo. Jiang Yuan stared at the kill notification pop up, his eyes flashing with intensity. The rewards for slaying the sky-splitter tiger were far greater than he had imagined. Earlier, Jiang Yuan figured that since it was a 3-person cooperative kill, the experience points they'd each get wouldn't be much. He was mainly after the first kill experience bonus. To Jiang Yuan's surprise, despite the kill being secured by a 3-person team, the kill experience he ultimately received was exceptionally generous. Beyond the unexpectedly high experience gain, the Skybreaker's demise also yielded 4 treasure chests glowing with a faint blue light. Jiang Yuan composed himself, then turned his gaze toward the jade-green treasure chest that had fallen beside the corpse of the sky-splitting tiger. Before he could step forward to pick it up, 2 gasps reached his ears. Jiang Yuan, what did you just do? How did the sky-splitting tiger die? Whoa, we actually took down the sky-splitter tiger so easily. That's a king-tier demon beast boss. We 3 are seriously awesome. Jiang Yuan heard the sound and instinctively glanced beside him, only to find Ling Nan and Lin Hehe staring at him with distinctly different expressions. The sky-splitting tiger-headed iron just swallowed several exploding bloodthirsty ants whole. Jiang Yuan offered a brief explanation before striding forward and stowing each of the 4 jade-green treasure chests into his holographic smart bracelet, which contained its own storage space. Time is tight. I'll take charge of these 4 treasure chests for now. Once the trial is over, we'll distribute them. Any objections? Jiang Yuan picked up the treasure chest and, to prevent the 2 girls behind him from misunderstanding, immediately added. Still basking in the joy of defeating the Skybreaker, Ling Nan and Lin Hehe immediately gave Jiang Yuan's approach their full support. If not for Jiang Yuan's guidance, the two of them would never have dared to target the sky-shattering tiger, let alone slay it. No problem. I don't even need the treasure chest, just keep us both with you from now on. Ling Nan made her stance clear, wanting to trade the treasure chest's proceeds for Jiang Yuan to carry her all the way. Lin Hehe, standing beside her, nodded her little head vigorously. Having tasted the sweetness of being carried by the top players, they were already determined to lock in with Jiang Yuan, even if it meant giving up their share of the spoils. Jiang Yuan heard this, looked at the two girls eager to be carried to victory, and felt not a ripple of emotion. If it were anyone else, they might have been tempted by two girls actively throwing themselves at them, begging to be carried along. Unfortunately, Jiang Yuan's heart had long since turned to stone. His earlier collaboration with the girl was merely a ploy to get his hands on the sky-splitting tiger. Now that the sky-splitting tiger is dead, the two girls hold little value for Jiang Yuan in terms of cooperation. Unless, of course, the two of them can also provide information about the king-level monster boss. Jiang Yuan thought of this and shook his head with a calm expression. Let's keep things separate, we'll split the treasure chest loot 3 ways. But regarding future collaborations, if you can provide information that piques my interest, we can certainly continue working together. Jiang Yuan stopped mid-sentence, but the implication was crystal clear. After listening quietly, Ling Nan and Lin Hehe, both of whom had prior collaboration experience, immediately understood what news Jiang Yuan found intriguing. Naturally, it was the king-class demon beast boss. Sis Nan, what should we do now? Do you know the locations of any other king-level demon beast bosses? Lin Hehe whispered her question. Unable to make out the map clearly, she could only pin her hopes on Ling Nan. Ling Nan heard the question in his ear and shook his head helplessly. That's it. Where would the wilderness of beasts have so many king-tier demon beast bosses? Each major region usually only has one. Why don't you ask your sister? She's probably hunting for that king-class monster boss too. Ask for the approximate location, and we'll go straight there to intercept them. The sun hung high in the sky. 3 hours had passed since the commencement of the new student assessment trials at Yunwu Academy. Only 1 hour remains until the assessment trial concludes. In the final hour, all the Yunwu freshmen who entered the wilderness of 10,000 beasts gave it their all to slay the demonic beasts. As Yunwu's freshmen made their final push, the real-time rankings on the leaderboard shifted at a visible pace. Among them, the most remarkable was Jiang Yuan, who surged from beyond the top 100 into the top 20, ultimately breaking into the top 10. Within the wilderness of 10,000 beasts. The wails of beasts echoed across every region as Yunwu's new recruits frantically harvested their lives, gaining experience to climb the real-time rankings. Just as the new students of Yunwu were slaying beasts while keeping an eye on the real-time rankings, a freshman named Jiang Yuan burst into the top 10 as an absolute dark horse, instantly drawing the attention of many newcomers. In an instant, the temporary channel for the 10,000 beasts wilderness originally used for mutual communication erupted into chaos. Who the heck is Jiang Yuan? Never heard of him before. Damn, he's amazing. In less than half an hour, he shot up from the top 100 straight into the top 10. How many monsters did he have to slay to pull that off? Damn, the big shots aren't holding back in the final stretch, huh? I feel like I might not even hold on to my top 50 spot. This year's freshman assessment trials were brutal. The top 10 on the leaderboard are all monsters. Jiang Yuan, who came out of nowhere, is the monster among monsters. Look at his class, he's a summoner, a class that holds no advantage in the wilderness of 10,000 beasts. Discussions about Jiang Yuan surged in the temporary channel, with Yunwu freshmen all curious about his background. After all, when a powerful dark horse suddenly appears in the ranks, it's only natural for anyone to feel curious. Just as the Yunwu freshmen were engaged in a heated discussion on the temporary channel, Xiao Feng, currently ranked second in real time, suddenly popped up. I've found a royal tier demon beast boss territory. Top 10 on the rankings, hurry up, only 2 spots available. Xiao Feng posted a team recruitment notice, specifying that he was looking for top 10 ranked Yunwu freshmen. It seemed he was planning to hunt a king-level demon beast boss. As Xiao Feng bubbled up, the already bustling temporary channel instantly ignited, with many Yunwu freshmen responding in droves. Holy crap, it's actually Xiao Feng himself. Can anyone in the top 20 of Xiao Feng's rankings come? Please check your private messages, boss. I'm begging you to take me along. Is Xiao Feng planning to assemble an elite squad to hunt down a king-tier demon beast boss? Can I come watch? I want to see the gap between myself and the big shots. Xiao Feng, I'm Li Tianming, ranked 7th. Add me to your squad. I'll message you privately. Posts begging for a spot flooded the chat until Xiao Feng announced the team was full, finally calming things down. After this brief interlude, the crowd's discussion about Jiang Yuan cooled considerably, shifting instead to curiosity about where exactly Xiao Feng and his group were hunting the king-level demon beast boss. A significant number of Yunwu freshmen are eager to join the fun, hoping to get a taste of the action. After all, the king-tier demon beast bosses are universally acknowledged as T0 tier combat powerhouses in the wilderness of beasts, each dominating its own territory. Once a king-level demon beast boss falls, the demon beast population in its territory will inevitably descend into chaos. When the time comes, it'll be a free-for-all. Just as the new cloud martial arts students were closely monitoring Xiao Feng and his group's movements, Xiao Feng, who had only recently gone offline, suddenly popped up again in the temporary channel. This time, however, instead of posting a team-up message, he directly tagged Lin Muxue, who was currently ranked 3rd in real time. Lin Muxue, keep your sister in line. Otherwise, don't blame me for stepping in to teach her a lesson. The moment these words were spoken, they instantly sent shockwaves through the temporary channel. The Yunwu freshmen, who had been busy slaying beasts, immediately slowed their actions upon sensing the scent of a major scandal. Before anyone could step forward to ask, Lin Muxue, who had been tagged, responded immediately. If you think you can withstand my blazing fire dragon, go ahead and try. Lin Muxue's response was uncompromising. She didn't even ask for specifics, choosing instead to confront Xiao Feng head-on. Faced with Lin Muxue's attitude, Xiao Feng, who ranked higher than her in real-time standings, naturally wouldn't swallow his pride. Heh, I was just trying to do you a favor. Since you don't want it, I'm actually quite curious to try the taste of the fire dragon. Lin Hehe teamed up with Jiang Yuan to steal the monster I had my eye on. It's perfectly reasonable for me to teach her a lesson. Xiao Feng replied promptly, casually mentioning the reason. No sooner had Xiao Feng sent his message than Lin Hehe piped up with a reply, beating Lin Muxue to the punch before she could respond. Pfft, Xiao Feng, for someone with the Holy Sword Knight profession, you sure know how to spin a tale. You took on a king-level demon beast boss solo and got badly beaten. We happened to pass by and kindly saved your life. Then I casually took down that king-tier monster boss house that turned into me stealing your mob. Seriously? Lin Hehe bubbled up with an explanation of the whole story, her words dripping with contempt. As soon as Lin Hehe finished explaining, the lurking newcomers from Yunwu University immediately grew restless. Seriously, is this even Chinese anymore? I'm kinda lost here. Are king-tier demon beast bosses really this easy to kill? I'm seriously losing it here. We struggle to take down an elite lord boss, and you guys just casually farm a royal tier demon beast boss? I'm speechless. Heh, I'm done with this. I'm heading back to 3rd middle school. Yunwu Academy is full of freaking monsters. They keep spawning boss-level magical beasts left and right. Tell me, is that even right? Regardless of who's right or wrong, I want to know where exactly you found that king-tier monster boss. I've gone over the holographic map multiple times and still can't spot it. The newcomers to Yunwu never imagined that simply eating watermelon could break their defenses. They were still fretting over how to take down elite beasts. The top 10 monsters have already begun specifically hunting down king-level demon beast bosses. Even among newcomers, how can the gap between people be so vast? Just as the Yunwu freshmen were on the verge of having their spiritual resolve shattered by Lin Hehe's words, Xiao Feng stepped forward to refute her. No need to argue. You've already stolen the mob. I don't want to make a scene out there. Just tell me your location now. We'll settle this right here in the Beast Wastes. My current ranking is good enough anyway. Xiao Feng, convinced he'd been robbed of his kill, opted for a direct duel, intending to settle the matter once and for all in the wilderness of 10,000 beasts before time ran out. Faced with Xiao Feng's blunt challenge, Lin Hehe's side fell into a brief silence. Finally, Jiang Yuan chimed in and threw out a counterproposal. Southwest region, I'll wait for you. Jiang Yuan posted his location and then fell silent, and Xiao Feng did the same. For a moment, the temporary channel fell into a brief silence, until someone posted a message. The top 10 big shots are dueling. Why the hell should I still be grinding World of Warcraft? I won't make it into the top 50 anyway with just a minute left. Time to grab a front row seat and watch the show. Time rewinds to shortly after Jiang Yuan and his companions had slain the Sky Splitter Tiger. The Wilderness of Beasts. Uncultivated areas in the southwest. Jiang Yuan, I got word from my sister that a king-level demon beast boss roams this area, but I'm not sure if we'll be able to find it. Having conquered her fear, Lin Hehe rode the mutated bloodthirsty ant alone, clearing the path ahead while offering quiet explanations. Just moments ago, sisters Lin Hehe and Ling Nan were scrambling to keep clinging to Jiang Yuan's coattails. At Ling Nan's urging, Lin Hehe sent a message to her older sister Lin Muxue, inquiring about the king-tier demon beast boss. Subsequently, from Lin Muxue, they obtained the approximate locations where several suspected king-level demon beast bosses were lurking. The untamed wilderness they are now exploring in the southwest has seen the emergence of the king-tier demon beast boss, the savage mountain ox. Jiang Yuan rode behind on the overlord ant, listening to the explanation coming from his earpiece, his expression calm.